Hello, everyone! Welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
The miscreant Kaiser Shonen.
Hey, I'm not that chaotic, Jesus.
No, you're pretty much a miscreant.
And joining us as guest hosts once more are Fatmanfalling, Calxiyn, and I Know Nothing.
Yo.
Hello,
Fatman's still not back.
Batman.
Oh my god.
You know what? I don't know if we're counting that as
he's
scuff.
keeping up tradition. He's
Yeah,
keeping up
I'm
tradition
not
now.
counting that as scuff. That's just Fat Man.
Oh,
I see Citramon is back.
Oh,
Yes,
did I
Citramon
miss
is back.
559 by a minute? Damn.
No. I started a little bit earlier than expected. I completely forgot you had headed off, but I thought you'd be back by now.
Oh,
That-
okay, all right.
That is
well,
just
I'm-
your fault.
Yeah, all right, I'm back.
Batman's been kidnapped. No, he was like in the bathroom or something. I don't know.
Don't worry, he's back.
Yes, Cedramon is back. I forgot to make a new Digimon, so we get the oldie and the goodie, the original
We got Psycho back.
Headmon.
The
I would not be surprised if Headmon was a real Digimon.
Probably.
almost certainly.
That
It's
sounds like- you know, I'm
probably
gonna look
like
that
a
up.
centipede made out of heads.
Cool.
Something like it's either that or it's the most cuddly thing you've ever seen. There's like no in between with Digimon.
More than likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, sorry. There is a third option. They are somehow a complete sex object. Like that's.
Oh my
We
Oh.
we were
Also,
doing,
there is
one of
no
our,
Headmon, unfortunately, officially.
Oh damn. We were doing our streams and somebody mentioned Shoemon.
Yes! Oh my god, I
That
love
was the funniest
Shushumon!
thing I had ever
Okay,
seen.
and you know what's
That sounds
hilarious? That
familiar.
Shushumon is like I get sort of the reference now because we're watching Wakfu and shushoos are incredibly freaking prevalent in the series.
Yes, they are.
By the way, everyone go watch Wakfu. It's fucking awesome.
I have a long list, Raymond. Goddamn.
But yeah,
Don't worry, it's worth it to bring Wakfu into your list.
yes,
Yeah.
it is absolutely worth it.
Oh yeah, it's been there for a while.
But yes, today we are returning once more to Arcane, trying to cover the episode 8 of the series. Is this capturing properly? Okay, good. It is capturing properly. We last covered Arcane, what, a couple of weeks ago, like a month or two ago at this rate. We've been busy with a lot of other things.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a super
I think
chat.
I needed to rewatch the
Oh,
episode because after the last stream, I rewatched the whole series. Like, not like
You
not
know
like
what?
what
I probably
did
should have done that.
after not like what I did after season 2 came out, which is like I kind of skimmed the whole series. Like I actually like sat down and committed to the entire rewatch. And
Damn.
yeah, I know it was good. It was good.
Okay, interesting. Why is MPV showing up as like
Wait.
my Discord?
Did
What?
you say MTV?
MPV.
Also, so
Yeah, I was like, what the heck?
yeah, Pirate King
yeah, I was gonna read
Thazar
this.
for $30.
Um,
Holy shit! I think it's the first time in a while someone's given $30 for a super chat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a while since that. I'd like to thank you all for rekindling my love for Ruby. However, I will never forgive Raymond because now I've got all these OC ideas, but my writing is as expressive and engaging as the Wikipedia article for Chair. You know how you fix that, buddy? You read and you write, and then you read and then you write some more, and then you read and then you wite some more.
Well,
That's
you know what's
also
easier way to fix
process.
that? Just go and edit the Wikipedia article for Chair.
I
See
mean,
the change you want to see.
but dude, we really appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're having a good time with the series. Honestly, this kind of flies in the face of certain discussions had in the community recently about critics just shirking away people from watching the show. So you know that brings a smile to my face. I'm petty like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I fully
I-
recommend people watching Arcane.
I will
No,
just say,
no, he didn't say Arcane. He was talking about Ruby.
Oh, that.
I will just say, writing is a muscle. In order for you to build your muscle, you have to do the work.
Yes,
You gotta write.
absolutely. No, Arcane was cut short by only 2 seasons. Okay, again, we don't have any confirmation on anything in the background of Arcane's writing to confirm that. That is, I strongly suspect that something like that happened based upon what we got, but
Yeah.
I can't confirm nor deny. There's nothing there for me to say one way or the other ultimately. So I can
Right.
only say so much as I suspect this, but I have no proof.
Didn't Jinx's voice actor say she was surprised that there wasn't going to be a season 3?
Probably.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if she said that.
I know Caitlyn's voice actress is still teasing that she might be in future projects, which that one is strange because she's such a Piltover centric character.
Yeah, I'm all like, what else are you gonna do with her? It's not impossible. It's like, okay.
If you,
I mean, I can sort of see it, but at the same time, it really depends on where they're going next.
she's
Yeah.
going to go visit Singe as he goes nukes whatever Japanese place.
He's gonna
Oh my
Fantasy
God.
Japan.
Yeah, she's gonna go try and
He's gonna
stop
murder all,
Singe.
she just watches the fucking furry genocide.
If I do rewrite Arcane season 2, would you make it a single season or 2 seasons? It would be multiple seasons. That'd be like my rewrite is just you gotta give more time for a lot of this stuff.
If I guess if we're going down the list, if I had my way, I would just give it like 2 or 3 more episodes and that's it.
Oh damn.
I was going to rewrite Arcane. I would just take out the Black Rose stuff.
I mean, well, that too. Honestly, a lot of time could be saved if we just take out the Black Rose.
let's just
shit.
kill Mel. Let's just die.
Wow, guys.
I was just joking. I just wanted to see how far we could take it.
Hey,
Okay,
yo.
wait, when? At what point would you like when she gets
What point would
abducted,
you
or
kill
like
Mel? We might
when-
say
When
Well,
would you
you
kill
kill
Mel?
Mel. Real
Well,
question.
I mean, we had a
Falls down
pretty
the
good
stairs.
opportunity at the very start of this season.
yeah.
That's true.
It's like, what do you mean we were supposed to leave her alive? I didn't get that memo.
Do you and Team Jack want to check out Star Crash? It's pretty funny to watch. I know nothing about this. What is Star Crash?
I never heard of it.
Hello. Hi.
Was that
Wait,
you?
is Twi missing?
Well, he said my name, so I was just wondering. Hi.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, I thought you said Twi.
Oh,
My bad.
son of a bitch!
Oh, my
Oh wait, sorry. I
fucking-
need to deliver that properly. Son of a bitch! Mel will die when she is killed. True words have never been spoken.
God damn it! Right.
Just make Mel an actual character in Arcane and not just set up for another show. Lol. Okay, hold.
Whoa, that's a
She's
little. that's
actually a
little
character in
Yeah.
Arcane. Let's not.
Again,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Season
that's
1 did a
even
lot of
less
heavy
fair
lifting.
than saying that Isha wasn't a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just way more blatantly like I don't know about that. Like I do agree. There's a little bit more of a plot device kind of thing going on with her this season, sure, but I wouldn't say she doesn't have a
Well, I
character.
was gonna
even
say
in this
that's
season.
like literally every character this season.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're thinking that if a character serves as the setup for another show, then they lose all of their character status for the main show. You know, which, like, I don't know. I don't even know.
Star Crash is a ripoff of Star Wars from Italy. Is that any
That's-
different than what is it? Something the bad translation version of Star Wars. What's it called again?
Oh,
Backstroke of the West.
like Backstroke of the West. Yeah.
Backstroke of the West.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Star Wars Episode 3, Backstroke of the West.
Yeah.
It's
It's
basically
because-
never
it's
heard
because
of
when you
this.
translate-
That sounds funny as shit.
When you translate Sith, it turns into evil, and then when you translate evil into North Korean, it translates to the West,
yeah.
and then it stays the West for all other languages.
Yeah,
Celtic, most of the rewrites I've seen remove Isha from Arcane Season 2 or let her live. There is no in between. Wow, those people completely miss what
That's
you should be building
wild.
towards with Isha.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
well, then again, a character can either live or die. So it's like, I mean, yeah, I
Either
guess
this character lives or
well,
dies.
no, because the other option is the character just flat out doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
There's
the
live,
fucking
die,
statement.
and simply cease into the void.
Yeah. Okay.
Imagine season 2 without Isha, where Jinx just like sits in her little hideout, depressed the whole
I was
season.
gonna say that would change the whole route of Jinx's development this season. Like, what do you do?
Yeah,
I mean, there are some things you can probably still do. To be fair,
Well, you would
But-
have to make Jinx not depressed and not affected by everything that she went through.
or you would give her a much more negative character arc. That's probably the only way, the only other route if Isha isn't around.
or
Thank-
like just make somebody else do everything Isha did.
Titan
Like-
Executor, thank you. I am
Ew.
doing well, but I'm doing less well now that I'm watching Eric Roman in a floating shopping list make jokes of calling back shots from the west, front shots to the east. You guys,
Oh.
come on.
Also,
We're worse
okay, let's
than
not
this.
talk about any shots of any kind after last stream. Okay.
It is a mistranslation.
Ooh,
It's a
yeah.
full-blown rip-off movie. It is hilarious, and I want you and Team Jacked to watch it blind.
Oh,
that,
no.
You know what? That sounds like something would be fun to do. Would be watch that blind. Well, I'll put that on the list.
All right.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I
I
never
don't-
heard
we
of
need a
this
list.
thing.
Make that a
It
Patreon
sounds
goal.
Nothing
Oh,
short
that's a
of
great
unique
idea. We'll make it a
experience. Ooh,
Patreon goal.
that'd be good.
Work towards it, people.
That's right.
$1,000. Oh no, sorry. What was $1,000? $1,000 to the Patreon total was going to be me doing the movie Bob challenge.
Oh my
Ah.
god.
The movie Bob challenge.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
you know the movie Bob challenge, don't you? The average amount of the normal amount of food for an average person.
Oh, is that like the McDonald's or like
yes,
the
the McDonald's where
Yeah,
it's
the
like
McDonald's.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
craziness.
fucking challenge,
It-
dog.
within 90 minutes you need to eat 4 McDoubles, you need to eat 40 nuggets, you need to eat 2 large fries and 4 large drinks.
4 large. Okay, I was with you up until 4 large drinks.
Everyone is. But weirdly enough, I actually, considering how much liquid I go through every single day, like I'm looking at a 40-ounce drink off to my side right now. Like, I think the liquid for me is not the hard part. I think it's going to be the bread on the burgers and the
Yeah.
fries that are going to
Yes.
Especially
The
how
fries would
big
kill
those
me.
burgers were for the
Yeah.
challenge.
Now
so,
the
yeah.
nuggets are the things that are going to go down easy. That's
Yeah, no, the
lightning
nuggets
fast.
were free.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
free. They're free.
They're
Snacks.
free. They're free
You
real
might as
estate.
well
They're
not
free. You
say
can just
it.
take them home. I have 5,000 nuggets in my house. I'll make that a $2,000 Patreon reward. Or tier.
Amazing.
Get me up there, guys, and we'll watch it. I promise.
And the $3,000 goal will be Raymond has to make fixing Arcane season 2.
Oh boy.
You know what? That's very realistic.
Hey yo, nice. Let's go.
You should the show.
Just do the show. Just show.
Yeah, just fixing Arcane. Okay, part 1 of
Uh,
fixing Arcane. Keep season 1 the same. Now there's part 2.
Exactly.
Uh,
Literally, I've like, how do I do that? It's literally just season 2 that's like, well, I have some problems with season 1, small ones that need to be tweaked, but not the big.
Yeah, the first episode needs to go.
Oh my
Excuse you?
We're not doing that again. We're not doing this.
Mister,
think that's
I
what I
don't
had
like an
hot
action
takes.
sequence, no matter how diegetic or character forming it is.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
That is
Alright.
exact. I know your opinions on first episodes. Man. Oh,
I can
Look.
smell your opinion from a mile away.
it
Lobster.
smells like freshly cooked lobster, and I
Eric
brought the
Roman
butter.
replaced Isha with Marcus's daughter Renan would have been more interesting. Okay, you've got to explain that one to
Whoa,
me.
wait, no, yeah. How the fuck would you even end up there?
Okay, no,
Okay,
you know
so
what? You know what?
I actually do know partially. I have seen around the dark recesses of Reddit. I know, horrible place. But
Ugh.
Marcus's daughter confronting Jinx when she's in the jail cell this episode could have been a cool scene.
Oh my
That
god,
would be
yes.
cool.
I was disappointed they didn't do anything with Ren.
Yeah.
It would have
But
been nice to have
replace-
her involved in some way, shape, or
But
form.
replace Isha with Ren? I gotta have a bit more.
Yeah, I'm
I've gotta-
thinking
I've
like
gotta
there's
actually
probably
see that.
some way that Ren could get dragged down to the underground. I mean, she doesn't have any parents; she's an orphan by the end of the first season. So like, it's not like it's impossible, but the route to
There's
get
just
to
a lot of
Jinx,
hoops.
that's a hoop that you really need to hoop. That's a hoop you
Yeah.
really need to cross.
You need to hoop through, apparently.
Yeah, you just put
That's a hoop
in
you need to
another
hoop through.
It's like that game from like the Middle Ages where you roll a ring and you throw a stake through it, but instead,
Oh, yeah.
and you're just throwing more hoops through that.
Ah, yeah, I gotcha.
When Raymond boobily boobs down the stairs.
Ah, yes, she boobed boobly.
Yep.
Keep KK Kiraman in your rewrite. I mean,
Oh my
look, Empress Kiraman is such a good idea for a plot point. I would just need to balance it out because I need Emperor
Empress
Jace.
Teresa.
Empress Teresa.
Oh.
I need
Oh,
Emperor
Emperor
Jace
Jace.
first. Like,
Emperor Jace. Ooh.
Well, I mean, he is like a dictator, like a tyrannical dictator in the original lore, isn't he? Something like that.
Vaguely. It's
Like
weird.
lawful
It's been
good,
changed.
but like that still has.
It's been changed a bit, but out of. No, I can see it actually. No thing about
Yeah.
it.
Like I would want him to go down like the full route of tyranny, and it's like halfway through the season that he starts to get like the super depresso that we see him in eventually.
The
It's
great
actually
Depresso
Darth
Depresso.
Matilda. Darth Matilda.
Okay.
Espresso depresso.
I prefer Espresso Depresso personally.
I prefer Expecto Patronum.
Rank get taken hostage to the funeral by some chem boys and then run into Jinx. Well, you see, it's the running into Jinx in the underground thing. Isha is just some random kid who was in the middle of who was like part of a gang war because she was a child slave. Like
Yeah,
her
it's-
running
in
into
that
Jinx,
circumstance,
who's
it'd be
going
like
to,
leave her to run to somebody.
It's
So
a coincidence for Isha to run into Jinx, but it's not a huge one.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Ren running into Jinx, you'd have to justify. Okay, so this kid gets captured by the Chem Barons, escapes the Chem Barons, and runs into Jinx, who basically is a wanderer at this point in the story.
Yeah, and now I'd always taken it from what we saw in the opening for that episode was that Jinx was sort of a random agent in the middle of the war. She was just fucking people shit up left and right because she didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
So Isha running into her, I don't even consider that much of a coincidence. And it's one of the things like when EFAP was talking about it, I got really sick of them saying, man, it's just random kid falling from the sky. And I'm like, no, it's a random kid who is involved in this gang war that Jinx is fucking around in because she's lost and just looking for a point in her life. Like, her running into a random kid that is a victim of all of this isn't really all that unlikely. It's a completely believable thing to have happened.
You know
Yeah,
what?
it's
You
not
know
like
what
a
are
non-believable.
other coincidences? Coincidences like, oh, this guy just happens to invent something that brings this whole plot into motion. What a coincidence. Isn't it a coincidence
I feel like we
that
talked
these
about-
two sisters were just going and stealing random shit in the above city? Isn't it a coincidence that there are two cities that exist in this place
Well,
at all? Like if you're gonna say shit like that, stupid ass shit like that, you might as well not even watch anything.
Well,
I
Yeah,
feel,
you
I feel
might
like
as
we
well not
talked
watch
about
anything.
exactly
Yeah,
this.
we
one
did.
and the other.
My point was going to
So-
be is that they've talked before about like the nature of coincidence and the kickstart of a story and how that's typically allotted. And I'm sitting there and like listening to them, and it's like one of those like major points where I'm like, guys, you're really harping on this. I get you're not happy with how they implemented Isha. There are problems with how Isha was implemented, but how
Sure.
she was introduced to Jinx is not something that
seems pretty
requires your
basic, right?
ire. Literally from that point forward, she could have been handled any number of different ways, and it's that execution that needs to be scrutinized as opposed to how she gets involved with Jinx in the first place.
At worst, you can call her and Jinx meeting an inciting incident.
Yes,
Which
and like the thing is, again, that's what baffles me is they have made caveat for that before. It's like a moment of like hypocrisy. It's like it really frustrated
wow,
me.
those guys hypocrites! Wow,
Fat man.
I
Fat
never
man.
would have guessed that these guys could be kind of hypocrites sometimes when it comes to things that they like versus things that they don't.
I mean, it probably will happen at some point.
Oh, it happens.
Even I could've-
I was gonna say it happens to all of us. I'm pretty sure.
I tried to figure out why. Like, if I find that I have a hypocritical opinion that is different from the opinion that I have of this similar thing, I try to figure out why it works for me in one way and doesn't work in another. And if I can't find it, then I will concede that maybe there is just something there that I need to fix about myself.
Yeah.
No, Twy, you gotta accept that if you can't accept Cage of Eden's panty shots, you gotta say that My Hero is sexist. I don't make
yeah.
the rule.
Celtic, the Isha fans will beg you to let Isha live. I'm sorry, Isha must die. Look, you are talking to the man that gave Vernal a complicated.
Wait. I was going to say Isha must die. What in the DMC video game difficulty is this?
Okay, but Isha going ham on a bunch of demons, like, that's fucking metal.
I mean, I'd be here for it.
But I was gonna say, like,
Thematically, though, Isha must die.
the idea that, like, Isha dies and then Ren comes to confront Jinx, and it's like this moment of, like, okay, yeah, no, all this shit that I've been doing, I've been fucking up people's lives and, like, in the abstract. And then she gets her moment with Caitlyn later.
Yeah.
You know what? We should probably get into the episode because we could talk about
Yeah,
that.
probably.
We're
Oh, but
almost
one
half
last
an hour
thing.
in, and we've.
Hang
I
on.
mean, I enjoy this record shot, but
Robbie
Yeah.
says, Raymond, it's a canon event. Nice. No, it's a
it's a
fixed,
canon event.
it's a fixed point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're fuck
Choose
with
your
the canon
fandom.
event bullshit.
Choose your fandom.
Fixed point in time. Much better. All right. So we start off basically catching back up with Mel as she goes Super Saiyan and breaks the chains surrounding her from the Black Rose. And basically she wakes up in that throne room from way back in season 1 where we saw her flashback with her first meeting with her mom, and they've just dethroned this kingdom. And holy shit, it's you know, again, it's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I love this setting. It is so badass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks really good.
Now, what is said here is basically LeBlanc, or whatever the Black Rose is. Maybe it's... Did we ever get confirmation if it's LeBlanc or not?
We don't have confirmation. Black Rose, like LeBlanc is like quote
the
unquote the
white is
leader.
in charge of the Black Rose.
She's in charge of the Black Rose, but at the same time, we have no confirmation. People assume this is LeBlanc, considering how the powers work, but nothing confirmed.
Yeah, and basically this is the "you're a wizard" Mel scene. And they call her an empath attuned to the ethereal, able to sense others' inner selves and bend their magic. A conduit and a mirror. I got nothing.
What does
for
this mean? What does
Yeah,
this mean?
what does any of this mean? Like, okay, if this ever came up, like if we saw her like manipulating people's emotions or doing something else tricky, all we see her do is project light fields.
I was about to say this would imply, if anything, this description fits more with Victor, because he's outright, manipulating like people's mind and auras and stuff and bring them into the freaking collective. But I don't think
and if that was a factor,
Mel...
seeing her interact with him would have been interesting. Like, if she is an empath, as they describe, her trying to connect with Victor and maybe putting a chink in his armor for later would have been an interesting element.
Well, as an empath, you have to understand. Sorry, I had to make that joke. But a good chunk of Mel's scenes in this episode in particular, all I have for my notes is like, Mel, please, like, don't let people you're talking to speak in vagaries. Have them explain, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
talk
not
in
a Kingdom
concrete
Hearts
terms.
character.
Like, it happens really bad here, and it happens later with the scene with Mbessa that I'm going to talk about in particular with Kano.
I don't know, Kaiser. I don't think that Kingdom Hearts even qualifies as bad. Like, this world has been connected, tied to the darkness.
Okay,
We
so-
learn what that means. We understand what that
true.
means.
Even in Kingdom Hearts, they have moments like, so who are you? I am who remains. Or maybe I was all that ever was. I meant your name.
Yeah. I know. I was just saying, like, it's kind of 50-50 with that series. To be fair,
Well,
More
like-
characters need to say, could you repeat that, but just use completely different words?
Honestly, yes.
The difference with Kingdom Hearts is that we eventually figure out what those words mean, but because
Yeah.
this is the final season and we still don't know what the words mean, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
There's a
And then
difference
you have
between
Sora,
metaphor
like-
and proper nouns.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cal, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, then you have Sora like, how about you start making sense? Like, kind of
That is true.
what
I know,
you
right?
said
It's
earlier,
great.
like, I bet your name. Like, they get a little sassy. Mel's being a bit too agreeable to the person that was
Yeah, especially
trying
because
to kill
Mel
her.
has
you
always
know?
had like the spine of steel
Well,
politically.
Another thing to ask is, don't you know that these people that you're talking to right now, don't you think they have a hand in what happened to your brother? Why are you giving them an inch?
No, they
Exactly.
confirm that this scene where like they say
Oh, exactly, yes.
It's like
Sorry.
yeah, your brother's death was basically inevitable. Your mother didn't lie
It's a
about that.
canon event.
It's like okay, it's like so you killed my brother. Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
I'm not working with you. It's like, but you gotta stop
no.
your mom, and it's like I'll find another way. You killed my fucking brother. Fuck you.
She does work with
Yeah.
them. She puts the necklace. Okay, that's later. I'm sorry.
well, I was
have
gonna
stumbled
say
on
like
that
that's where the
necklace.
scene eventually leads because the scene is just. It's like even now you hide your true face behind illusions. It's like truth is the greatest illusion of them all. What?
See, I'm like,
no?
that's fine, I guess, but like for her to think that, but I like on the topic of Mel being like, oh, you're an empath, this is something that during season 1 I was back and forth on in terms of does Mel really like Jace or is she just using him because he's the most like popular guy right now? Does she actually like him? Is she flirting with him to get him to like her, but she doesn't feel any, you know what I mean? And so if they revealed that she can tap into that in people or I guess like heighten what they feel or whatever, like all this mirror stuff, like it could
Yeah.
have went back to her relationship with Jace, and that's why when she comes home they have their little fight or whatever. Like they could have ended on bad terms because she's like, oh, maybe this was never real or whatever, right? But that kind of didn't go anywhere.
yeah, I mean, like,
Imagine
there's-
what it
there's
imagine
no-
what it does to a what it does to a character, and it's actually mostly brought up in, I can't believe I'm using this as an example, fucking Persona fanfics where let me cook a bit, where they confer with the personas a particular confidant / social link, and they basically know exactly what to say to get the best outcome when talking to someone, and they can't stop this, so they basically stop and say, are all of my relationships with these people artificial with like just my power as a wild card?
Oh, so
Something-
basically they
yeah.
take the game mechanic and they basically point it out as a plot point.
Yes, they do.
And I like
And-
that element. That's a cool
I like
idea.
that too.
It's and something similar with Mel going like, maybe what we had was real, maybe it was my powers forcing something on you, maybe it was me forcing something on you, what have you, but it doesn't. What?
Sorry. I was like, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have Deanna Troy.
Oh my God.
It's like the most useless empath.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair.
Captain, he's lying. Yeah, I know, he's a Romulan.
Wasn't
Just
like,
let me know when they're not.
like they're in a high tense situation where like they're about to go to a war against this enemy ship, and she's just like, I I'm detecting some anxiety and anger from them, Captain. It's like, no shit.
I really want like Patrick Stewart in full Picard like attire, just turning around with his arms crossed and saying no shit.
Yeah, to be
Dude,
fair,
it's
I
like,
can say this because I got yelled at by Marina Sirtis once.
Oh, that's fair.
Captain, it's a view screen. What do you want from me?
The view screen's feeling very anxious. Don't ask me how that works. That's something we
You're
probably
light
should.
years away. I don't get empathetic.
We should probably address the
Feelings
view
that
screen being
far.
sentient at a later time. We have bigger pressing issues.
Also, a final joke with this particular scene. A joke that a friend said to me was, there are several skins of LeBlanc where she's white, and well, if this is LeBlanc, this is some pretty serious blackface.
Oh God, fucking damn! I knew it. The minute you start saying, I was like, God, fucking damn!
I'm sorry.
Bro, freaking LeBlanc is over, party.
I know, right?
But basically, LeBlanc takes on this dark, shadowy form. She becomes a Heartless.
I was about to say, yeah.
I really want to
Freaking
hear
shadow
Leonard.
knockoff.
Dang it, man! I really wish I could hear Leonard Nimoy give this monologue.
Your power has merit, but should one want you dead, a simple blade would do nicely. I'm
Are you
actually
sure?
I'm not that bad. Leonard
Yeah, not
Nimoy
bad
said
at all.
that,
But at
and
the
then I
same time,
realized.
with her like a simple blade will do nicely. I mean, I could just press my W and I'd be fine. So
You can't because of the Keyblade.
no.
And so it's like regrettably his fate wasn't among your mother's lies. It's like you killed him. I gave Mbessa every opportunity to atone for her transgressions. It's like no. Her.
Hold up.
Yeah, it's like pause. So kill her, not my dearly beloved brother.
What did Kano do? Yeah, like
Kano.
seriously,
You mean
he was
Kano's
in
not
the way.
done anything.
Kino
Kano hasn't done anything.
Kino.
Yeah.
It's just like, what did he do? Mbessa's the one with the issues here.
Kano was
He was in
Australian.
the
That was
way.
his fault.
That's fair.
And don't mention keto. That is not even a person. That is a diet.
I did not mention that.
But you need not
Sounded
bear
like you
her
did.
crimes. I'd be like, full stop. Why did my brother have to?
Yeah, that's not addressed. Like, it's like, oh, this test, the whole charade is the reason why I don't have to like atone for these crimes.
She wants to be recruited. Like you want to recruit me.
LeBlanc, you have a lot of better options. I'll just throw this out there for you.
I was about to say you kidnapped her before. I don't know. Like,
And
is
if
it
you want
like
to recruit someone, kidnapping and killing their assistant and throwing them into a mind torture prison, not really the. It's like a Zod in Man of Steel. I better show Clark
Show
this
him the
picture.
skeletons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they should have pulled a Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Is that what that was?
Yeah,
Like,
they.
with the
Yeah,
ego
it's
and
like,
the plan-
oh
yeah.
man, it really was a shame when I put that tumor in her head.
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah, because up until that point, Ego had
Had him in the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
It's like now
Yeah,
I
and-
know that sounds bad.
still one of the best.
God.
And then I
Kurt
started blasting.
No, Robbie pointed out, "Hey, sorry I beat you up. Now will you join my club?"
Russell. I'm sorry. That only works if there's any modicum of romantic sexual attraction. We don't have that.
Oh shit.
And
Not
so
with
it's like
that
a
attitude,
calamity is
sorry, I'm
approaching,
joking.
rivaling even the ancient rune wars. And
Bold
Bessa
statement.
sits at the helm, blinded by her thirst for legacy.
But she'll be fine letting her son die. Don't worry about that though.
Yeah, our efforts to divert her course have floundered or foundered.
I feel like it's floundered, but
Yeah, I feel like
I
that's
think the
typo.
subtitles are just wrong.
Yeah, there's probably just a typo there.
We cannot afford another failure. It's like, okay, so
Wait,
you're taking a
you
lot of
guys
this at
could've
face
stopped-
value.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's
Reminder, Mel has been gone through everything in Arc 2.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been months between episodes 3 and 4, so she's been here a while.
I feel like what they should have gone with, but then that kind of fucks up Ambessa's character, is if her brother confronted Ambessa and Ambessa killed him for being weak, which would obviously cause Ambessa problems, but that would make this a bit more convincing. Like, hey, it wasn't us that killed your brother, it was your mom, actually,
No,
even if it
even
was just
better.
her mom's actions or something.
Better. Kino figures it out. He figures out what Ambessa's secret is, and he gets recruited by the Black Rose. And he's like, he reluctantly is like, okay, fine, I will.
But it's for my sister.
And for my sister, I will go and take out Ambessa. And he goes to kill Ambessa, and Ambessa kills him in return because that is naturally. And like that could be Ambessa just doesn't want to admit she killed her own son because he betrayed her.
Yeah,
It's
they'd be
also-
all like, "You did, LeBlanc. You did this. You tricked him." You
And
know,
it's
put him
like, yeah,
against-
you put poison in his ear, and if Mel ever confronts Ambessa about it, there's still a modicum of respect because, like, yeah, he fought Ambessa to save Mel, but he did it to save Mel entirely. Like that's the core motivation.
So she still like very much loves and appreciates him. She understands him, but she can't handle the betrayal. So it's like
Correct.
like that would have made this like a simple change like that small way more interesting. Which interestingly,
Bro,
if you
what-
were to implement this, you would need to modify a few choice words in that conversation back in season 1. This is how ripple effects
Bro,
work.
Jiro
guys.
from Timberwolf Studios in the chat. How you doing, man? This is the
Yo.
first time you're actually in the chat this time around.
Hello.
Such a
For reference,
fascinating-
guys, this is the dude that I was talking about who makes these really great Evangelion videos. Go check him out.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
fantastic stuff.
Yeah. He in fact he put out his video talking about the episode Ray 3 just either yesterday or the day before yesterday. It's really good. Go watch it if you haven't.
All
I
right.
can't.
Yeah,
I have not watched Evangelion.
Maybe
Oh,
maybe
right,
we'll do
yeah,
that
you
after
don't wanna get
Wakfu.
spoiled,
You know,
true.
honestly, Wakfu is like lighthearted enough. I think we can
Okay,
balance that out
question.
with Evangelion.
Yeah,
Are
just
you
watch it
sure
right
about
after.
that, Raven?
Okay,
You saw what happened to Nox.
We have to understand and ask the question: which Evangelion?
Oh, we're gonna
Oh my
watch all of
fucking god. Okay, the
Okay.
first one.
Yeah, obviously. Well, okay, sorry. To clarify, we don't know actually which version because we're probably going to be watching the dub, but we don't know which dub to watch because they.
Oh, you're talking about in terms of that.
yeah,
Okay,
we don't
got it,
know
got
the
it, got it.
pros and like we looked at the pros and cons, and like the first dub has a lot more personality to it. It's a lot like the Sailor Moon dub, where the very first dub
Yeah.
is a lot rougher around the edges and has a lot of problems, but it has so much
It
more
has-
life and character to it. Whereas
Yeah.
the modern redubbing and slash that compared to Sailor Moon Crystal, and the modern redubs of the original, they're a lot more accurate and they're a lot more well done professionally, but there's a
They're so-
sterileness to them.
They're so robotic, yeah.
Yeah, I would rather you go with the original dub, to be honest. I mean, you can't go wrong either way, but I prefer
I
the
mean,
original.
I'm pretty sure that that's the reason why we're going to go watch the original Sailor Moon dub.
Yeah.
Up until at least Stars, where they never dubbed it. But yeah, like it's for the exact same reason that the new dub is more accurate, but it's so much more stale. And I still remember going to a con when the new dub was being made, and they showed us a couple of previews of episodes. I
Yeah.
turned to get something out of my bag. I could not tell who the fuck was talking. They all sounded the same.
Well, here's what you do. You watch the original Ava dub, and then you watch Jiro's videos, so it'll actually tell you the difference.
Hey.
I think
No,
it does
no,
go
I
over
was
some
talking about the
differences.
Sailor Moon dub because all of
Oh,
like
right.
there's so many female characters. They're all apparently voiced by different women, but you can't convince me that they are.
Are you sure about that?
Honestly, I'm just gonna redub Evangelion myself at this point. If you can't beat them, then complicate them.
Complicate. Oh my god.
You know, honestly,
I
buddy,
mean,
if you need
listen.
tips on how to run a voice acting thing, I will gladly give you my 2 cents.
Dude, with the quality that he puts into his video, especially with like the drawing stuff, I feel like Jiro, you could probably do it. I don't know if this is a meme, but I feel like you could actually do that. If you
I was gonna say Ryan Carson, Sailor Moon Crystal is pretty lame. It's rushed from what I hear. No, it's accurate to the manga, so it's really fast and really lame. I don't like the Sailor Moon manga. I cannot say this enough. The original anime was so much better.
And all the Fujoshis come in being like, savages, Billy.
All right, so Mel is literally just taking at face value everything LeBlanc is shoveling into her ear. It's like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a world-ending cataclysm. You need to go defeat your mom, and like countless others are going to like die. For all her faults, she has always done what she thought was best for the family. Family.
Says Mel. Family, yeah.
Your brother thought so too, until he uncovered her secret. Your birth, the entire course of your life, was no accident. She hid you because you are that which she covets most. A weapon. Okay. For what?
Yeah.
Like, we're told constantly that her holdings are collapsing and whatever, but we're never really given enough of a snapshot of what's going on over in Noxus that is making her so desperate, other than her withholdings are collapsing and she pissed off the Black Rose. So she pissed off the Black Rose by having Mel, and because she pissed off the Black Rose, it's threatening her power and making everything collapse because they're powerful
But if
enemies.
if she wanted her as a weapon, then why did she put through her? Why is she banished? Oh my god!
They throw her to a Piltover in the first place, but that can easily be said of, as said before. I think me and Cal have mentioned it. Like, Piltover is very important to Noxus in the fact they don't want to mess things up too much. So sending Mel to Piltover is basically saying you have to start really messing things up in Piltover to get to my daughter. So that was a good question. But in the case of, like, we don't know what's happening with Noxus other than her foundings are being down. Like, is Swain trying to take her out? Is Darius itching for a fight? Like, there's a lot of characters in Noxus that could fill in the whole of, like, what is Mbessa running from besides the Black Rose? If it's just the Black Rose,
did you guys ever watch the? Oh, sorry.
No, you first.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. Did you guys ever look at the Kindred Mbessa short thingy on stream?
No.
No.
Okay.
Oh, there's a new Mbessa short. Maybe we can watch that.
Well, not new. It was from a while ago. I think it was before the season came out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was mid-season actually. Because I know it was before the reveal of her chain weapons in episode 9 at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like, I if it's not in the show.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just like, is there something in there that? Because Hunter and I never reacted to it, so I never watched it either.
As far as I'm aware,
has anyone here seen it?
My roommate lives and breeds fucking hell.
Dude.
Breeds.
Wow, we're getting last week's stream in here now.
But, no, I thought we got rid of that last week. We got all the horny out.
No, we were discussing. Well, we're not going to get the horny out of this episode in particular. Let's be honest.
Fair.
But when we were talking about season 2 and just discussing it, he never brought it up. And if that was like an easy point to this, and this explains everything with Mbessa, I feel like it would have been brought up. But that's also take that with a grain of salt. So.
You know, Jonathan, once we actually go through Sailor Moon as a series, it would be fun to have a conversation about like what's strong and what's weak about the writing and world building and what can be improved. I would, because there's some great ideas in Sailor Moon that I think could be better refined. But let's see, the reason the Black Rose want Mel, because when a Black Rose member has a kid, their kid must join the Black Rose. Mel's dad is a member. Okay. But why did Mbessa want a super weapon to begin with? You don't.
Well,
I mean,
Who
We're
doesn't
making
wanna be a weapon?
we're making assumptions that she only had Mel to be a weapon in the first place.
well, that's what we're being told by the
Well,
Black Rose at the
Well,
beginning.
no. She just said that she covets her because she is a weapon, not that she had her with the specific purpose of being a weapon.
I can agree to that. It's a
Hmm.
there's too much gray area in Mbessa and the circumstances around Mel's birth that
Okay.
to really say one way or the other. Because like
The quote
at the
here
end of the
from,
day-
and it's suspect because it's the Black Rose, but the quote exactly is, "Your birth, the entire course of your life, was no accident. She hid you because you are that which she covets most, a weapon." So that to me implies that from the moment that she got down and dirty with Mel's dad, this was intentional. That's what it implies to me. I mean, obviously there is wiggle room there, but I find it
The-
pretty hard to wiggle out.
The thing that I would actually point out is, again, the circumstances around Mel's birth. It could just simply be that a member of the Black Rose and Mbessa fell in love, and they had a kid, and then after that particular member either died or something bad happened to them and everything else in Mbessa's life, then Mbessa's hatred towards the Black Rose solidified, and Mel became that weapon to either take them out or do something else. That being said, though, it's possible that this is entirely the Black Rose saying, yeah, the only reason Mbessa had you was because of a weapon, because that's the only logical thing from our perspective.
It's vague enough that there is wiggle room because we don't know for sure what is being intended here, or if she's even being entirely truthful.
Yes, I guess
Or
it's
if he's-
suspect.
The easy bite back to this would Mel be asking, a weapon for what? Because weapons are not created just for shits and giggles. They have purposes.
Yeah.
Unless you're
Typically,
American.
anyway.
Or the
Let's not get
Japanese
into
in
that.
World War II. We're building a giant
Yeah.
laser.
But Mel lets LeBlanc / the Black Rose go in like, today you have been born into a new family and everything else like that. It's like, no, Mel, questions, please. Stop people.
Yeah,
Stop
I
people from
think
taking
I appreciate the work you've done, but I'm going to I'm not going to sign the adoption papers. I am going to step away from your family and probably step away from my own family. I don't mind just not being a family.
Eric Roman, the Black Rose are American confirmed.
No, clarification. Noxus is America. The Black Rose are the CIA.
Oh shit. Those I'll say those untouched by the arcane fear us, and then she presents Mel a particular necklace. What am I saying? God,
We're
I
all
swear.
doing that. Well, me and you were doing that today. Same bracelet.
But it's like Mel just takes this necklace, and so when a magical person that you don't entirely trust that admits, like, yeah, we did kill your family, they offer you a necklace. Would you take that necklace? I can't be the only one who says, okay, I'm not taking that.
Look.
I'm looking.
Here's the thing.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
This is the new Balenciaga necklace. She
Oh,
can't
shit.
Shut the fuck up.
$40,000.
Yo.
So like, all right. So first joke is she puts it on and it just, her head just pops right off. Doesn't even explode or anything. It just clean separation just falls off.
Well, I mean, with the season, it's like, I put on this necklace. Congratulations, I am now a mind slave of the Black Rose. I can't stop this.
But the other thing is, you could have fixed this, I think, by like kind of using what we just were told that she has the ability to do, empathize. So like the idea is she can see, like, maybe we get like a brief like X-ray snapshot where she can see the magic flowing through the amulet and she understands intrinsically what it is. Like,
Yeah.
maybe you don't need to like spell that out for us, but like, and maybe that is what's kind of happening here, but like we get no indication of that.
if we had access to Mel's like inner monologue of her knowing exactly what this thing is, or him or her saying something like a Nexus necklace or something like that, and
Right.
implicitly knowing and trusting what it is out the gate.
Also, I gotta point it out before it disappears. It clashes hard with her outfit. Girl, no.
Yeah, I mean, my next thing is also Bird. Swain confirmed. I have to keep mentioning that because my roommate won't shut the fuck up about it. The second thing I say is the world. The world was a perilous place for a solitary mage. Pause here, real quick. Are you walking all the way back to Piltover, girl?
Yeah, where the
Yeah,
fuck
we're
are
going to
you?
Dark
I
Knight
saw this and
Rises
I'm like,
type
I've
beat.
never seen this location in my life. Where is she?
Yeah,
I
this
think
is like
that's
some Dark
hilarious.
Knight
Like, it was how
Rises shit.
Singed. Sorry.
No, go on.
You go ahead.
Go on.
Oh, I was gonna say it's how Singed was like just running around the jungle, and everybody was making jokes that he's like farming or whatever, like the League
he's
of
done
Legends
one.
camps. I'm like, well, where is she?
Real though, where is she? And like, there's eventually we do say also that it's been months since episode 3 and 4. We don't know the timeline of what's with Mel and everything, but all I had in the back of my head was that one Austin Powers joke where like they're walking away dramatically and the music fades out and they're just like, shit. It's like, like LeBlanc, you, as far as we're aware, you functionally teleported Mel here. Help a sister out and give her some good digs.
Right.
Imagine if like this was one day after she was kidnapped, and what took her 3 months was walking all the way back home.
She gets on a boat and she looks over and Blake Belladonna is just there with her.
Just chilling at a bus stop.
Honestly,
Yeah.
the easy fix for this, just like we make jokes about it, but like don't show this shot in particular. I feel that's
Yeah,
it.
Just have her back in Piltover.
Or at least say on the boat about to come into Piltover's harbor sort of thing.
Wait, if she uses
Because
her
we see-
power on them, does that mean she loses the powers she obtained? What?
No.
No, like her power comes intrinsically. She's a sorcerer.
I was gonna say, there's very specific things in League lore where if you use magic against someone, they like suck your magic out, but that does not happen here.
Okay, here's a question. If this is Swain, or whatever his bird is that observes things for him, I don't know how that works, if he's a shapeshifter or not.
Demon.
That doesn't answer the question.
Doesn't answer.
That was my next saying. What?
Okay, it's
Yeah,
Is
he's
he the
not
bird or is
I
the
don't-
bird-
No,
he's
no.
not. He's
Does
not
this
the
particular
bird.
demon have the ability to shapeshift, or is the
He's-
bird a separate demon from Sway?
The demon gives him the ability to see through birds and have them act as his familiars. Think like Odin.
Oh, okay,
Like
all
in
right.
his
So if he's going full Odin here, is he in league with the Black Rose here? I guess.
He should be. He and LeBlanc are, by all accounts, like equal members of the Triarchy.
Oh yeah, but you would imagine that like a council of 3 would kind of have intrigue against one another, right?
Oh, that is actually a key plot point in Noxus. The whole thing is that it's a meritocracy. If say someone outmaneuvered and politically beat Swain and had him assassinated, Swain would probably clap his hands and say, "Well done, good for you, as you were, sir." Like it's a. The thing that I have with like, oh, is Swain here / doing things? Swain, you have someone attacking Piltover, and as far as you know, if you are connected with the Black Rose, you know something bad is going to happen in Piltover. Can you send more than just Mel, please?
Can you send orders for Medarda to stand down?
Yeah, anything
just
really.
Tell her like, hey, fucking stop! You are disrupting the goddamn trade route that we like.
That would be. Really
I have
funny.
not gotten my cans of beans.
I have not gotten my wine in months, you bitch.
My cans of beans have been stuck in fucking customs for 3 months. I am hungry for some burritos and I cannot make them.
What's the Phantom Menace text crawl? The Empire erupts into turmoil over the taxation of trade routes.
Yeah.
We're an hour in. We haven't gotten to the intro. Okay, we're like what 30 minutes in. Let's be clear.
Let us meme, guys. Let us
We're
meme.
54 minutes in.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Well,
Listen, don't give us that much credit. We're long-winded, but not that long-winded.
Well, yeah, but if she doesn't listen, it's even more reason to start sending more people.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if they actually did that? If they build up over 8 episodes and then she just gets orders to stop and leaves, and then everybody's all prepared for this like giant battle in the last episode, and nothing happens.
And then Vi and Caitlin just start making out.
You win? I'll take it.
Hey, man.
Um,
Sounds like a good thing to me.
so-
Yeah, that's the issue.
So LeBlanc calls her sister here, and I know that's supposed to be sort of like sister in the way that witch covens call each other sister, that sort of thing. But I just had a realization, what if there's actually more with that word than we're presuming? What if they are actually biologically siblings? Is that possible?
Unironically, it is possible because LeBlanc is a multi-body hopper. So
Is she gonna
That's-
hop in the Mel, do you think?
that might unironically happen in the Noxus show that they're planning. It would not surprise me. LeBlanc does go after mages.
All right, and then we finally get the
What
opening
I remember.
credits. See, are you happy now? Are you happy now, Nick here?
Look, it's the terrorists. We don't understand that our lords disappeared into a mystic void.
Is there anything interesting to note about this opening? I'm trying to think if there's anything in.
Not this time around, I don't think.
The only thing that I thought were the clock hands around Echo, were they closer together than previous episodes, but that just might be me misremembering. But I'm also
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah.
there's any special
BRB.
cutaways.
Yep.
All right, well, it's just scrolling past. We open again on. Well, yeah, Mbessa burying the dead, including the Chadley Rictus.
good man. He tried his hardest, but unfortunately,
He could not say
he was
for
up
sure.
against. Well, no, he was up against a Warwick who had his ult ready. So let's be honest, like the guy had no chance.
But
And
they bury
something
them. I like the detail of like how they bury them. They bury them vertically like this. It's really neat.
It's really cool for a warrior culture. I don't know anything about. There's not really much for burial rites when it comes to Noxus lore overall, from my memory. But the idea that they bury them, like at the ready, sort of thing, is really cool.
Yeah, like they never stop fighting, even in death.
Even in death, we still serve, sort of thing.
And then we see them plug in the tubes up to Warwick, who, I mean, I guess we get. Is he just straight up dead at this point, or is he like just unconscious and regenerating? I presume just unconscious and regenerating.
I assume the latter, because if he's full dead, one would assume that like Singe would comment on it.
Well, maybe he just kickstarts it. He's confident in that he can just re-kickstart him. I guess I don't know. Maybe
He just kicks Warwick's body, and that's all it needs.
Yeah, he just goes.
I mean, it would be practical because, like, I mean, no, not to spoil anything, but we do see
Oh.
like his daughter's alive at the end of the series. So, like,
True. So
he could have used dead Warwick as a test
Base.
subject for all of his curing death things that he's been working on.
For all your curing death needs and accessories. We got your Unguent of Timelessness. We got your Scroll of Resurrection. We got your Scroll of True Resurrection. Now at a 90% discount. We're that crazy at Raymond's Resurrection Remporium.
my only comment on this is Singe plugs tubes into Warwick, and he plugs them into the egg that Victor is, and I'm just gonna say, okay, I just throw my hands up and say, okay, you're science enough to combine these two, even though like this is hyper magic at this point.
just looking at the egg, he's like looking it over. Ah, yes, I believe with the. Where's the HDMI port?
It's just like, where's the X and Y of just like, so I'm gonna I nearly said something that is going to hurt me for a long time, actually, but I'll say it anyway. What happened? He just sticks it into Victor and Warwick and sees what happens. That's all I got for this. That's all I have. Which I've seen several people, I believe it would not surprise me if their EFAP audience on Reddit mentioning it, like, oh yeah, there's no way for Singe to like combine these two and everything. And while it's you could have a problem one way or the other of like Singed being able to combine these two, make the Apex Victor, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of wiggle room considering the characters involved, personally. I find it funny, but I don't have a problem with it because, like, in terms of just science that, say, Singe has been doing for the entirety of the series, combining crazy stuff and, like, working with Hex tech stuff is kind of his thing.
Yeah. I don't really have an issue too much with this.
Yeah, it's magic science. It's magic science.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, alchemy, I would actually probably
What are
put
you,
it
an expert in magic science?
No, I'm an expert in theoretical aura theory.
Yeah, exactly.
For those of you who don't know, that's a reference to Bad Fan Fiction Night, which you can catch every single Friday night at 10 p.m. Trust me. Oh, God, this fanfic that we're wrapping up is really bad, and we'll be taking a hiatus on that. And then the next week after, we'll be starting up Shadow of the Conqueror by Shad Brooks.
Oh,
Right next to me. I have it right next to me.
it's about time.
And I was gonna say, Sean, we're literally at the point where the wizard did it, and kind of, yeah, like if there was more episodes / more seasons, I'd like a more detailed explanation. But like, of all the problems to have in this particular episode, personally, this doesn't even rank in like top 50.
Yeah, okay, we've already look, Singed has earned all of our good graces in this season.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Bro,
I'm just like, sure, man. What the hell?
you do you, man. You do you, man. Do your war crimes. It's frankly what I'm here for.
You
Yeah,
built
do
a
your
magic
war crime.
blood compass. Like, I'm not going to fuck with you.
Unironically, what do you think like Singed uses to describe the magic blood compass? It's just like, so how is this? It's a locator for Warwick. Yeah, but how does it work?
It's a magic
Don't
blood
ask
compass.
questions. Don't ask questions.
Yeah, basically. Although I
Wouldn't
would
it
love
be
him to say
scrying?
that.
Like, isn't that the actual term for using blood to locate things?
I thought
Scrying?
scrying was a more general purpose term.
It depends on the setting, mostly.
Yeah,
And Ryan Carson asks, can I buy stuff to resurrect Fixing Ruby Vernal, Raymond? No, unfortunately, that one's set in stone. However, if you want to immortalize her, you can go down to the link to the shop down below, and you can find things that look very similar to Vernal from Fixing Ruby, but is not for legal reasons. Vernal from Fixing Ruby.
No.
Dude,
For legal reasons, of course not.
dude, if you guys give Raymond $500 total, he'll make it so that there's a Vernal statue, just like Aaron gets her statue.
That's okay. I will do a Vernal statue if you give me $5,000 on my Patreon. We'll just keep upping that money amount, everyone.
Look, you got to wait for me to start my Fixing Ruby, and then I will have every creative decision sold to the highest bidder.
Personally, I think you get to like 6K Patreon goals, Fixing Ruby Season 9, somehow Vernal returned.
I mean, you joke, but
Oh, wow, you
what?
whore.
oh no. Trust me, Volume 9 of Fixing Ruby is gonna be fucking trippy.
I'm
right, because
100%
of
positive. I
Neo
can't wait.
God.
Well, good news, Celtic. There's an Arcane fanfiction where Jinx and Lux are parents to a robot zombie Isha. Link that shit. Link that shit immediately. All right. Look, just because I recognize in universe the importance of Isha's death does not mean that I am not a little bitch and don't want the adorable fanfiction of Jinx and Lux being cute parents. Well, chaotic cute, I should clarify. Anyway, yeah. So Warwick is getting the suck from the Victor egg.
And the Victor Egg is getting the suck from the Warwick.
Oh no, he's not yet. It's not, it's
the full process hasn't happened, but
right.
It's like we get
Andy's got
a
an
nice.
audience. I didn't
Yeah,
know he
we
was
get
into that.
a nice funeral, and I kind of do appreciate that Mbessa and the Noxians are 100% on board with the funeral rites, and just Sin's just like doing my thing, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, dead people, I see them all the time.
Though
It doesn't mean anything.
this comment, by the way, I don't believe. I regret that I couldn't save him, brother. You saved Vander. I'm throwing that out there.
I regret that I couldn't save.
Okay,
I
now
had
my-
in fairness,
my
Vander
ass.
was juiced up to hell and back on Shimmer. Rictus wasn't. Rictus was just a dude who stood face to face with Warwick and lived at least 5 seconds longer than any other person possibly could have.
Yeah.
Fair. At the same time, I find it funny.
A shimmered up Jinx lost to him. So
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
It would have been interesting if instead of that, she had made the call for him not to use his like science on Rictus because she thought it was like too cruel for him to live that way. But I mean, this is fine too, I guess.
That's fair. Again, I just find it funny that when you compare the two, it's just like, I can kind of see it. But
he sent the name of the fan fiction, so I'm just typing that in.
no, understandable as you were, sir. And I actually really like that Mbessa immediately gets all of Rictus's runes and everything else. So
yeah,
that is like
well, that
obviously
also raises
super
the question.
important.
I had thought that the runes were like, even up until just now, like I thought the runes were like just standard equipment for the soldiers. So is it that she's just adding more to her already complete set, or is it like the Russians, where it's like when he dies,
The
you
thing
pick
is,
up his
though,
rifle?
I actually
we don't really see her use any others during the show, as far as I know.
The way that I would actually look at it, and I've seen corroborated online, not in these exact words, but it's sort of like equipment for, like, say, custodies in Warhammer 40k. They have the best of the best of the best, and the reason why there's only like 10,000 of them in a world where billions of people die every day, yada yada, is that you only have the resources to make this for the 10,000. So
Makes
once the
sense.
custodies die, the equipment has to go on. And considering what we see what these runes do, I can totally believe that they're rare.
Okay, yeah,
Fair.
fair enough. Yeah. If you aren't going to let me bring back Vernal, at least let me have Rictus Raymond.
No.
Oh,
Fixing
you
Ruby
can find your
Volume
own
7.
fanfics, man. They're out
Rictus.
there. There's probably a Rictus X Vander fanfic out there. I don't know. You can go,
Hey, yo.
go hog wild. Man. We do not lament a warrior's death. We avenge it. Okay, my issue with this. Shut up!
The
Stop!
entire
We're gonna get
stream goes
copyright
down.
claimed.
The entire stream starts going down.
No, it's like it just starts seeing like torn away, like we get snapped, like the fantasy. No.
No. Like no, better yet, it just plays the fucking Earth's Mightiest Heroes theme. Our world's about to break.
Oh god, I love that song so much.
It's a fucking goated
But-
song, dude.
Your issues, Raymond?
Oh yes, right. And it wasn't an issue. It was just a joke. It's like, okay, so what if they die of like natural causes? Like, we will find cancer and kill it, and then start stabbing the corpse. It's like, take this, blood cancer. We must purge it from his system.
At that point, you better like put your people on a pyre or something. You're not beating the cancer by stabbing it.
Nonsense. This is Noxus.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
have you ever
We
heard
hire
the,
Singe for our like medicine related needs.
that reminds me of like that D&D green tech story where it's just like orcs are named after what the biggest thing they can break, and
Oh, yeah?
like the orc therapist wants to be named Depression.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I love that actually.
That is such a
Fucking
cute
based.
idea, and I'm totally stealing that for Vault Finder. Just
That's glorious. That's glorious. I love that so much.
Just like a Noxian, like I did it. I got revenge on cancer.
So right now it's like, what if their herald, the blood should sustain Victor for a short while? beyond that, it's up to his own will. So, kind of confirming that he's only doing what he can.
Yeah. The only comment that I have is like, you promised a cure to death. No, he promised that he's looking for that, not an exact cure for death overall, as far as we saw, though I might be misremembering their conversation. I rewatched it and I tried my best, but like I couldn't find anything.
Bitch,
Yeah,
do you
that was
know
the-
the
that
different
was, like,
effects
the
a single
end
medication
goal.
have on multiple different types of people? Death is probably far more volatile. I can figure out one for one person.
Yeah, he still hasn't brought back his daughter, so that Mbessa, I get your like pushing, but we all pretty much know the first person that Singed is going to hit the res on.
Yeah. You just see, it's like, oh, do I really have to do? I have to really. And he just like hops up in the air, wings expand. Heroes never die.
I kind of want that fan art now of just like Singed, but in the Mercy pose, no changes to his character art except the wings.
Oh no, and the hips. You have to give him the hips.
Of course, I forgot.
How do you do the Mercy pose without the hips?
Exactly. And now comes dependent on Victor's survival. And it's like, yeah, okay, so he's gone from saying I'm looking for a cure to, yeah, no, I can totally do this, but Victor needs to live.
I can believe that. This is he basically already has all of his hopes on Victor, and considering what we've seen in episodes 6 and everything that they talked about, yeah, Victor is like the catalyst for everything that Singed needs right now. So Singed is just like, please work.
Yeah.
Egg.
Challenge accepted. I don't know. Oh, Eric, what are you doing? Eric, what are you doing? You're scaring me.
So, basically, Victor does the first major transformation that we see, and turns Huck into the first automaton. It starts controlling him. He's a puppet. Hi, Sky. No, they confirmed that Sky was actually
The hex core.
just the hex core.
Yep.
Yes.
It's well, there. I have comments further on it, but we'll talk about when at the very end when Victor fully emerges.
Okay. So basically, after getting shot through the heart, and you're to blamed, he sees everything clearly now. The rain is gone.
Heck. Victor has become the Omnisaya. Weirdly enough, no, actually.
And he's like, you know what? Glorious evolution. We're doing this communism right. Hive mind. We're doing it.
As a fan of Machine Herald Victor, yeah, I still don't like them utilizing Glorious Evolution, but at the same time, as you were, writers, as you were.
Yeah, like this is kind of where I saw his story going overall. It just,
more machiney, less arcane-y.
No, this was just speed run. That was really my issue with it. It's like, you goddamn.
Yeah,
and I did wish, and I kind of liked the organic machine aesthetic, so I'm fine with that, really.
Cool. Or could have been. Well, could have been. Sorry.
Biological and technological.
I sense my
distinctiveness of the
Twilight
added
approaching. The person, the book, or the metaphysical concept.
Well, no, you have to understand.
I always approach.
Twilight is rapidly approaching your location.
No,
You should be afraid.
Oh my god, Twilight doing the Linkara run.
Actually, I actually had the mental image of Twilight doing the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs police run towards someone.
Yeah, both work. And so we get more confirmation that there's an anomaly below the hex gate that's festering. I believe it has the capacity to complete the Doctor's transformation. Okay, important question time. What the fuck was Sallow doing down here?
I never asked that, and now I'm questioning it.
Yeah, it bothered me
right.
because, why was he collecting these? Victor hadn't gone insane by this point. Victor was still really fucking chill when Sallow was gathering all the different supplies. So, Why was
he doing it?
Was the presumption that he was like recharging himself using hex cores, or?
Well, that's the thing. These are like hex crystals, parts of the hex gate, not like hex cores.
Right,
so...
right. I'm using terminology very loosely.
Fair enough, but at the same time, though,
Sallow was too busy being a bitch.
well, yeah, Sallow, why are you here? Actually, like, I'm good. This is gonna be in my mind for the next like week. I swear. Why was Sallow here?
Yeah, does he know?
I
Does
just
he know?
presumed it was a hex core flavor, hex core themed, or hex gem themed, like bento box that he was picking up for Victor. It's like, okay, yeah, nom on this and get your powers back, but that wasn't mentioned at all. You would think that would have come up.
And more than that, considering how important the anomaly comes to be, you're just going there for like a single hex core, and you don't see the potential of the anomaly even in your even in your lesser state. Victor was able to see a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and this is world shattering. So, the way that I see it is like, even with a blindfold on, if you look at something really bright, you can still see it. Not clearly, obviously, but like you can still see it. So why? Victor, why aren't you here already?
Yeah.
You would think you would try to get it again. I don't know.
Well, the only person, quote unquote, guarding it was Jace for that one bit. So
They were like the
Yeah,
only
you
people
are.
that knew about this fucking place.
yeah,
And you have a straight shot to it. It apparently connects right to the slums.
yeah, just have a nice walk, my dude.
Although this makes me wonder, what was he planning to do with it before compared to now?
Well, he wasn't doing anything with it before. It's like, I don't
Yeah,
know what he was. I don't know what Victor's deal is, other than like it was supposed to be curing people, but I don't know. Yeah, what was Sallow doing here exactly? It's like
If Sala was helping Victor create the hex trap, no, actually, that doesn't come up.
you know what the hex trap is, right?
I'm probably being stupid right now, but
It's a fandom joke.
oh,
If that tells you anything.
Oh,
okay, now I see it.
I get it. I get it.
There you go.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
I
can see it.
love that you took that so seriously. It's like that never came up, and I'm like, it would never have come up. Well, okay, maybe at the jail cell scene it would have come
All right,
up.
all right. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
All right, but yeah, that's just a question for thought. But now he's like, okay, I believe we can get there and complete the Doctor's transformation. And it's like, this will allow you to evolve others. In theory, but just as attack has done its work. I do not have the strength to overcome the defense he will raise against me.
What defense?
He doesn't, like, literally the problem that's going to be here is you're going to go in, cause problems, and then he's going to raise a defense when you cause the problems. Just walk in and get the thing.
My dude,
Yeah.
and even when we see in episode 9, the only person who is standing ready at the hex gate is Jace.
It's Jace.
So,
Have you
So
seen
like
that
he
hammer?
already.
It's hammer time. I can't fight
yeah, but I
that.
have a gun.
No, hammer time. I can't fight that. You can hammer it up.
Oh my god. Oh, hammer down. Sorry.
I get that reference.
And yeah, the strength of you comes. Victor, you're the one that causes. Like, I will evolve all those willing and all those not willing, but that's later. And I guess I have to question something within Bessa here. You're willing to basically give your soldiers over to. I'm sorry, a man is literally going and floating.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a better shot of this.
It's look at that face that Bessa is making.
It's like,
she gives her entire armory for this.
Yeah,
shit.
it's like, I don't know if I should have agreed to this.
I'm about to go.
Like, Bessa, you hate mages. This is a lot of magic, crazy shit happening right now, and you're basically giving.
You are becoming not a mage. You are becoming a literal automaton for a mage.
You are reducing your free will, which I doubt either Mbessa or Singe, the two big players on this faction, would like to have their agency being taken away.
You know what? Now, to be fair, Singed seems to have made a deal.
Okay.
Singed, I think, has some understanding of what the fuck is going on. I don't think he's really all that terrified by what's going on here. I think he's like, yeah, so that's what it looks like. It's a little wacky, but
the question for Singed is like, does he know what's going to come on? Because I sincerely doubt he is fine with effectively his entire free will being taken away and that of his daughter when Victor ascends.
Well, I was thinking
He's leaving the fuck around stage. He's entering the find out.
Well, more so,
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
With him, it's like, if you resurrect my daughter, I'll help you, and you're going to do this on a voluntary basis. So I don't have anything to worry about. I won't ascend, but my daughter will be alive. Everything hunky dory.
That's true. It's I just my memory caught back up to me after I've had a stressful day. But anyway, the thing about it is that you can easily say that it's based entirely on Victor will ascend those willing, and it's not until like halfway through episode 9 that he forces even the unwilling, right?
Yeah, it's basically he's taking Victor on goodwill, and then Victor kind of, doesn't.
Yeah, Victor goes a bit cuckoo on the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, if he's not already. I mean, to be fair, he got shot through the chest, so understandable to some degree. But
and Jason's to blame. He gave Love a very bad name.
Yes, the shippers would.
I'm sorry. Of course.
But then we cut ahead to basically what happened after the explosion, where Vi is only very, very faintly conscious, and Caitlyn and Jace get her out of there.
So, do you want to? So, should we talk about Isha's explosion?
I'm glad you refined that. I was like, what? Multiple what?
Isha's explosion, because I'm bringing this up for Devil's Advocates and everything. The explosion happens. Isha is vaporized. It doesn't kill any of the heroes despite the size of it. It kills enough, basically, not a red shirt Noxians for them to get out and then get all the way to Piltover and not seriously harm anyone. And I say that because, like, you can say, oh, Vi had 3 doctors and they're working really hard. Same time, though, she does not display the injuries of someone who barely made it out. She's fighting an entire war tomorrow and basically in perfect health.
Well, the thing is, they never give us an exact information about what the explosion really looks like.
We see it from the distance, and it's the size that is causing me to bring it up with Devil's Advocacy, because it wasn't a case of like say everyone is like on the north side, everyone's on the south side, and they meet in the center and duke it out. No, it's Vi, Kate, Jace, and Co. in the middle with a rampaging Warwick, and the last time that we see Isha in particular with Warwick, I'm trying to the best way to describe this
geologically. Okay, there's some sediment. There's yes, a little bit of
I get it. I say bad things, I know. But Jinx was tossed away by Warwick, and she was running towards Isha when the boom happened. But
the big boom.
Well, I was going to say the best comparison I have is the aftermath of the missile being sent into the council chamber, which I thought that opening scene of this season was actually really well done, and it gave us a beautiful visualization for where everyone was and why they all wound up the way they were. Comparatively, we get nothing like that. We get no after action report on like who was where when during this moment and how were they affected.
Yeah, outside of Vi and for Vi in particular, the injury that she got in episode 6 that we really saw was she got like cut across the chest by a Noxian blade, right? So that's a big thing there. The explosion itself, again, to use devil advocacy, it basically gave the heroes an easy out in a situation where they were surrounded by the enemy. Do you guys agree or have any issues with that
Yeah.
assessment?
Because I've seen that explosion. I've seen that explosion like 4 times.
Yeah.
And each time I was like, okay, it was a very emotional scene, but what exactly did it accomplish?
Yeah.
And
There's more Noxians in the back of the ship, so
yeah, it's like it seems like, oh, this isn't the final battle. We need to
Reposition.
postpone.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the explosion of the aftermath of what was his name, Echo and Jinx's fight in season 1, kind of, where it's all
Mhm.
like,
Well,
okay, yeah, we have to cut
at
away
least
because,
for-
of course.
at least that for particular one, you can give it a bit more because like at the end of that particular fight, Jinx needed to be like given all the shimmer in the world to survive, and a cool audio cue is that you do hear like a tink, a sort of thing of like Echo hitting the grenade away, and even then, Echo still has like a leg injury when
Yeah,
Hammerdinger finds him. So it's the fact that Vi is the only one that was bedridden is where I'm coming from. Like if Caitlyn and Jinx were sporting more bandages, I guess I'd have a bit more going for it, but.
Vi is just a mummy for the end of the series.
oh my
Honestly, yeah.
god.
The
Yeah.
no, I am more and more on the team of like that was just a really lazily done get out of jail free card. I would have rather there have been like a smaller force of Noxians,
Mhm.
instead of like the large army that was there. I don't know how you would have wiggled that around, but I've already shifted a lot around by this point in any kind of rewrite.
Mhm.
Mr. Mystic Master says Vi had to be bedridden so Jinx can be sad in jail alone. I don't think that's actually the case.
I don't agree with that personally. It's like, let's be 100% honest. I don't think any of us would say, "Oh, Jinx being sad and depressed after these particular set of events." That's totally out of character, guys.
Yeah. Also, I think it's just
Yeah,
more
what?
two characters put in different places. I think it's like they weren't in consideration in tandem with one another until that moment came up.
Yeah, I think that Raymond's comment on give us a visualization of the explosion like in episode 1 would have gone a long way.
Vi had to be bedridden. Sorry. I heard a rumor that Vi was originally supposed to die at the end of season 2. I've seen. I don't know if it was fan art or concept art to that effect. But I guess we'll talk about
Oh,
that.
I didn't hear about that.
Bring that back up during our discussion of the
Episode 9.
finale.
Yeah.
So Vi wakes up, and it's our good buddy Loris
Shieldman.
I was
Loris.
doing a gag. His name is
Oh my bad.
I was gonna say yes. This is actually the first time in this series where his name is actually said by another.
Oh
character.
yeah,
And
true.
then we get this moment where she confuses him for Vander, and it legitimately pisses me off because like you have done nothing with this guy.
Oh yeah, this first time he's talked too.
No, he's talked before, but like the
It's
first
been in grunts
substantial conversation, yeah. And it's not even that.
Yeah, I have an issue with his final line in this particular scene.
Oh, so if Vi wasn't KO'd, she'd be cool with Jinx being arrested and would just let it happen. I think Jinx would have been able to talk her down.
I unironically think Jinx would have been like she's the one that gave herself up,
Yeah,
and
and
just as much as Vi would want to bitch and moan. Let's be 100% honest. If Jinx is the one that's pushing for it, what's Vi gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say a recreation in brief for you is like, I'm turning myself in. What? You can't do that. It's like, we'll arrest you then. Take her down to the dungeons. Caitlyn, you can't do that. No, Vi. I deserve it. Please. Just
I'm
let
gonna
it
say it.
happen.
I want this scene.
I do too. And it speeds us past like
listen,
half of that
guys.
jail.
Like I said, $3,000, and we get that fixing. All right.
Yeah,
We should
but
just keep increasing it by like $1,000 increments as we go.
yeah, like Loris is confused for Vander. Cool.
All right.
Anything else?
It's like,
Anything
can we
with that?
get
Not-
more on him to actually make that work?
Yeah, does Vi have like a, is living every white girl's, lifestyle and having like a daddy thing? I
Okay,
don't
I
know.
forgot. Everybody here is so young. Duke was originally supposed to die in the original animated G.I. Joe, but after the death of Octopus Prime, they said
Octopus
no go.
Prime, bro.
Okay, sorry. Is there a new Beast Wars coming out I haven't heard about?
my lord.
I clearly have been watching the wrong Hasbro cartoons growing up because I just watched Transformers. I clearly been missing some
Kelsey,
good
have you heard the
TV.
theory that Echo was going to save Isha through time travel? I have not, and I don't believe it.
That sounds pretty
no.
fake.
Vi
This is
dying,
great.
Vi dying, I believe. Isha being saved through time travel, no.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty fucking fake.
Also, they have like full on like modern blood transfusions. I suppose that is just how ancient are blood transfusions?
I mean, bloodletting is like the first medical
I am
technique.
optimal.
blood
for life.
I imagine
transfusions,
putting blood back in would
the-
be like the second or third thing they figured out.
It's
to-
our enemy
to-
Squiditron.
To answer your question, actually, the first recorded blood transfusion took place in 1667 when the French physician Jean Denis, I'm not going to be able to, transferred sheep blood into a 15-year-old boy. It was followed by a successful human-to-human blood transfusion the next year.
It's successful.
Damn.
This didn't work. Well, you did use sheep.
Well, let's be 100% honest. The sheep probably had an issue.
Yeah, but that might have some. That might have
I was
something
gonna
to
say
do with
like
it.
what the it's like okay, so that we fixed the problem, but now the boy is bleeding. Like he's bleeding again? No, bleating with a T.
Dude, Octopus's prime arch enemy, Squiditron.
Thank you for reading out what I read out like 3 minutes ago.
Oh, I think it cut out on my end. So I didn't-
Kaiser's Biden moment. It's okay. It's okay.
what the fuck? No. This is a mechanical problem. It's a scout.
It's a mechanical problem.
Oh,
You
guys,
say- it says the
Octopus's
robot.
prime arch enemy, Squiditron.
Fuck. Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Thank that thick noggin of yours. Don't talk so like you guys are not. I mean, you're kind of friends, but like we know nothing about you or your personality. I don't know who Loris is other than he doesn't like tyranny and he's a bro when it comes down to being in a boxing ring. And
Yeah.
and
we
Cal,
needed
are
to
you okay? You just like you disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
But to answer the question for this particular scene, we really needed to see the fallout between these two in was it episode 4 or 5 with
Five.
like
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was in a music video, but like more substance, please.
Yeah, I
They
want to know. What
clearly
the friendship
wanted
was
to
like.
make him like remind her of Vander and like, oh, you're not my dad. I don't need you. But then it's
You're
like
not my
it was
dad.
in an original script and then they cut it and then they forgot that they had the payoff, but they didn't do like there wasn't the progress. You know what I mean?
It's just
Yeah.
no Critter back. No, Critter has never left. She's always been here with us in spirit.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
But yeah, it's like it's so
Critter, have you been muted this whole time?
that would be like the greatest plot twist ever.
And something I obviously like, she's only concerned about Kate and Jinx, but the issue that I have right here is that Laura says Caitlyn wanted to be here to tell you herself. Dude, please phrase that better.
Yeah,
That's
like
not a
that
big
sounds like
move.
she's dead, and it's like not great.
Well, he wouldn't know that she wanted to be here if she was dead. Like that I don't get
the way
dead
you
vibes.
the way you
it-
approach this, and you would have had time to think about it because you've obviously been here a while. Is Kate is fine, Jinx is fine,
Jinx is, but there's something
Caitlyn
we have to
has
say.
something to talk to you about involving Jinx. I'm going to go get her. You stay right here. We'll be right back. After these messages.
After
and then
these
you have a
messages.
After
I
the
knew
little
someone was
popcorn
gonna
bucket
say it.
walks by. Loris, that might be the first time his name is said out loud.
She mentions it as she's coming to. So
Is his name Loris because he's named after a slow Loris?
Probably.
it surprised me.
And so we get to see now
cute
the
friend.
battle format. Noxus has 5 ships.
No, really rephrase that. Mbessa has 5 ships.
Right, and Bessa has 5 ships.
Which is strange because of how many characters are in the show to pair together, but teach their own. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
So we see Caitlyn strategizing with Maddie, and it's like, no, maybe we can negotiate. And Caitlyn's like, that ain't fucking happening. It's like she'll burn Piltover to the ground for my betrayal. And
What?
Well, no, to be fair, Caitlyn did betray her.
Yeah,
But burning
but
Piltover to the ground is not a smart plan by any means.
no.
And Mbessa is smarter than that. Okay,
Yeah, she has nowhere else to go.
hunting down and executing all of House Kierman, probably understandable for what happened. Not, obviously not agreeable by my measure, but you get what I'm talking about.
Ryan,
Overreaction.
Ryan Carson, Iron Man. Not a great plan.
Not
Not a great
plan.
point.
So already we're running into the problem of like, why is there an attack happening on the fucking city? How do they know there's going to be an attack now that I think about it? Is it they just know there's 5 ships that are coming slowly towards them?
The boss bar started loading for the raid, so
Oh my god.
guys, the boss music procced early. There's gonna be a boss fight. Everyone start prepping.
you see Mbessa talking to her second in command. You started the boss music too early. You gave up our position.
And then the new Rictus leans over and it's like, you upset the Empress's new groove.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. And Caitlin's like, I need a plan. And it's like, oh, no shit. You're getting invaded and you need a plan to defend yourself? Yes, of course. Thank you for stating the obvious.
And door opens, and the first thing that Vi says is arrested, and my audible response to this was, no shit.
Yes.
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry, Vi. You were trying to kill her. Did you forget you were a hit squad trying to kill her? Are you surprised that she got arrested? I'm sorry. That's fucking merciful by comparison.
More than that, you have to remember, Vi, your sister killed Caitlyn's mom.
If anything, this is so fucking reserved on Caitlyn's part. If I were in Caitlyn's position
Honestly?
and she had killed one of my living loved ones, yeah, I would probably be very tempted to take the fucking shot myself.
Honestly, probably the only reason why she's waited to actually do that is probably because the looming threat on the horizon anyway.
Well, it's something that I don't think is fully discussed of just between Caitlyn, like, yeah, I might hate this person. However, they make really fucking great bombs. And they're very useful.
Yeah, you'd think
Like,
that she would execute.
Maybe she
Now,
pulls
here's the
a
hot take.
Cecil from Invincible.
I don't think in a cold-blooded situation, Caitlyn would execute Jinx.
No.
I think that is exclusively
No.
a hot-blooded situation, like they're in deep combat with one another. I could see it there, but I do not see Caitlyn pulling a, Vietnam photograph on Jinx, all right? I don't see that whatsoever.
There's the simple thing of stopping, because like obviously she cares for Vi, and despite her complicated feelings with Jinx, killing her outright on the eve of what is going to be a war and having Vi, one of their best warriors, pissed at you probably isn't best for logistics. And even subconsciously, Caitlyn go like, yeah, nah, I'm not wasting this opportunity / pissing this person off.
Well, no, not only that, but like I just think morally, Caitlyn actually has a boundary. I don't think that she'd be willing to do it in cold blood, and I think that's what we were actually exploring early in the season, with her like visualizing Jinx just standing in the garden. I think she envisioned her raising her weapon at her to give an excuse.
Yeah.
She wanted some justification
Love
to
that
do it,
scene.
but she couldn't do it without a justification. And I think that carries through.
The only thing to like add on to something like that is this should really be brought up and like talked about with the characters, but this is the second to last episode, and there's a lot of other stuff that they're getting to, so we got to push through and leave.
Yeah, it's
frankly really juicy, really good conversations on the cutting room floor.
Don't worry, there's going to be a juicy conversation later between.
Oh my god!
I also just
I saw
remembered,
that coming.
like, it wasn't even just killing.
Kaiser,
Yeah,
are you?
Sorry, I can hear myself.
Oh,
it's
Kaiser.
Wait, no, it's not me. I haven't been echoing this whole time.
Testing.
Testing. Okay, it's fixed. Oh my god, I totally
That
forgot.
might be my fault.
Caitlyn. Oh, Jinx like kidnapped her naked in her bathroom at the
Oh yeah,
end
we forgot
of,
about
right.
that.
like, last season. So it's not even just the mom.
Okay, but
beef.
Caitlyn
like,
was
there
into
was
that.
a lot.
Oh my god.
Stop that. We have Billy Donuts. I'm going to eat this donut instead of hearing this particular conversation.
What are you talking about? There was a donut involved in that situation too. Anyway.
Oh, shut the fuck
man.
up.
Oh god.
Yeah, when in
Jesus.
doubt, blame Kaiser. Jesus, yeah, you guys.
Well, it
just
was
keep
him
blaming
last
shit on
week,
me.
so
Yeah, well, my headphones weren't broken last week, so that could be why.
Also, we were watching a video, and I don't have my headphones right now because fucking my brother took them without asking me.
The answer, by the way, Ryan, is chloroform.
You should have gotten them back.
Yeah, how did Caitlyn? No, Jinx. Okay, look, we got to get over this. When you kidnap someone, you're already like in the shitter when it comes down to morals. Dressing someone while they're naked when you kidnap them. That's actually really nice on Jinx's part. she didn't have to do that.
Her, right?
She could have rolled Caitlyn out to the party table completely buck-ass naked and given Vi an early look at all the goods. But no, she didn't.
Wait, but here's the thing. Like that in that scene, Vi was supposed to choose between her and Jinx. So that would have made the decision easier. So if anything, that was a power move on her part.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, long story short, saying arrested 100% accurate. Like, come on. Why are you
Absolutely
surprised?
reasonable.
Why are you surprised?
And also, like, Maddie tries to, like, turn her away, but, like, Caitlyn's like, yeah, no, I can handle this. So Maddie leaves. And, of course, the fandom thinks... you're supposed to think that this is a lover's quarrel thing, but it's just that Maddie... I mean, we get this shot of Maddie listening anyway, and it's like, this confirmed to me, yeah, no, Maddie's totally a bad guy.
Yeah.
It's like I still had my doubts, but, like, that was like a, why are you listening? I don't get the feeling that you guys are actually that close, you and Caitlyn. Knowing you'd never have done the same... Wait, what was that?
She saved your life knowing you'd never do the same for her, and Caitlyn tries to interrupt with, if you could calm down for 1 second.
Yeah, just calm down for a second, Vi. Literally, she's spared her life. She had the option of murdering her. I mean, that part of your plan. Yeah, so now they're arguing about what happened during episode 6. So
And it's like...
Volume 6.
So,
I heard that.
Volume 6, the
I
comment
gotta
that I
really
had for this line was like, since you can't trust her enough to shove her in a box. Yes.
Yeah, you literally can't. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you forget Did that blast make you forget what happened last season?
Yeah, I'm like, for as much as I had a problem, I say that she wouldn't be able to kill Jinx in a cold-blooded situation. You did almost shoot a child, Caitlyn, during the hot-blooded situation. If things were gonna pop off, I think it was probably wise of I not to tell you.
It's the section of like, obviously, like neither of them trust neither of them would trust the other when it comes to like Jinx and Caitlyn's relationship. But like, Vi is being really indignant about this when it's kind of obvious why Caitlyn would do the things.
Everyone here is wrong. It's like, and they should understand each other at this point. With all we know about them, is like, all right, Vi, you should understand that Jinx being arrested is unreasonably reasonable. Like, it is like, paradoxically one of the most like kind things that could happen to her at this point. And Caitlyn, you should understand exactly why Vi would not tell you that Jinx was involved in the plan, because of what happened at the end of episode 3. Why are you both being dipshits? You are both smarter than this.
It feels too much like manufactured drama. Yes, is there a way for this conversation to get heated like this, considering like the comment later with Vi pointing out that Dracula Curaman came out after she talked with Mbessa. Yeah, that's an issue, but like, guys, please talk to each other like the adults you actually are.
Yeah.
But you didn't see how our relationship changed in episode 5 and 6.
Well, of course, yes. I didn't see that at all. I really wanted to actually see that conversation in episode 6. Holy shit, it's one of my biggest issues.
She wasn't there for my benefit. You didn't trust me to follow through. Yes, Caitlyn!
No.
You literally, the last time you and Vi had talked, you butted her in the stomach.
So the thing about this is, like, you're both idiots because, like, yes, I didn't trust you for this obvious reason. Also, Vi, if you had this contingency plan for if Caitlyn wasn't going to follow through, you submitted to her and Mbessa.
Yeah.
About that, Vi, why are you being a dumb fuck? They're both idiots.
Children, please. You're both awful.
The next thing that's obviously going to that got a laugh out of me instantly. By the way, like, how long were you saddled up with that like self-serving war pig? And the next line,
she
oinked poison
in your ear. Yeah, that one,
oh my god,
like,
I forgot that was a line.
Yeah, that one stuck out to me as like,
that's a good line.
I get the like pig analogy, but I legitimately just lost it when I heard that.
But like, visually it doesn't work in my head. Like, oinking poison. Like, is there a pig out there that's just spitting poison when it oinks? Like,
yeah, Mbessa.
Oh my god.
You'd think that they would have used a poisonous. Like, I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it reminds me of like a lot of the bad Wish lyrics, like, I let you live here for free and I don't even charge you rent, like, as if those are two different, you know what I mean?
Things, yeah.
And so
yeah.
we had a joke in our comments like, oh, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Cross, and that's what this reminds me.
Well, that's an actual
idiom.
That's
yeah.
And I love it. It's like one of my favorite like mixed idioms ever. But like,
yeah, that's the way to do it, right? This I don't know. This stood out to me as like, pigs are not really associated with being poisonous. Filthy, yes, but poisonous, no.
The next part was you just ate it, and I was still on the previous line. It was like, do you eat out of your ear, Caitlyn?
Oh, that's not where your teeth are. I hope.
I had the mental, as soon as I saw it, like, I had the mental image of Caitlyn, like, banging a plate of spaghetti with the side of her head to eat it.
It feels like that belongs in fucking Hook.
I don't know.
You guys are taking this metaphor too literally, but like, it needs to make sense though, like, for it to be a good metaphor. You know what I mean?
And it's mixing two different metaphors together. That's what this is.
Like, we're perfect. Like, again, also, this isn't an issue. We just find it funny, and we can point out, like, yeah, that probably needed a redraft. Because we all
Yeah.
get the idea.
No, it because like she didn't draft it more than once.
Okay, no,
Oh
I,
my
It's
God.
what
great.
I was gonna say is
Mr. Vi
so then the
spitting
result
her
you have
truth.
here is Caitlyn busting a gut
Mhm.
at that line. Like
Yeah.
that's how I would have resolved it because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And
It's
like,
like,
but what they
please.
wanted
Then the
here,
scene ends in a punching match.
yeah, what they wanted here though was the big moment of Caitlyn admitting that she'd been led astray. But she really
And-
hadn't. She seemed like cognizant of what Ambessa was doing the entire time.
You want to know the best
Yeah.
part?
What?
To my memory, and correct me if I'm wrong, Caitlyn never like pieces together that it was Mbessa in charge of the Memorial Day attack. That's not a factor in this betrayal.
God, can you imagine the moment where it's like
Oh,
you want to know the
shit.
truth? You want to know the truth, Vi? I knew from day 3 that Mbessa was behind that attack. Like, and everything that I have done so far has been walking her into a corner, and now it's all blown up in my face. Everything that I have done has been trying to lead her exactly where I want her, and I tripped at the finish line.
Ooh.
That would be amazing as a moment of
Yeah.
I'd
it
love
shows
that.
that she's incredibly intelligent. She did her legwork. She wasn't fooled by the bullshit. She knew, like, it makes so much sense for Mbessa to have done these things. And, like, I was, just this so close. And then you show back up. You and your sister show back up. And somehow you both have the magic ability to ruin everything.
Yeah.
And that kind of frustration. And you know what I did? I was still merciful. Because, by God, I care about you, and you care about her, and I am not going to tear that away from anyone. Like, she
Despite what Jinx,
yeah.
but despite what Jinx did.
Yes.
Okay, but Raymond,
Hey, so-
have you considered these nuts?
I was going to say, hey, Raymond, are you like a writer or something? Because this is really
That's too like super genius 10 steps ahead heist movie bullshit.
No, it depends on the execution. I
Yeah,
think, honestly, execution would be everything in there, because what you would want it to be is not that there is one major overarching plan necessarily, although it could have like a larger end game that's kind of nebulous of like, take her down. It's a more or less a series of small steps, and it's kind of like a dance more so, where maybe Mbessa has an idea that Caitlyn understands what's going on, or maybe she doesn't. Like, you could play with that as well. So, like, you could have these two very intelligent characters trying to outmaneuver one another while seemingly cooperating with each other. Like, that's kind of how I would like to angle it.
And you just need to sprinkle a bit more scenes / a few things here and there during the episodes leading up to this.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't do much for Caitlyn's characterization.
Oh, no, it makes her not a dumb fuck.
Yeah, I
Because-
know. I know it takes away everything she is.
She's not. She is at worst naive at times to when it comes down to the underbelly, but when it comes to nobility and politic, she seems to actually have a pretty good grasp on that, and combined with her intellectual prowess when it comes down to investigating, I think she'd have an idea about what happened, especially after going through the rough and tumble areas. I think she'd have like a big grasp on things.
You'd start out with a detective angle of her figuring it out, and then lead into the more politic of it.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we got? The only thing Jinx cared about was getting you to safety. Then she just surrendered. I didn't even have time to think before they hauled her off, which that I do have a trouble with that line. It's like, no, Caitlyn,
Ow.
you had time afterwards, didn't you? You could get her out of jail if you really wanted to. Just say, no, they hauled her off.
You're
Just-
you're still the
you're still in
effective
charge.
commander in chief.
Out of sight, out of mind. She just forgot.
A
She kind of forgot about Jinx and being in jail.
Shut up, Kaiser.
But realistically, like she could have ordered, "Hey, bring Jinx to the house after Vi wakes up," but she did not do it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a line coming up. That
Also, this is Vi waking up, so
I was gonna say she's being held in
Well-
the bunker while I decide what to do. I was waiting for you to recover.
I guess she
Hold on
wanted
to that.
Vi's input, but like,
We'll hold on to that for the next scene, I think.
Well, there's Kate. She's changed. It's like, Vi. Yeah, thank you. This is like a sensible. We can't erase our mistakes, and it's like Jinx has made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like who decides who gets a second chance? Jinx is on her like 25th chance. Like Vi, you recognize this.
Jinx's
I feel.
second
Yeah, I was about to
chance
say.
was the minute that she met you down in the slums again, because she
Yeah.
actually got the spark of my sister is alive. Oh my god, we can repair.
And I get what the scene is trying to accomplish, but with how rushed it is, it comes off like Vi is a mouthpiece for the writers trying to get Jinx into full hero mode for the next episode.
Yeah, it does. It feels like it's trying to stumble into that. It's
I
frustrating.
do wonder if it would have been more interesting if it was the other way. Like, if Caitlyn's like, okay, I know she's done some bad things, but like we're in a war. She could, like, if one of you guys said earlier, like,
Yeah.
oh, she can make me
Yeah.
my bombs. Like, have Caitlyn be the one a
Yeah.
little bit too enthusiastic to be like, well, you know, she can pay off her sentence by helping out with the war.
Look,
and Vi
Vi,
being
you need
like,
to
"What the
understand
fuck,
she's really
bestie?"
good at killing mothers. She's
She's
really good at
Like,
killing
she'll get
parental
Mbessa.
figures.
She's got a she's 0 for 5.
Wait, is it 0 for 5? So we got
I just threw out
Silco.
that I literally just threw out that number.
Well, I was gonna say Vander Silco. Then we've obviously got Caitlyn's
Marcus
mom.
from the
Marcus,
first season. He's a
so
parent.
that's
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Do we have a 5th? Can we get a 5th? Was he the fat guard at the prison? Was he a father or something?
Yeah, we gotta figure this
She's
out.
got a parent killer buff, like it's a video game. Like, one of Jinx's passive is one of her passives is patricide.
yeah.
A sentence commute to
Who
community
decides who
service.
gets a second chance? Well, everyone gets it once Twilight finishes writing it.
Yeah.
Hey,
This is how
One
you
day.
do promotion.
but like next episode, not
Next scene.
scene, Caitlyn comes down to give food to Jinx, and I have the same question that I had for episode 1 with the council scenes with Jace. Where is Vi?
That's a good. Yeah,
I-
why didn't they come
Wha-
together?
And it's the fact that they were the next scene. It's the next scene from when Kate literally says, like, I was waiting for you to wake up. Functionally, I was waiting for you to wake up, and so I can make my choice, sort of thing.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know how you would structure it, but can you imagine this being a weird mirror of the party scene at the end of season 1, where it's the 3 of them sitting down and actually having a conversation, and there's a chance now for them to actually reason with Jinx. They can actually talk it out with Jinx, and it's like it's a healing moment for all 3 of them. Like they all kind of come to an understanding because in some ways Caitlyn is being brought into the family because she's, she and Vi, that sort of thing. And then later, Vi and Caitlyn can leave and go off somewhere private, like at least a clean hallway somewhere. You know?
For what's about to happen.
Yeah, like
And,
not a fucking jail cell.
God, that made me so uncomfortable. I was like, why are you doing it here?
We'll get into it. There's several things with that scene that we all have to talk about, but with how, just like not even speaking like entire seasons, just between scenes with how passionate that Vi was to defending Jinx. Why isn't she here?
Yeah, why? Like You would think that she would have gotten down because she left before Caitlyn. You would think she would have gotten down here before her.
Caitlyn says later during the scene that I thought I'd find you down here. So,
Well, obviously she didn't want to come down right now.
still.
Sorry, Kate and Vi can't help Jinx because Echo has to save her because time bomb. That's not fair, but also
That's not an
kinda
answer.
fair.
I
That's-
think it's almost the reverse. Like that they couldn't help Jinx because they wanted Caitlyn and Vi to be alone. But
Yeah,
that's
no,
all.
We'll get to
I'm
that in a
actually,
second.
Yeah,
We'll get-
well, I actually don't mind the idea that Kate and Vi are just one step for Jinx, and Echo is the one that kind of brings it home.
Yeah.
But that would require more scenes with Echo and Jinx, and I wish we would have
Yeah.
had that in arcs 1 and 2 to some
It's
degree.
Right.
it's why I personally don't like Time Bomb. I like Echo and Powder,
Yes.
but Echo and Jinx, I tilt my head at. I'll fully admit.
Well, we should have had much more of them in season 1 if they were going to set this up.
Yeah.
Well, there was, and then they cut it.
Oh yeah,
And
true.
I
It was going
don't
to
know
be
why.
the reason why Jinx calls Echo boy savior is because there was apparently a scene where Echo tries to save Jinx from Silco but fails.
No freaking way. I didn't know
They
Yeah.
about
cut it.
that.
They cut it though.
Oh, damn. Because
That's
like
crazy.
that would have been great for their relationship if they're going to go this hard on the concept of Jinx and Echo or Powder and Echo. They should have kept that scene in. That scene should have been vital for this.
What's the
I
shipment
think
for
Echo was
and
like
Powder?
almost the first victim of stuff getting cut.
Powdered
You know what I
Damn.
mean?
My boy.
No,
my boy got done
Hourglass.
dirty.
Oh, I like that.
That makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
that's nice.
Yeah. I'm glad I figured that out. Anyway, so we see that she's come. Caitlyn, for undescribed reasons, has come down here alone and has delivered a dinner to, or a lunch or something to Jinx. We see that Jinx hasn't eaten the one from before. And then, okay, if you're here to kill me, make sure to finish the job. It's been some time. It's like, you think that it would have happened sooner.
You're in a
I mean,
cell.
I feel like I see this more as like Jinx kind of goading Caitlyn to doing it, not like saying that.
That's not how I would goad someone to kill me.
Yeah.
Because that's just
I
like, it's literally just showing my hand. It's like, I want you to kill me. Which is going to make them want to kill me less, potentially.
If
Because
they
I
hate me.
want it. So,
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like when somebody's trying to choke you, and I'm all like, harder.
yeah, exactly. It makes it awkward for everyone. And
Yeah,
that
very
got
quickly.
Cal. I just saw you wrinkle there.
Yeah.
But then like Kate's like, yeah, Vi can't accept what you and I both know. There are no happy endings. And it's like, okay, hold the fuck on. Stop. Also, oh god, yeah, Jinx, stop that with your nail. Oh, that always gets me for some reason.
Ugh.
She's probably so ashy too.
Yeah. Give her a shower, for Christ's sakes.
No, give her some lotion. Give her some aloe vera at least.
Payback for when she got kidnapped in the shower.
Ah,
Oh my
true.
god, she didn't
true.
get to moisturize.
I'm giving you this one chance to account for your actions, all the pain you've caused. Stop that nails. No amount of good deeds can undo our crimes. Okay, and like it's just so Caitlyn is basically offering, hey, if you help us during this war effort, things won't be fixed. Great pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand this idea that in order to be a good person, you have to be absolutely crystal clean. And the moment that you get a bad splotch on your record, you are just tainted forever. And that blotch will never go away, and you can never redeem from
there are
that.
there are convicted murderers out there that have served their time in prison, come out,
Yeah.
and they actually are a benefit to society. They've reformed.
It's a bad telling of what's the not like a good deed won't wash away the bad, but no, a bad won't wash away all the good.
Doctor Who says you have a whole pile of good and you have a whole pile of bad, and they don't necessarily even out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like
it's a proven fact that if you give somebody the opportunity to do good, not just send them out to sink or swim, but actually give them the lifeboat and the ability to go out and do good, they will accomplish that good.
Yeah.
You have to give them the opportunity, though.
Robbie Rose, the Oscar Wilde quote, which, by the way, Oscar Wilde has, like, that man just, he in Churchill.
Quote machine.
Quote machines. Every saint has a past, every sinner has a future. And it's a beautiful, simple saying, but it's great.
And I think it comes down to the fact of, like, what is Caitlyn trying to achieve with this? Is she trying to, like,
absolutely? Because Mystic Master says, I think Kate just wants Jinx to admit some guilt or something, not to fight alongside them. I don't know, honestly.
I mean,
what would that accomplish, though?
It wouldn't surprise me. At the same time, what is that accomplishing?
Well, I guess if you're trying, I guess this would you can only see accomplishing something if you think like, oh, she's trying to get like, this is Caitlyn trying to get some kind of satisfaction from hearing Jinx admit that she did wrong. But if at that point, I feel like her saying that she wants Caitlyn to kill her would be enough. I don't know.
Well, I think I don't know. I think this is maybe Caitlyn trying to reason her own animosity towards Jinx. Like, there is something here. Like, I don't dismiss this scene that there's nothing to accomplish here. I think this is Kate, like, basically venting. She doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's thinking. And emotionally, she's trying to work out this knot in her gut. And I can kind of like this scene on that front. It's just there's a lot around it that feels like...
Yeah, it's just that the rhythm is kind of off. Like, it wouldn't... I think it'd probably be like, okay, at first she is trying to propose that, like, trying to convince Jinx to basically help them in the war effort. And then Jinx refuses and says, you may as well just put a bullet in my head or whatever, roadblocks me. And then Caitlyn out of frustration, says all this stuff about, like, you have to do something to be held accountable for what you did. You can't just walk away from all of this.
That
or something along those lines.
And then later Jinx says, watch me.
Possible, but the thing that comes to me next is, like, I didn't know your mom was there. It probably wouldn't have made a difference, but I'll be 100% honest when I say this. No, it definitely wouldn't have made a difference, because at the time, like, Jinx hated Caitlyn for, like, in her eyes, stealing Vi away from her. So knowing that her like Kat's mom was in that building, wouldn't that make her more likely to ult the building?
Possibly. Like, I was gonna say, like, I do like the line of, like, it really wasn't personal. It was just happenstance. I couldn't possibly have known.
Right.
Who is making?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it was good.
I'm hearing clicking.
What?
Who's doing the clicking noises?
I wasn't doing anything in the mysterious.
That might have been me. I was freaking flossing. Whatever. Sorry.
Why are you flossing into your microphone?
We already have the nails, man.
I thought I muted.
Stop doing things.
I thought you were just cracking your knuckles.
Oh my god, those are some plasticky knuckles. Mystic Master says something else. We can't erase our crimes, but Kate is not going to face any consequences while Jinx is going to be in jail. What are Kate's consequences for her crimes? That's a good question too. Caitlyn never faces
that's a fair one.
comeuppance for what she did.
She kind of gets over her dictator arc pretty scot-free.
Yeah.
Which,
you know what? You would have been great is to see her ceding her council seat to Savika.
Yes.
Honestly, Caitlyn and Savika having scenes together would have been great. I feel like the two actually would have gotten along, weirdly enough. Like they would have like
You do?
Yeah,
in a sense of like initially they would have mutual animosity, but I think over time they would both recognize the intelligence of the other, and there'd be like a mutual respect there.
Well,
and I think that would naturally lead then to Caitlyn being like, "Look, obviously I'm not responsible enough to hold a seat position. You have it."
Well, you have to understand, Raymond, the issue with that is that Savika needs to have scenes and talk this part of the season for that to actually work, so...
Yeah, Savika was like another sacrifice. Like, follow Savika's story in season 2, and then there wasn't one. Like, I don't know why they advertised it so heavily that we'd get something with her, and then she just disappeared.
Yeah,
And
and she was
reappeared.
like my biggest issue with the last episode.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the
Oh,
final
yeah.
one, not the previous one.
Caitlyn and Jinx end on this note where it's like, I didn't know your mom was there, and Caitlyn just kind of walks away silently. And then we get the evil crow guy again. Swain.
More Swain fodder for the Swain purists.
Well, that's because Mel has arrived again in the shipyards, which are still functional, by the way. Impending invasion, shipyards still allowing passage into the city. I just realized that now, and I'm like, wait, what?
I was gonna bring it up. Like, you know that your enemy force is going to be a naval one invading the city. Let's open up the ports and just right this way.
She's literally, I think there's a line in here to the effect that she came from Noxus. It's like, I'm sorry? You're still allowing immigration from Noxus when a Noxian threat is literally at your fucking door?
Don't worry about it.
They're not those 5 specific boats.
Exactly.
I will say again, imagine Savika learning about Vandra's resurrection as Warwick. Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm doing my Enrico impression from Resident Evil 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we cut inside to the council chamber where Jace is walking around, and we get to see how they repaired the table. And fuck, it's cool. The Kintsugi method is such a nice choice.
I love it.
Yeah. That's awesome. In fact, it's kind of similar to the freaking, golden tattoos that freaking Mel has.
Yeah. It's indicative of a lot. The idea of damage and cracks being filled with gold to make it more beautiful in the long run. And he flashes back to the zombie apocalypse that happened.
Yeah, can't believe it. Jace remembers all of the council members. Shame Heimerdinger never does, but let's move on from that.
And then Mel arrives.
Is there no security in the council chamber room?
Is there no security in this entire fucking building?
Well,
I mean, I guess there are no more council members, right? It's just
Jace, right, the council has been disbanded, which actually raises the question, why did you repair the table?
It's a nice table.
Fair.
That's the best I got. Pottery Barn.
Hey, if you need a discount, I can hook you up. My sister works for Pottery Barn. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh no, it's just Mel. All right. Oops.
Okay.
Isn't Mel still a councilwoman? Technically, both Mel and Jace are council people, but at the same time, that isn't really a factor considering what's going to come up.
Both of them would have just gone for like 3 months anyway, so that's what I meant when I said everyone was gone.
Well, the push that I would have is like, yeah, they're the most important people, so them taking charge and like marshaling everybody, it doesn't matter if there's a council or not. So,
Yeah, there is
That-
no council, and they're just like, you know what, fuck it.
Oh no, Sean. I mean, the table is probably mahogany. Mahogany.
Mahogany.
Mahogany.
Where the trees grow 500 feet tall and breathe fire. Malchior 7. So yeah, they basically comment, wow, you got fucked up. And Jace is like, yeah, you got fucked up too. It's like, that's weird. We got fucked up at the same time for approximately the same period of time? Wow, that's wild. Huh. Really convenient if someone wanted to, like, fast forward some plot or something. What was that, Jace? Nothing. Sorry, I went a little crazy. Have you met this guy named Deadpool? He's my best friend.
None of you will get it. Have any of you guys read the text to speech? If Emperor had text to speech.
I have, yes. Although I think I only saw
You're-
season 1.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's a later when Corvus Corax comes in. He has a manifestation of his dead brother Ferris, and he goes like, "You are weak, Corvus." And I just imagine this floating ghost head of Deadpool next to Jace.
You are weak, Jace. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna fix this scene. I'm just gonna add Ghost Deadpool. I guess Ghost Headpool technically. You're the reason we didn't die in the attack. I really hate how he blames her because, like, she didn't know.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's like you're the reason we
obviously.
survived in the attack. All Mel has to say was like, "I had no idea."
Yeah, it started then. Feelings I couldn't. Like, literally, like, you saved us from the attack. It's like it started then. Feelings I couldn't explain, but this, I still don't fully understand it. And his immediate reaction is, "Why just me? Why not save all of them?" Jace, did you
You have
not
ears.
listen to what she just said?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I get it. You have beautiful, beautiful facial hair, and you have a amazing mop of grease hair. Like, you're poster ready, my boy. But like, you have ears, and you do have a brain between those ears, right?
Yeah,
No.
it's like she just said. It's like if you sprouted a tail, you wouldn't know what to fucking do with it in the first 5 seconds of having it. So it's like I get really this is another moment. I'm now realizing that's a pattern here. Is they're really trying to push like these dramatic scenes that are high tension or high emotion, but it's like they don't need to be. You could have just let them be calmer. You could have let characters actually talk these things out rationally and found other points for them to accelerate
To
their
have some
emotions.
drama.
It-
That would be too boring, though.
It's one of the. I actually got like stun locked because Twilight said something I know she doesn't fucking believe in.
I'm glad to stunlock you.
So
Yep.
basically, she has to explain that it wasn't a decision, whatever. It's like blah, 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 blah. And Jace is still blaming her. How can I know you aren't lying to me?
So the easy
What?
thing for this line in particular, we talked about it before, and I've been thinking about it since. The idea of the mirror. If Mel right here admitted, maybe I used magic to like manipulate the feelings, and then Jace has a spurt.
Yes, that would have
Yeah.
been better. It's like her explaining is like, and the thing is, if she admits it in a way of like, she's scared for herself. Like, how do I know? And it's like, you manipulated me? And it's like, no. I mean,
Like
Maybe,
genuine
I don't
hurt
know.
in his eyes when he says that.
and maybe genuine hurt in her eyes. Like, I'm trying to level with you that this is happening to me because I want to trust you. I want to feel genuine, but I don't know if it is, and I'm scared. And
It's
like,
the
it's
great
making
curse.
him scared. And it's like this. The tension is this moment of like, I don't know if I can or which of us can trust each other. It's like, oh my God, Ryan Carson, shut up. Shut up.
Wait, what did he say?
Ryan.
What did he
It's
say?
addressed to you, Kaiser. You can take this. I'm going to use the rest.
Oh yeah, go for
Oh,
it, man.
okay,
I see it now.
all right. Hold on a sec. Ryan Carr. Hey, Kyra, do Jace and Mel count as not stop? Listen, that doesn't work. That Jace would evict that child. Oh my God. Okay,
And Eric just
we
made
are
it worse.
moving on. Although it is pretty funny in regards to Marvel Rivals, though. Like, none, I don't have a real problem with it or anything like that. I just think it's really funny. It's just
The
back
Emma
to
Frost
back to back.
memes have been really funny.
Yeah. Although that being said, though, it makes me wonder what other like. It kind of makes me wonder where are some like I guess iconic or close to iconic like black female characters from Marvel they could also choose from. It's like there's I'm trying to remember her name. Misty Knight. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, there is that. I guess like Misty Knight. They could have gone with. They probably could go. They could probably still go with Monica Rambeau, probably.
Possibly. I don't know if Night Nurse is quite high power enough to qualify. As in the Marvel Netflix version of Night Nurse.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Played by Rosaria Dawson. One of her
What
better
else?
roles. Looking over at you, Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I mean, Storm's already in the game, Eric. That's
just
the
add
thing.
more Storm.
Just add more.
Okay, I don't think you'll find the fan base complaining if they do.
Yeah,
That is true. I wouldn't.
so much
complain
more
at all.
Storm.
Add the Halle Berry Storm. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
You know,
And
yeah,
literally the
exactly.
only
Just
thing that
add those
happens is
in.
whenever she uses lightning, it's just like the same thing that happens to everything else over and over again.
Yes.
Uh,
That's like the ult. That's the ult quote.
Same thing that happens.
yeah. That's
So-
like like kind of reminds me of like the black women in Star Trek, where it's like Ahura from the original series, Ahura from the J.J. Abrams movies, Ahura from Strange New Worlds, and Michael Burnham. We did it, guys.
Michael. We did it, guys.
Halle Berry is still hot. I mean, yeah.
And
Was that
State-
ever in question?
Was that?
congratulations.
Was
Any
there
other,
was there some assertion to the opposite somewhere in this? I didn't hear it.
Are there other pieces of great arcane common knowledge that you want to depict with us, or what?
Oh my god.
She was Catwoman after all. I mean,
And
And
Oh my god.
You could be in Marvel Rivals.
what about Moon
and
Girl,
DC
Riri
Rivals.
Williams, Ironheart, Shuri? I don't know. I'm throwing out names.
Oh, yeah,
those,
but-
those
yeah.
could all work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Moon Girl, and I don't like Riri, but Shuri is okay.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean,
like
I guess
Drake.
if they have multiple spider people like Penny Parker, they could probably do something different with Ironheart.
what's
I
her
guess.
face? The pregnant spider lady.
I know who you're talking about
that version
but
of Jessica Jones. I mean, not Jessica Jones, Spider Woman. Sorry.
Yeah, Spider Woman. I've
yeah.
not watched that film, so I don't know who it is.
Jessica Drew. Thank you.
Jessica Drew.
Yeah.
Too many people with the same fucking names in these. Fucking
Welcome to
things.
Marvel.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you could get like a unique Spider-Verse skin for her in the game if you really wanted to. Like,
Yeah, and
amp
the
up-
skin would have her still be pregnant.
I mean, why not? I guess.
Though to continue on with the forced drama train, where Mel could very easily diffuse the situation after not responding the way that she does in this next comment.
Yeah, this is like I hate all of this.
He's
It's
like, you called us investment, and then Mel's response is this.
Two brilliant young inventors who shared a penchant for impossible surprises. Carrying magic from myth to machine, rallying the hopes and hearts of a nation. You were a wise investment.
Why?
Why
would
did
you
you
say
think
that?
that was gonna help?
But he immediately gets arcane crack and shoots at the first Victor bot, who is Huck, right?
Yeah, it is Huck. I do like the detail that like the rocks stay floating after he blasts them. That's a neat detail.
I do like that, yeah.
That's cool.
And here we see our old friend Huck, and where I would point out we're entering an Ultron situation with Huck right here, personally.
Elaborate.
In the sense that in, like, say, Age of Ultron, all of the, like, functionally worthless Ultron drones are like thrown away, they're destroyed, yada yada. They don't have much in terms of tactics or abilities, but by all accounts, they are Ultron. There is no, for
Are
lack
you
of a better
talking about
term,
ninja math?
what?
Yeah.
You know,
basically,
ninja math, where if
the
it's
less-
one ninja, he's gonna body your whole team. But if it's 100 ninjas, you cut through them like butter.
Yeah, it's
Okay, fair enough. Yes, ninja math.
Yeah.
Ninja math.
yeah,
The
okay.
less
It's ninja
ninjas
math.
there are, the more of a threat they are.
That okay, that I can I
Okay.
can accept ninja math, but yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's just ninja math with all the Victor bots, and I need to use that. Let me write that down. Actually, I want to put that up. I love that.
It's
I've
a great,
never heard that.
It's a great, it's a great little descriptor. But
Well, I'm
no,
glad I could introduce it to you.
yeah,
Thank you.
TV Tropes, I'm pretty sure, has a whole page on it. The
Yeah.
So yes, this is this I would agree that's a major problem. Though, all to be fair, it's more that they just don't do anything in the next episode. Like, yeah, that's really just it. They don't do anything in the next episode. They just
They do
stand-
they do their best to like stop
Echo.
Jinx and Echo and everything else like that. Sorry, and same with Vi, but like there's a completely different conversation we'd have with this particular scene where like Victor, you're coming in with like, allow us a moment of civility, Jace. Also you, Jace will rally defenses against me.
Yeah. what?
Yeah, it's like
Pick a lane, Victor.
yeah, is he reasonable or not?
Please pick a lane.
Like, if you know he's going to raise defenses, why are you bothering coming here? Just
And
go
warning
down
him.
and get the
I'm
fucking
getting a lot of
anomaly.
mixed signals right now.
You're warning him, and again, also by the way, love the design of these robots.
Yeah.
Holy
Oh
shit.
my god, I love
Yeah,
the
these are
porcelain-
immaculate.
The porcelain like metallic feel. Oh, it's so pretty. I
love
want
it.
a
And-
whole game based around these things, which kind of looks like what Marathon might be a little bit.
Fingers crossed. And also, how did you get in here?
Through the front door.
Probably the same way Mel did. Also, with this, Jace just called this guy Victor. Mel, you gonna actually like comment on that? Of just like, wait, hold up. The last time I saw Victor, he was in the Goon Tomb. What the fuck happened?
Honest, is this what gooning does to you? Holy shit! I gotta stop gooning myself.
It's like,
He gooned too close to the sun.
oh no.
All right,
What
I'll be here all week.
What does
I'm
that
alright.
look like? I'm imagining just like a fucking water rocket.
Oh my god, but
Oh shit!
Why?
Because
Why?
he said it that way.
oh my god, man.
Need to be
That's-
stopped.
That's horrifying.
Are you kidding?
Wait,
Fucking Comedy gold.
Some EG. Say that again. Say that again.
I like how he
Benefit-
needed to explain. You once benefited from my knowledge of this place. That was a long time ago. It was like, you walked in through the front door.
Right. What?
He's
also
this creepy
with,
spider robot that can climb on the walls. Why? I would expect him to go anywhere he fucking damn well pleases.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he was walking up a vertical building Dio style, just like sauntering up that bitch.
Yeah.
Had you given me the chance, I could have shown you the merits of my work. Okay, so Jace, this is the part where you point out what's going to happen to his work, dab your brother up and show him that. Explain this now. You have a chance.
I was
A great
gonna say,
chance,
What
actually.
they really needed to do was make Jace much more feral. If they
Yes.
wanted to keep
Yeah.
this hidden,
Yeah.
is that he has been irreparably damaged by what happened to him, and he's slowly gaining his sanity back, but he doesn't quite have it. And in fact, that could be where Mel comes
Another-
in, is that Mel, using her empathy, can understand some of what
Oh
Jace
my
wants to
fucking god! I
convey.
forgot
And
about
another
that
thing
shit.
to bring it out to truly bring everything together, the memories that Jace needs to make everything work, it's in the crystal and he can't access it.
Right.
It's only when Victor merges with him that the memories fully come out in the different world.
Right. And it's like it's a level of steps of just like he is this feral entity in the setting right now, and he just cannot
Also-
control himself. He's acting purely
Also,
on
can I
instinct.
just say, in response to I Know Nothing said, hey, you gotta dab Jace up. I'm just imagining that fucking meme from the Marvel vs. Capcom collection thing that they did with Ryu and Cyclops dabbing
Yes.
each other up.
Well,
And just Jace and Victor at this point.
with Victor's ability to like he touches someone and he can learn a bunch about them. Unironically, the two of them dabbing up, it's what I pointed out in episode 6, dab your homie up and it'll solve a lot of issues.
By the sounds of things,
They just do the dabbing and it's like, what I done?
I face myself. God, I love
Just
that song.
directed by Michael Bay.
Even though, like he
Pretty
says,
much.
by the sounds of things, this is the part where they just need to talk is on repeat over and over. So much contrivance by the looks of things. Yeah.
Kinda
Yeah,
yeah.
like obviously we're not against like these characters arguing with each other. I mean, that's what we liked a lot about the first season and stuff like that. But here it's like way more contrived.
It's a quote from a writing professor that I can't place at the top of my head for the name, but the quote was, a good chunk of time, characters are at their best when they're saying no to one another.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And-
that's an interesting turn of phrase. Yeah.
Yeah, and like where we get to hear Jace is too cognizant. It we had the whole like he was tripping because he spider sensed Victor's porcelain doll sort of thing. But with everything that's going to happen in episode 9, this is another instance of Jace, explain yourself, because eventually Jace says, no, your work is going to lead everything to ruin. If Victor had just said, why do you think that? We'd have a much different season.
Dude, he pulls the meme from Final Fantasy 13. You don't know that.
And I do want to point out, like, you know the Victor in episode 9, he's all covered in armor.
Yeah.
Like, you're
Yeah.
like, all he needs to do is touch him and then he'll understand. It's like, yeah, he's covered himself in armor, so he can't. When Echo breaks his armor in the last episode, like,
Yep.
he doesn't even need to touch anyone. He just has to see it. And then he understands that he's wrong.
And
like,
I get that
he's-
entirely. And also, Celtic is just doing limbo, and it's a great limbo, which is
I
my
wish I was this
primary-
limber.
with my primary thing with dabbing a homie up. Jay should have done it instead of shooting him in episode 6.
Mystic Master says, so many plots in fiction would be solved if characters didn't talk vaguely or metaphor talk. There's this great sketch where it's the entirely take care of him conversation. But it's
Oh, yeah.
literally like the henchmen, like there's one smart henchman, one dumb henchman, and the smart henchman's like, okay, wait, so what do you mean by take care of him? I mean, take him out of the picture. It's like, well, do you mean that literally, or do you mean that
Oh
figuratively?
my
or it's
God, I
like,
remember.
I
that,
mean,
yeah.
I want him swimming with the fishes. Okay, so you want him dead? I just need him with a new pair of cement shoes. Like, sir, you need to understand, sir. You need to be very explicit because the last time this happened, we killed a guy and you needed him alive. And it's like, it's just
hey, you said one piece, not alive. You would be amazed how many pieces I can bring someone back to alive.
Yeah, it's just if Victor and Jace at this point, like Jace tries to explain, but like Victor is too far gone, and he points out the logic of just something as simple as just like your mind is still fractured from the like the changing and the touch of the arcane, but I can see through it. I can help you through it.
Yeah.
Something similar to that. I just want these characters to talk more. That's
Yeah.
Can we just talk?
I think the frustrating part is something kind of going back to what we said earlier, is that Jace just isn't manic enough for me to believe some of his, more so with Mel, but even here too, like he seems to have all his faculties together, but then they wrote his responses like someone who is paranoid and hasn't socialized for 3 months. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like
Right
that
to it,
maybe
yeah.
He's way
originally,
too cogent.
yeah, like maybe originally they were gonna have him be a bit more like, I don't even know if you're real, Mel, so how do I know if I can trust you? But then they changed their mind because like all this dialogue gives me like he's crazy, and then they didn't do it, and I don't
I was
know
gonna say,
why.
I was just thinking how I would do something like this, and it's like, well, if I wanted to make him more manic, I would love seeing things from his perspective where he's still getting overlays of like the future.
Yeah.
So like everywhere he walks, he's seeing these different like the automatons and things walking about. He's not sure who is real and who isn't. Like he's seeing things that aren't there. He's hearing things that shouldn't be heard. Like he has been touched by the arcane. He is seeing multiple realities overlapping every time he blinks, and it's
More-
fucking with him royally.
More than
Mhm.
most who
He
are
did
touched
that.
by the there needs to be, yes, correct.
No.
There needs to be a bit more.
Well, I
is
was
the
gonna
thing.
say, like, we see him traumatized. We don't see like I would argue there's a difference between traumatized and he is literally seeing sight beyond sight. Like that, there is a distinction I
Well, that's
draw.
what I mean.
And I think more so what
Thundercats,
we're seeing
so-
is he's traumatized, and we need to amp that even harder, effectively.
And someone asked, like, but like if they talked, there wouldn't be like an epic climax. No, the easiest, the steps are actually already here. Victor is clearly too far gone to accept this simple premise that even if it came from Jace, congratulations, Jace is a smart guy. Victor has been touched by the arcane and is like on another plane of existence. So it's like you could have a line. I can't remember what anime I remember it from, but it's just like debating quantum physics with an ant.
Yeah, and like the idea
I
of
think
like
I might
Jace
know what
being
you're
like,
talking about. Fuck, I don't remember where that's from.
Yeah.
Hey, that sounds like a Dr. Stone line, but
Mhm.
but like the
Might
idea
be.
of like Victor of Jace, the entire thing would be like, Victor, you need to listen to me. I've seen it, a world in ruins. You destroy everything, and Victor is just so lost on his own Kool-Aid. He's like, no, you
Yeah,
don't
there's
supposed to-"
already
Yeah.
there's already a bunch of sources of conflict right there. You don't have to
Yeah.
do this.
and then Jace is like, take my hand, I can show you. I just have to show you, Victor. And
I could
Victor is
show
like,
you the world.
and Victor's like, no, you do not, like you've been tainted or something like that. You're poisoned by something beyond, and you wish to poison me now. I will not
Yeah.
be so easy
Yeah.
to like. I must save the people, and I will not let nothing get in the way, even if it is a friend. Like,
And
that
we
right
already
there.
have the basis for that because when Jace smushes Silo, Victor comments, "That's not Jace. There's something else within him. Keep that going."
Yes.
And Jace Smush is a better show. But
Though,
Anyway.
yeah, very limber. I appreciate the designs of these dolls.
It goes without saying, animation, design,
Yeah, this fight is
firing
still cool.
full animation. Literally everything but the writing is firing on all cylinders. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
I need to post a tweet that I made a while ago.
Oh boy.
Oh,
February
The-
4th, I made this.
Show or tell. Show. Wrong answer.
Oh, I can't put it up on screen yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Right,
glorious. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's like yeah, you're describing the show. You just want them to say it.
No, I do not believe for a second that any of that was implicit.
I
Or at
guess
the
I'm
very
built
least.
different.
or
Yeah,
at the very
we-
least, like
Fatman, we call that. It's not implication. It's assumption. Trust me, I've been in that boat before. I understand it.
So you do just want them to say it.
No.
well, not necessarily.
I
wait,
draw
wait
a
a
line
second, not
between implication and assumption. They are two different things. They do bleed together at some point. It's a gray nebulous line that is very, very easy to trip over. In either direction.
Not to mention, like it's not even that they necessarily have to say it it's more so it's like have that be interweaved more into the conversation and factor more into like how it flows.
I would
kind of.
argue that this is actually less of a writing problem, although it is a writing problem. It's more of a direction problem, because if that's the intent is to go with a feral Jace, it is not directed in a way that really indicates it. He does. Cal put it best. He acts way too cogent. He acts way too composed and put together. You really need to amp how much he is out of sorts about everything. Anyway, I now speak with all their voices because no one has ever said that and not sounded like a supervillain. Somehow I think you already understand. Okay, say what you came here to say. No, Jace! No! What you should be doing is, Victor, you are going to blow up the fucking world!
Yeah, you're gonna pull a third impact, dog. I've seen Evangelion. I know what happens here.
Look, man, I like.
Oh
Red
yes,
Water
I
much
too
as-
have watched Evangelion. I love the rebuilds. And just Jason's like, okay, it's a
God.
lost cause. We gotta.
Yeah, he's too far gone.
He is truly lost to us. He is truly-
I still need to actually watch. I haven't seen. The only one of the rebuilds I've seen is the first one. I have
First one
not
was
seen
fine.
the other two. No.
The first one's fine.
Yeah. First one's fine. I've heard mixed things about like the follow-up ones, but I
First one's
still wanna
fine.
actually
Second
see
one's a
them.
mixed bag. Third one I hear is terrible. I think I've seen the third one, but I can't remember.
And then
Fourth,
the fourth
one I
one
don't know, but
exists.
people hate it. I know that.
I guess. Yeah.
That is the big duality of the Ava fandom. You either it's literally the Last Jedi of the Ava fandom. You either really
Oh,
love it or really hate
shit.
it.
Damn, bro.
I would prefer to do so in peace. The Noxian has other intentions. What about Jace having other intentions?
And also, by the way, Mbessa, Mel, your mother is in league with Cyborg Jesus, Arcane Jesus. What do we call him? What do we call Victor? Jesus?
Arcagious.
Act 3
Okay,
in a
just-
nutshell, a rich city wants to stop a crippled guy who healed the sick and dying from ending the world. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And like she instantly throws up a
shield?
light shield,
It's
which
just-
I
Just-
get. but-
why are you? He's not doing anything.
Yeah, he was like,
Yeah.
you can chill right now, Mel. like he touches it and she just starts like grunting and like looking super pained as he pushes into it. But like he's touching it. Like reaching out a hand isn't normally a sign of
Aggression?
Yeah, like
just saying.
yeah, it's sort of weird. Like I understand the idea probably is that she doesn't have control over her powers yet, right? But like I don't know, like wouldn't it be better for her to like make the shield and have her struggle as the friggin' doll
like the-
touches the shield?
If the robot is about to like say stab Jace to like force him to join everything,
Yeah,
and she
something
throws up
like
a shield
that,
to help
too.
him.
Trevor Redfern, that is a radioactive opinion on the rebuilds.
Second is the
The
worst.
third and fourth are the
First
best
is just the worst
Whoa.
version of the first 7 episodes. I mean,
I
it's
mean,
been
yes,
a minute since
but
I've seen that first movie, so I don't know. You might be right for all I know.
it's
but-
fine. I didn't consider it. I think the original was better than both the rebuilds I've seen, or the 3 rebuilds, but like it's not. Anyway, don't want to get dragged out into that conversation. I just want goddamn, that's an opinion, man.
Yeah, that's a bite.
Good luck to ya.
Victor, for all our sakes, stay away from the hex gates. And what if Victor just went, wait, what about the hex
But why, though?
gates?
But why though?
Victor's like, wait, what about the hex gates? No. Also, like, how much do you know, Jace? Like, he's cogent enough to say, stay away from the hex gates, not, you're going to end the world. It's very frustrating.
Your mind has become rigid, Jace.
No, I've seen the end game.
Fear clouds your judgment.
The end game clouds my judgment. The chain of events started with you. The chain of events ends with you. And then he does the brain tap thing, and he's like, I'm
Yeah.
going to hug you now. and then all the shippers shoot.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'll just say for Fat Man, thank you so much for bringing this word for Ninja Math, man.
Yeah, because like basically he hands them their asses, and it takes like them getting really lucky and him being kind of not paying attention in order for them to win. Which is
There's
actually
also-
a fine scene when it comes down to the combat choreography. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. The thing
For
with
most
the like talking with Victor in that like mind world, isn't that like a perfect place to keep things going with the crystal?
Also, I have to point this out now that I'm thinking about it. My partner died in this room. Jace, you've
No.
met him in the future, and he seems really fucking chill. Like, he
seems
seems
pretty
like
cool.
a man that's like, I made a lot of fucking mistakes. Please go back and stop me and fix them. Please.
I don't care. I don't care for his in-game design, but I would unironically like future Victor as a skin.
Yeah. Make it a skin for Rise and just fuck up the entire fandom.
Yes, actually, I am here for this glorious evolution of memeage.
But like
Yep.
legitimately, like Jace, why are you saying this? You know that the actual good Victor is still there inside of this shell.
I
This
don't think he does though.
Well,
He met the Victor at the end of the timeline. He knows.
Does
he's
he know that that's him?
yes.
Yeah, we saw his face.
Yeah.
They
I'm
talked.
I'm looking for that scene.
It's
I
in
wanna-
episode 9.
I don't remember that.
Episode 9. He sees his face.
Raymond, I told you at the beginning of this stream, I haven't watched this show since it
All right.
aired.
We're at 18 minutes.
Oh,
in episode,
okay.
episode 8. I will go now to
Okay.
episode 9.
We're breaking. We're breaking the stream, fellas.
Not. Oh yeah.
It's
Wait,
okay,
What
here we go.
episode
Found it.
are we even on anymore?
There.
Yes.
Voila.
Yeah, and then they had like a whole conversation about, oh my god, this.
Yeah.
is
I thought I could bring the
about
end to the world's suffering and everything else like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it states exactly like, yeah, here's the issue with the glorious evolution. that he
Jace is
figured
on
out.
is on a mission from Victor to stop Victor.
Yeah.
He's on a
okay.
mission from God. In anime.
But that doesn't mean that his partner didn't die in that room. He just became a different person, and he is still a different person. He is just now a man in mourning for what the fuck he had done to everything. It doesn't mean that he is the same person now that he was before the incident happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose.
What do you mean, you suppose?
What if the person that is in mourning is the same kind, like has the exact other traits of the original? Like,
You don't know that because we don't see him very much. It's just the guy in mourning.
He
You're
seems-
making up fan fiction again, Raymond.
I mean,
by all appearances, he seems to be in line with what we know
He
about
seems
Victor.
to be, might
His
be,
partner was
maybe.
a man. The guy giving him the message to stop him is a god. They're not the same.
Does someone else want to back me up here, or am I alone
No.
in this field?
I mean, right now.
I'm kind of either or in regards to this. I don't really care that much.
My opinion on it is I am with you, Raymond, but there's plenty of interpretation to go for both. Personally,
Yeah,
like there's like
I think.
can-
Oh god. I feel like at the very least though, maybe in light of like meeting fucking that
Prime.
version of Victor, it's probably not like he wouldn't say that line. I would probably change a bit of the delivery to kind of reflect that, like, does he still really believe that because of what he saw, or is it just like him telling himself that kind of thing?
It's
Raymond
No.
is stuck on fixing it quick. Give him the script to fix Sonic Forces.
no, there's
Where's
there's
my
nothing-
handgun?
This man has a fixing disease. We need
I
to
mean,
take
to
him
be
to the
fair,
hospital.
No,
Listen,
I'm
listen.
opting out on that one.
Raymond, it could be worse. They could have asked you to fix Sonic 06.
Well, the conversation that should have come around to this at least in episode 9, it's just like they really should have leaned into the multiverse angle more. Personally, with the whole like, yes, these are two very different people. I regretted everything. I found fault in my actions. Your Victor might not.
Right.
Yeah, that would have
Something
been
like-
interesting. Yeah.
Something like that, because, well, welcome to the multiverse. You're gonna find good versions of people. You're gonna find bad versions of people. And as powerful as he is, the future Arcane that Jace is basing a good chunk of his knowledge on is one of an infinite number, and that's an easy thing for Victor to counter. You cannot
Yeah.
you cannot say that the glorious evolution will always fail because of one multiverse's experience.
What do you mean that would be giving Raymond an easy one? 06 is like, what do you mean? That would be giving Raymond an easy one. 06 is like 3 he text dialogues to fix. I presume you mean, okay,
What?
first, sir, no, it is not just 3 text dialogues to fix.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And
are you
secondly,
sure about
there is a lot of 1s and 0s that you need to fix that game too.
That game is like really broken, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there is a fan project to fix it. So that's
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think they
like,
already made that.
I'm pretty sure that game is so notoriously broken that it is basically unplayable.
Functionally,
almost,
I
yeah.
wouldn't say
it's almost
unplayable, but it does have like a lot of like really bad glitches and shitty level design and things like that.
It's a fucking legendary Game Grumps rant. We gotta ask yourself, what are you willing to put up with today? Not fucking this!
What is this? What is my life?
What is my life? Oh,
At least for
yeah,
this
that's
Victor and
legendary.
Jace
Holy
line,
shit.
would let's say Celtic, would you agree that it would be probably better if the delivery of like my friend died in this room was different?
I
Yeah,
think
like I
so.
suggested.
I think there might be a better delivery though. I'm not listening to it, so it's not. It's a frustration because like he also knows that there is a Victor out there at the very least that's trying to fix the problems. It's like that feels like there's something left because you know that the Victor you knew was trying to fix things in the world.
It's one of those, there is a chance, but you know what we need? More dialogue.
Yeah.
To really flesh something like that out.
Or more accurately, we need better, like more accurate dialogue. Like it.
That's probably better, yeah.
Because you could probably do this with less dialogue and just more like facial expressions and such. Well, for Jace at least. I guess body
Yeah,
language.
because the other guy doesn't have a face. You
Well,
know,
body
so
language.
that'd probably be pretty tough.
It's no use. It's no use. It's no use. This is now a Sonic 06 stream.
Get looped, idiot.
Yeah, we're going to talk about hedgehogs kissing full-grown adult human women.
Okay.
No,
now we're
it's the
done.
women kissing
I'm
the
outta
hedgehog.
Oh
here.
wait, no, sorry. Wait, she was 16. She's not an adult. Never mind.
Oh
What?
my god.
Neither
Wait,
are they.
Yeah, I'm
She
pretty
was
sure.
16?
Well, yeah, so is Sonic though. But Sonic in hedgehog years, so he's like 57.
Well, moving on from that, let's not talk about it.
Anyway, Sonic is 15, not. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
Okay.
That's the thing. Like, every time it comes up, you'll hear people talking about Lugosi from Beastars. It's like he's 17. It's just like literally 0 people give a fuck that like the Sonic characters are like 12. Everyone cares that Lugosi's 17. Nobody cares that the Sonic characters are also children.
Fat Man, meanwhile, on the E621 forums.
Yeah, that's where they complain about it.
Oh my god. Also, I guess it kind of depends on the freaking. Never mind. I'm not gonna get.
They
lost.
were
Whatever.
not the stream for that conversation, though. It has
Yeah,
Not
no.
at all.
Ugh.
Just
So basically, Victor was about ready to just choke a bitch.
understandable, really.
Mel saves the day
Yeah.
with her
And
magic.
I actually really like that Victor sees like a nebula light up in his arcane view.
Yeah, it's like all very beautiful and thematically makes sense.
Yeah.
And then Jace and Mel.
It thematically makes sense, but their directly stated character motivations don't. There is no prize to perfection, only an end to pursuit. What could it possibly mean?
It means, hey, we knew that we couldn't finish the season well enough, so we're going to Kaiser. Are you picking your teeth again?
No, that was
you're,
actually no, that was actually me cracking my knuckles again.
Oh my god! Why are your knuckles made out of cheap plastic?
Well, who knows?
This
Anyway,
is why you need a mute button on your microphone. It saves lives.
Anyway, two champions hit their ults and they beat the ninja.
Yeah, and the ninja explodes. So goodbye, Huck.
Yeah, that was a massive blast.
That was
You
an
know, Elf is
interesting
massive.
arc for you, and now you're crying out of your finger holes. That
What a sentence.
You know, I was gonna say that sounded like revolting the more it came out of my mouth.
Oh, 100%.
This
Look,
isn't
he
even
got
like the fun,
fingered,
horny,
and now
kind of
he's
silly, stupid thing that I normally say. No, this is just like uncomfortable.
But you say a lot of uncomfortable things.
But
Why
normally
is
I
this
find
new?
it funny. Like, it's funny, but like this was just like, oh, no.
I could probably count on both of my hands the amount of times you've made yourself uncomfortable with the joke that you've made.
That's only like 10 times. Considering how much we've talked together, that's actually a pretty big outlier.
Only on the Jack streams. I'm specifically talking about the
Well,
Jack
I'm sorry, you
streams.
didn't
You wanna
qualify
t-
that before I got pedantic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're
You want to
always-
talk
yeah.
about in private? I am going to need multiples of different hands.
That's another phrase that goes uncomfortable. Where are you getting all of these hands? Why?
One
Where
fruit
Where are you
ball.
getting
different people in
hands?
here? We have multiple different people in here. I can use their hands to do some counting.
Everyone hide your hands! And you can't
I
use...
have none.
I'm sorry, but you're going to be limited. Fat Man has claws.
Yeah, I donate my fingers and toes to this.
I was going to say, you
I
get
can
a
put
maximum
little
of
plastic
30.
hands on him, and then I can count those.
You've got a
I
maximum
get
of
those
30
little
because
undersized baby hands, and I put them
I
on
know
all of
nothing
my-
doesn't have a fucking hand at all. He's a book.
She'll put hands on top of me like paperweights.
Yes.
Where are you getting these hands?
It's
I'm
that
at the
one.
dollar store.
No, it's that one D&D joke of the wizard, the warlock goes up to the rogue, like, "Hey, I need a pristine human skull, but you can't ask where it is. Only if you don't ask where I got them. Okay?" Pulls out 7 pristine human skulls. The warlock, this one's fine.
What are we doing here?
I don't. We're arguing
I think we're
where
having
Twy
fun.
is getting her collection of hands.
I think we're having fun, personally. I think we're having fun. This is fun. I love this.
So yeah, basically they bamf off Huck. Huck is dead. Victor gets bamfed back to his astral plane. Jace and Mel kind of recover and are like in shock and awe over what just happened. And now Victor is like, well, fuck it. They're not going to listen. After my absolutely calm and reasonable explanation of my point, that didn't in no way involved me physically assaulting them in any way whatsoever, or I'm trying to understand them or listening to their points, I am now going to go full evil supervillain and just ascend the world.
Cool.
Yeah. Doctor, unleash my cringe inhibitors.
Oh my god.
So,
Why does Jinx have a hex gem?
why does Jinx have a hex gem?
Yeah, wouldn't they have to like take
Now-
that from her?
I was gonna say,
Maybe
I
she put
totally,
it in her mouth again.
yeah, I totally
think she
believe
did that
Jinx
another
having the
time.
ability to hide it somewhere on her person. So, also, God, we gotta. No one commented on it. We should have. The fucking hair. Oh my
Yeah, the
God.
hair.
Yeah.
That is so much hair. It looks very fluffy and needs a good wash.
Yeah.
It does
I
not
would
look
not call
fluffy.
it fluffy.
That's why it needs a wash though, because it doesn't look fluffy.
Well, I mean, like, I can tell if it got a good wash, it would be fluffy.
I wonder if she ever washes her hair.
Ugh.
You know, maybe we'll just don't like
it would
Jinx
be a
because
mess
of the
to
smell.
wash, though.
Do we not like Jinx? Okay, the smell or mass murder, which is worse?
Oh my god.
Okay, really, it's the smell. So we get an interesting scene here of Jinx hallucinating Silco talking to her.
I would have preferred Silco show up more like the mad remnants of Milo and Clagger in season 1, because at the end of season 1, Silco joined the voices. Same with the beginning of season 2. So having him be more like those, maybe not as bad, but the like glitchy horror monsters that she saw before probably would have made it better. Personally, I don't know if that's just me.
I mean, it's more that like the flashes have gone away until like now, where she's fully hallucinating a full person.
Mhm.
And he's expositing things that like how much does she know from him knowing? Like there are some things here that are like, I guess she could know about that, but does she? Like about like, you know, Marcus and Vi, that sort of stuff.
I
Anyway,
mean,
and this
possibly.
people have pointed this out, and it is basically the equivalence of this is basically Han Solo in episode 9. It's Jinx forgiving herself with a hallucination.
Oh,
I
right.
mean-
Fuck. I forgot. Yeah, you're talking about
This is-
okay.
This is better than your hallucination making it so that you can save your own life when you're dying and you're already half dead, and that happens 3 separate times.
Mhm.
Wait, what? When? Where? What?
Oh, I was talking about the 100.
I forgot you described that.
It's-
to me.
It's-
God.
as she said, to remind you of what she said, this is still better than other examples of hallucinations.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should be clear, for as much as we bitch and moan about Arcane Season 2, and we do have a lot to bitch and moan about, it is still leagues and away better than a lot of the dredge that is out there.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I think it's just that like most of us expected better.
Oh, wait.
What happened?
We have found.
Wait,
look
what
at
happened?
general. Look in general.
Okay, now I have to get this on screen somewhere.
Holy shit, Fat Man.
Give
Asked
me a
where
moment,
she was
folks.
getting the hands. Trust me, the fat man delivers.
Oh,
Glorious. I love it.
open link. All right.
Props to you, man. That is great. I love
Yeah,
that.
that's fantastic.
It's wonderful.
All right, let me
I
get
was
this
like,
up.
why are you guys laughing? I was serious.
Sorry.
I thought it was at me.
Where is...
I didn't mean to derail anything. It was
Oh
just-
no, it's okay.
proud of my edit.
I was just saying like, oh, like we expect
go.
better from Arcane usually. That's why it hurts more. But
No,
Well,
it's,
wait. Of course
That's
we expected
completely
better. We
true.
expected more hands on the table. God.
Ask not where the hands come from. Ask what the hands can count for you.
Only in the Team Jet podcast.
See, I told you, this is why I need Fat Man. He has all them hands for counting.
Derex, where the fuck are you, man? You're
He is
missing
kind
this.
of MIA on this one.
No! The lobster's throwing the hands. No, he's wearing them.
I'm wearing it.
Imagine Fat Man doing like a JoJo Aura off with anyone. He'd win.
But no, he needs to get training from that guy that does Oreo. Oreo.
Oh, yeah.
fucking love that guy.
I love him.
All right, where's back then PV? There we go.
Mhm. But yep, Ghost Silco shows up.
And basically his option that he offers her, which honestly isn't great advice, which is why it's still probably better than the Han Solo scene, because it's not full forgiveness. His thing is like, killing is a cycle, which is a great line. And his thing is like, yeah, maybe just opt out. It's like, what? Yeah, just kill yourself in Minecraft.
Just the edit of the lightning coming out of Silco's blue eye. Kill yourself now.
I never noticed it, but his eye is fully blue, like the hex crystal. That's a nice touch.
Yeah.
I like it.
I always just, my brain just filled it in as white. I thought I could break free by eliminating those who I thought was my jailers.
I do have beef with. I mean, I guess it's not really Silco. It's just in her head anyway. But I'm like, Silco wouldn't fucking say that.
Well, yeah, no, that's why I'm more okay with it. It's like, this is Jinx basically telling herself, hey,
Yeah.
it's time to end things. Period.
Yeah, and she's using Silco's visage because he's the person that she will listen to.
Yeah.
I know you meant visage, but like my brain put in massage.
My God,
Silco
man.
just like giving her shoulders a nice rub. It's like, come on, honey, just kill yourself. It'll be fine.
Dude, it's just Freerin coming insane.
And then she does the. Wait, maybe she didn't have the crystal?
Yeah, I think chat said it was was saying it was a hallucination too.
I never thought that was supposed to be literal
So
because
we
Isha
got-
took
we
all
got
three of them
debated.
and stuffed them in the gun.
Oh, you're right.
Damn.
Then I'm just an idiot. Ignore me.
Yep. No, that makes sense. I forgot.
No, only when
I
we
just
talking
forgot.
about the fight scenes.
That was like 50% of us, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I was gonna say, then Vi's here.
Hi, Vi. How's it going? You're right there.
Yeah.
Where were you a few scenes before this?
And Vi's like, I swiped these from the guards. It took me all those scenes to do that.
Yeah. No, see, she was just checking every single cell.
I hate this line so much because I really don't like when characters try to describe their morality in terms of good or evil. Okay, they can describe themselves that way or attempt to, and that can be like, a misattribution of themselves. But like, if you come help, use all that explosive potential of yours for good. And it's like, why? No, because like the entire purpose of Arcane has been that both sides are shitty for different reasons. Like, they are both good and bad. They are a mixture of the two. There is a lot of good that Piltover brings. Hextech was a massive beneficial technology that raised a lot of people up and opened a bunch of doors for people. They were developing Hextech technology that was going to make mining down in the fissures so much easier and so much safer for everyone. Like, you got that positive, but at the same time, they were a corrupt bunch of assholes that were definitely leeching life from the Undercity. And the reverse side, the Undercity is filled with a bunch of innocent people that were just trying to work their day-to-day, trying to live their lives, and getting abused by the upper hands. But then you also have a bunch of criminal syndicates that are ruining everything for everyone. It's like, it's all a mixed bag. And that's like one of the beauties of Arcane. But now you have Vi saying using your explosive potential for good. I'm sorry, it's through the eyes of the beholder, Vi. There's a lot of people that probably would have cheered the death of the council.
Can we comment, Vi? You remember a very specific time where Jinx tried to use her explosive potential for good?
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
She tried that. You know what happened? You slapped her.
And the thing about this particular scene, Vi, bring up Isha more, I think.
Yeah, that was my big problem with this. like other than the idea of, oh, it should have been reversed and Caitlyn should have been the one trying to convince her to make the bombs or whatever, like that I think is the big wasted opportunity of this whole scene. Is you were doing something good with Isha, like that's why I believed in you. Like she doesn't need to say it that blatantly, but that was the implication to me seeing episode 3, I think it was, like the idea that Isha is what made her believe in Jinx again. So the fact that she doesn't bring it up this entire time really pissed me off when Hunter and I reacted to the episode.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I just had like a vision of what this scene could have been if we do it over again with Caitlyn here and Vi at the same time. And they're like Caitlyn's getting excited, she's getting riled up, like, okay, God, you can help us, you can use all that explosive potential for good, because from Caitlyn's perspective, Piltover is good. Like, that makes sense. She lets her out, and Jinx just comes kind of stumbling out, and she and Vi are sharing a look. Like, through the conversation, Caitlyn maybe hasn't been following the real reality of the conversation. And Vi understands what Jinx is thinking, and they're kind of on the same page. And it's like this moment, I mean, at risk of actually citing another dynamic that ultimately should have been done a lot better, the end of Avengers Endgame with Cap and the Winter Soldier. They sort of understand, you know, Bucky understands what Cap is going to do. At least that's how I interpreted it. So the idea is that maybe Vi and Jinx share one last hug, and Jinx gives the slip. And so it's like the idea is that Vi recognizes that Jinx has made a choice and she's going to respect her sister's wishes, that sort of thing. That could be a grim and very sad thing where it's like the sisters are finally back on the same page. Unfortunately, it's the same page that ends with Jinx being deleted. Like, I don't know, you would have to do a little more work to get there, I think, but like I think that would have been a really strong moment. Wow, it's quiet in here. How's everyone doing?
Oh, I was seeing if anyone else was going to answer first. Yeah,
Same.
I mean,
Same.
I think anything would have been better than what we got, like, in terms of having them be two separate conversations. Like, to me, it just doesn't make sense to do this back and forth between the cells and have the, like, Caitlyn and Vi be coming here separately. And it's also weird that Vi had to, like, oh, I got the keys, I'm breaking you out, when Caitlyn was still, like, I don't know, like Caitlyn was still debating what to do with her, so it's kind of like, doesn't it reflect kind of bad on Vi that Vi doesn't trust Caitlyn if she's just like, fuck Caitlyn, I'm gonna break her out? It doesn't make sense for what Vi says to Caitlyn later either.
In a second, we're gonna find out that Caitlyn is the reason that there aren't any guards here that let Jinx get away. So it's like there's this whole like, well, we really need to get, Vi alone in the cell, and then have Kate come back in, and then
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Like it is. This feels very backwardsly written. Maybe not the most backwardsly written thing this entire season, but like
someone wanted fucking in a jail cell. We'll just
yeah. This seems like the thing, like all of the other things that feel backwards were like very plot significant, and this is like, we need the sex scene.
Yeah, someone let David Cage into the fucking writer's room.
Oh my god!
Fatman, did you let David Cage in?
Yeah, Mystic Master says Vi would never be chill with Jinx killing herself in Minecraft. Thank you, YouTube. But no, I actually think she could be. Like, we know that she was willing to kill Jinx in multiple instances. We have seen that. I mean, we saw her pull back from that. I think this would be like the moment of like, they've been through so much together, and it's like Jinx realizing that like Jinx making the argument to Vi is like, I'm no good. I'm like, you were right. You have all these different things to be right about, and I should have taken care of this a lot sooner. And Vi just being like, I can't argue against that. Like Vi just being at this edge of like, how do I help you when you're making too much sense about like how much destruction you've wrought just by existing. It's
And
like
you don't have to have it where like Vi is like chill with that fact. It's the
Yeah.
fact
she'd be
that
destroyed by
Jinx.
it.
Yeah, no. Well, Jinx puts up too much stuff, and like Vi is so stunned she can't make an argument back, and that like it takes too much time for her to like regain enough senses, and she can't argue her way out of it.
Yeah, and it's like that moment of like, I think the destructive nature of it to Vi, like it's one of those like if she becomes accepting of it, it's like that moment of ripping your own heart out, and it'd be brutal for her if she ever came to accept it.
Right.
But no, we got other things we need to focus on here instead of anything more complicated like that.
Don't worry about it.
Maybe we could rewrite your story like you did with Zon, which what?
What?
I guess they're talking about the Jinxers, but like she didn't do. I mean, she
Literally,
I guess she
that
freed
was
them
all
from the
Isha.
prison, but like that was not most of it. At least 90% of it was not Jinx doing it.
Yeah.
That was
So
That's a little wild.
I mean, is this the reason people think Isha wasn't a character? Because Vi, like, canonically, mistakenly attributes her, like, mythologization to Jinx instead of Isha?
Yeah.
I
Maybe.
think they're just
Possibly.
salty and don't
Yeah,
have
that
much
too.
media literacy as well. So,
Oh my god.
well, I still don't.
Quite
I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about the Reddit post of saying that like Isha was completely fridged or something like that.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah, we
whole
talked
Reddit
about
threads.
that last stream.
There's whole threads about it.
Oh, okay. You know what? I don't think I was there.
I
for that
really
last
hate
one. I don't
how
think so.
like it's just all the pieces for Isha are there, and it just feels like they're never quite fully picked up. It's like they're picked up halfway by the show and then dropped again. It's weird. It's really weird how Isha is handled.
and it got picked up. What was it? Even more halfway by the people watching it, I guess, because now we have those takes. So we
Yeah.
have like a quarter of Isha getting picked up.
You're never going to give
It just
up on
makes
me.
you
are
wonder.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Raven.
You're just up carrying that point. So you go ahead and finish it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I wonder if there was a draft where Isha didn't exist and it was more driven by Savika, and so that may be why she wasn't mentioned. Like maybe it was Jinx, like in an earlier version, that did all the hero stuff just for her ego or for fun or whatever, and then if it got changed that Isha motivated her, they just didn't, like, go back and fix things. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems
No,
a little
I
strange.
actually do believe that Isha may have been a last minute addition. In a sense. Like I feel like she was one of the elements that was added in order to fix a shortening of a longer series.
Yeah.
Or she was added in earlier than she was intended to be.
Don't see how that.
Yeah,
My argument being that it would have had to have happened really early in the writing process, probably after being told that we're shortening it down to like one more season as opposed to 2 or 3 more.
But I mean,
Like-
without her, what's the redemption?
It could have been something else. They could have possibly had another plan. I think it happened early enough that they managed to steer into it most of the way. I just think that there were some outliers that they just didn't manage to fix up, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling about it too.
It'd be like they were like in the first maybe 3 to 5% of the writing process before they decided we're going to make this character Isha and we're going to steer hard into her, and then they got like 85% of the way through writing her and they just kind of didn't finish it for whatever reason. I know it sounds really silly to do it that way, but trust me, that can happen.
I can see it. It sort of just feels, at least to me, that the Easter conversation could have been right here, but it was given up on the altar of the scene later in this particular jail cell.
Yeah,
But, I mean,
that too.
aside from Vi not mentioning a thing that she would have no reason to know, what other missing pieces are there to?
Well, not.
Isha?
What do you mean she wouldn't know? Like, you mean she wouldn't know about like Isha's name or what?
Oh, and not like her name, but what she did in Zon. Like,
Oh.
if she thinks Jinx did that, I mean, there's really no good reason for her to assume someone else did it on Jinx's behalf.
That is true.
I mean,
Not
like
that,
what
but-
other?
Like, my issue is more that they set this up that Jinx protecting Isha was like the crux of why Vi was like, wait a minute, maybe my sister's not that bad after all. And so I think that what we're just looking for is that, like, hey, you can be the hero that you were to her, or like she looked up to you, you inspired change in her for her to be heroic. Like, just like a line, not like knowing information that she wouldn't reasonably know.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I'm like, what other? But like, besides for this scene, where did Isha's story
Oh, I
fail
see what
to
you're
get picked up?
saying.
Oh, you're gonna have to ask Reddit on that. Like, trust me, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
I think more so like we just needed one last conversation about her with Jinx. I think that's really it. Now, admittedly, there are other parts to her that should have been, but like in terms of like finishing out her role, that's what we needed. We needed something here to reflect upon her. Even though, like, I can fully agree that, like, Jinx being here, I think that Vi would have mentioned her. I think that's within character. It feels like a missed opportunity to have a more substantial take on it. Mystic Master, oh yeah, that reminds me. What are all the Zonites thinking now that their savior hero is in jail? Anna.
Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them.
And also,
Yeah,
It was
they kind of
Savika's
forget
cut
about the whole
plot
Zon.
line. Don't worry.
also Mystic, you
And
say...
then somehow Savika, for some reason, convinces them. I don't know. I don't want to make this about the 9th episode already, but like,
Well,
man,
don't worry.
Savika in the 9th
Pop.
episode is like, she just ruined her whole arc,
Well,
ruined the whole character.
Vi is
Pop off on episode 9. Feel free, man.
Well, Mystic Master says, Vi is too stubborn and loves her sister too much to truly give up on her. Did you forget the entire fight sequence in episode 3 where they were trying to outright murder one another? I'm sorry that even though it ended with a dramatic, like, oh my god, I can't believe I almost killed my sister moment, at any point in that, if either of them had tripped up properly, they would have been dead.
I mean, the only thing that I can remember about that fight right now is
Miss Tech, no, she didn't have. I'm sorry, like, you don't understand how combat works. If Vi had gotten a lucky fast shot, Jinx would have been dead in an instant, and there would have been no coming back from that. Vi was at peace with that going into that fight, and only changed her mind in the heat of a moment because a child begged for Jinx's life. Like, that is what got her to change back to caring about Jinx. But she was ready to kill Jinx in that moment before that.
And let's not, if we're talking about this scene in particular, Jinx does not give Vi a chance to really stop her, considering what's about to happen. So, like, yeah, like, Vi is too stubborn and loves her sister too much to truly give up on her. Unfortunately, right here, the choice is made 100% by Jinx.
Yes.
Like, Vi might hate this, and she shows her frustration in the next scene she's in, but she can't stop this.
All right, I am
think
back.
It was Isha
Welcome
begging.
back.
I'm pretty sure it was Isha is the one that slowed Vi down.
She
Like-
put a gun into Vi's face, and then after the gun was knocked out of her hands, she curled up around like Jinx's head.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
She was instrumental.
functionally begging.
Yeah.
Functionally begging.
And then I should mention I'm very impressed by Jinx's control over her hair to not get it caught in the door on her way out.
Shimmer powers, man.
Yeah, Shimmer Powers, man. I gotta get some of that stuff.
Do
Do you think they make that an ADHD medication?
Oh my god. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Seeing what it's done for Jinx, mental wise, that might not be very good.
Okay, but let's
Yeah,
be clear.
no.
She wasn't exactly mentally stable beforehand. So you know what? It might be rolling the dice.
So it's evidence that it makes it worse.
What is it? Shimmer because your hair is shining.
Yeah, that's a side effect. Gives you perfect hair all the time.
Damn.
And so she just steps back and is like, you don't need to feel guilty or worry about me or happy or anything. You deserve to be with her. Which, holy shit, Jinx, that's not what any of this has been about.
Yeah.
That was such a weird line. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you do. Jinx
Caitlyn
is all
wasn't
like,
brought up here.
Written
Dude, Jinx-
completely backwards.
Yeah, I
Jinx-
like
180.
you deserve
Yeah.
to be with her. Bitch, I didn't even mention Cat.
yeah, dude,
Who?
Jinx is all like, you can bang, okay?
I feel like that, like what this episode just suffers from the most, I should say, is that I feel like I see the writers being like, but we need to tell the audience what's okay. Even like with Jason, Mel, and Victor, like you kind of have that sort of stank on it too. But like,
Oh,
especially
shit.
here, I'm like,
Oh.
nobody asked this. Like, this is a response to a question that was not present, like by Vi or like anybody else in this scene. It's just the writers being like, well, we need Jinx to give them
By
an
Kaiser.
like the excuse. Uh-oh. Yeah,
But-
permission. That like, I consent, I don't. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
And
Damn it, Kaiser, I
Sorry.
go to the bathroom for 5 seconds and you fucking go all... Ah,
We
God.
are now biblically accurate.
Yeah.
glorious. Like Jinx goes into the darkness and says a lot of very red flaggy things.
That's no,
Yeah,
I
this
think it's
is-
explicitly red flags. I think this is
Yeah.
like, this is a red banner at this point.
No, the opening.
Uh-oh,
God
we
damn it,
lost
Kaiser.
him.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we'll just be biblically
Uh,
accurate for a little bit here.
It's
Sorry, folks.
no, it's the opening scene with Jinx like flying the flag from Les Miserables, but that's just red. That's her waving the flag or the red flag in front of Vi right now.
Miss Tech Master is like, all of a sudden the story is about Vi needing to choose who is Vi's top girl, her sister or her GF.
Yeah.
It basically is at this point, and it's really bizarre. Like, if there had been more in these seasons, more conversations between Jinx and Vi about the nature of her and Caitlyn's relationship at any point. Fuck! If Caitlyn had been here for this conversation, and this has been Jinx's goodbye line after locking them both in a fucking cell together.
Jared, the astral artist, so many flags she's communicating in semaphore. Which, yeah. Hello, Twilight.
I think she got it. Ah, he's back.
He's back. He's back.
Sorry. I have a
I'm
phone
back.
in my room so that my grandpa can easily get a hold of me if he needs me for something.
That's fair.
Aw.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Fucking Discord skits out on me.
Don't worry, that's normal.
Oh no, it's the IRS.
No, I think it was the hospital
There we go.
looking for grandpa.
We are back. Yay. Okay, so, yeah, Jinx basically walks out in here and says, hey, I'm going to go Minecraft myself. And she has a
Yeah.
very particular line. There's no good version of me, but we know that there is. Except we
Yeah.
don't, because we saw that she was basically left with what's going to end up destroying her fucking world, because that was
Don't
not a
worry.
good ending to that episode.
Don't worry, don't worry. There's like there's no good version of me, and then she walks out further and further and further, and
What are you gonna
Yeah.
do? It's like, take a guess, Vi.
break,
Break
the cycle.
Oh, that's a bad sound.
What are you talking about? Are
Yeah.
you replying as though I am familiar with the conversations you had with your hallucination dad?
Still,
This is
pretty,
where like, oh, sorry, you go first.
I was going to say pretty blatant, but as dramatic as the scene is, I'll admit I did laugh at the slow-mo punch into the wall.
Huh.
It's just like I don't know. I find weird. I find
Although I
weird.
will
I find
say-
I find weird things funny in this episode. I don't know
I
why.
find, I find,
Although I
I find,
will
I find,
say-
I find.
Hey,
Well, I will say though, one last thing I guess about this on my end. Some of y'all probably already know this. I had like a live stream and I made a video out of it where I was reacting to a guy named Sometimes Eli, who was making a video talking about how like fandoms ruined Arcane season 2, and proceeded to make the video that had nothing to really do about Arcane season 2 until like the last 2 minutes.
Oh, I remember you talking about this, yeah.
Yeah, and like he said that the issue, one of the big issues was that like the writers had prioritized shipping instead of like the storytelling, and that's why the season as a whole failed, which is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's
he
not
should have just been
episode 8, sure, but not.
yeah, he should have just
anything
been,
else.
he should have just talked about just this scene if that was really the issue here. Like the rest of the story, no, all of our problems that we described so far had nothing to do with the shipping at all.
Yeah, and I think it was less of. I think some of it maybe on the writer's end, but not like pressure by the fandom, if that makes sense. Because some of the writers were clearly very into the ship, but I think that it was more the philosophical stuff. Like, oh, Vi's one of the good ones, and so we need to show their relationship progress or whatever. Like, I think it has to do more with like how the politics of the show got lukewarm near the end, and
I
so
agree.
they kind of dropped it in that.
The real issue
Like,
with
you know what
that
I mean?
guy's vid was that like he was trying to imply that the writers was born it's like this fucking Pepe Sylvia shit. I'm gonna describe this and you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. He was basically saying that like the fandoms well, I guess that makes it easier. The fandoms of the past, starting with Avatar: The Last Airbender, went into Steven Universe and then Korra and then all these other cartoons leading to Arcane. And he's saying that the writers were, because they consume some of these shows, they also inherit the bad genes of the fandoms. And therefore, it leaked into their writing.
I remember
Yeah,
this
that
guy's
doesn't
argument.
sound
so
That
Like-
means unhinged.
You say
That
that,
does sound
and
unhinged.
the first thing that comes into my head was just the memes from Metal Gear Rising. Like,
Yeah.
that's some bullshit there.
The DNA of the soul.
It infected them. It infected the writers. That's why season
Wind
2 is bad.
blows, rain falls, the strong prey upon
Dude,
the
I'm
weak.
pretty sure I have like one of that dude's My Hero Academia videos suggested on the list.
Oh,
I
dude, let's watch it.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's
that
horrifying.
sounds.
I would love to
Dude,
see
the
that.
things he said about My Hero in the video that I reacted to was nuts. I can't even imagine what he says in a video dedicated to it.
Miss Tech Master says, and now Vi is once again in another jail cell punching the wall, unable to help her sister. Look, that's a cool thematic parallel, but they got there through so many contrived memes and memes.
It's
And
No,
it
the
wasn't
memes-
even
the memes
like,
too.
it wasn't even about that. It was all about the fucking.
yeah. Don't worry. When we get to that scene, I have a particular.
Yeah,
meme.
I guess one last
Speaking of
thing on
memes,
this-
actually,
Oh, you go.
I was gonna say, speaking of memes, when we get to that scene, I have a particular one that I want to show you.
Okay.
So next scene, before we get there, is what I affectionately call the Game of Thrones scene, where it's two people walking down a hallway dramatically talking about or like the emotions behind the politicking. And it's just because like the positioning and stuff, it reminds me of it. I thought you liked Yuri, Raymond. It's a running gag. What?
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's because we're implying that, you know, it's all this is like in service to that scene. I think he's jokingly asking,
just
why are you
because-
complaining?
Just because he likes Yuri doesn't mean that he's going to accept any time that women are sexual or romantic in a scene. He has standards.
I do.
I know
Yeah,
that
you
they're
get-
kind of
listen.
low when it comes to Yuri, but he still has standards.
Listen, you gotta wine and dine him first, okay? Jesus.
You get a Vander flashback and he's like, Vi, when I said fuck the police, that's not what I meant.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but it's
so I'm
getting
gonna-
results, Dad.
So kiddo, I I'm gonna have to go through my speech, and when I said fuck the police, I'm gonna start on my rant again, and I want to tell you exactly where I lost you.
So fuck the police. You've already lost me. Oh. I'll give you a hint. There are 3 holes.
Oh,
Batman gets the reference at least.
In the bowling ball.
And the bowling ball. What do you think I was talking about?
well, of course.
I've chased the archetype of a Medarda.
Also, you're doing the O'Malley voice when that was Andy speaking. So.
I'm not good at Brooklyn accents all that great. All right.
Fair enough.
Also, I'm pretty sure that was O'Malley in that scene with him. So
It was.
okay. So I believe it was my calling to merit the blood in my veins. It was all a lie. This blood is alien to me. I don't understand this because you are still the daughter of your mother. It's not alien. Also, it's always been
Mel.
your blood.
No, Mel, you've been listening to people say vague stuff so much, you're starting to talk vague yourself.
I think
You're falling
she's-
to it.
I think that
I
she's
know.
now more saying that she focuses more on the her father's heritage inside of her instead of her mother's, because not that I think that she even really recognizes her mother now either, because there was stuff that she didn't understand about her mother that she now does, but now she's mostly focusing on the fact that it's her father's blood that is mostly affecting her life now, and technically always has.
Yeah, I was making a joke, but I actually kind of like this scene.
Okay. I mean, I suppose that's fine. Yeah.
No,
As an isolated back and forth where they talk about the shit that they go through, and especially the trauma that Mel went through,
right?
And Jace going out of his way to comfort her despite the pain that he's gone through, which, like, we've talked about before, but Jace pushed himself through hell to get back, but he still does care for Mel, and this is probably where I put the resolution to, like, I don't care if you use your magic on me, like, I will call it real.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And he says there's no force in the world that can control you, just as, like, utter admiration for Mel, which has been there since season 1.
Yeah.
But what we talked about earlier was why this scene was a little confusing to me, because I was like, weren't they mad at each other like 20 minutes ago? And now he's like flattering her. What happened?
It's why I say
I
I like this scene in a vacuum. Up until the point where this boy comes in and goes like, "Oh, by the way."
Yeah, I think maybe that's where I'm like, what the where are you guys waxing philosophical now?
Also, what time is it?
What time is it? Sorry.
And then, like, you will never be a passenger. And then at the end of the season, we see her that she's a passenger on a boat. Anyway. Yeah, then they go off to do preparation stuff, I guess. Yeah, here we go. He's giving a speech, which I don't know why she's not part of this. You would think that, like, Mel would be here, but it's basically him addressing the most powerful people in the city, both above ground and underground, and he reveals Huck.
Look how much we still have left.
Yeah, the funniest thing about
don't worry, like 5 minutes of it is like sex scenes, so don't worry.
We're not gonna do a blow by blow demonstration.
Yeah, let's give the play by play.
Let's critique their posture and the finger movements.
Right.
Let's go into the
Look,
fine
we need
details.
Dashy in here. She can do the sex scene.
Yeah, don't worry. We can trade out. Dashy can pinch hit for you, Twy, if that makes you uncomfortable. We can.
My only thing with this is, like, we have to rally the troops, but I just sort of chuckle at the fact that the representatives of the Undercity are Savika and
the Batboy.
Batboy Echoes #2, because there's fucking no one else left in the Undercity that is, like, leadership position.
I mean, I guess the Jinxer, but, you know, she comes later.
I love how much attention we gave to this random man, by the way.
Well, because
Like,
it's
starting forward.
Well, because it's Jin.
Oh
It's
no,
Jin.
I know, but I just like nobody else is gonna know that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that-
it's
I don't
like
know
this
what they
came
were
out of
doing.
nowhere, and then he gets a lot of focus in the finale, and it feels like this is a character that should have been introduced in like, if this got 4 seasons, season 3, and we got a little bit about him, and he like represented the average Piltover citizen, and then we got the Jinxer to match it with the average Undercity citizen, that sort of thing.
Mystic Master, it's just a theory, a arcane theory, but there's it's the fact that he's very musically inclined and next to the same piano that Jin goes through, and well, Jin is from Piltover, so there's enough.
Imagine if it's not Jin though, and they just like someone just really liked him. Like that would be hilarious if next season we get no further information. Like I'm assuming they're
cool.
trying to set something up. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Jin
yeah,
is from-
same.
Jin is from Io. He's an assassin type character from the League. I know vaguely some
yeah.
of his information. He's from
Yeah, he's Ionia.
Oh.
Yeah, he's no, that's me misremembering things. But the big short that he's known for is playing a piano for performance in Piltover. So I got those streams mixed up in my head.
Oh,
But
so
he's an
maybe
he's
he
an
shows
assassin.
up in the Aeonian series then.
Yeah, he's an assassin. His big thing is like muse for performance, and there's nothing more like there's no more muse than life and death and everything else like that.
An arcane theory. I know nothing is Matt Patton disguise. Unmask him, Raymond. Look, I can confirm that the front cover is very much real. I am not ripping that off.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I worked hard on that cover.
No begging you, every one of you, topside and bottom, is to aid us in this coming war. And it will be a war. More like a skirmish, really, but,
We'll get to that when we get to it.
Hey yo, it's Green Boy.
Ocean Man.
Oh, shit, man!
Dude, it'll be do imagine that like just in that scene or like whatever TikTok compilation of the character, they just play like a dramatic version of Ocean Man.
Ocean Man, take
Ocean
me
Man,
to the
exploded
land that
reverb.
you understand.
Yeah, like with the big drums and shit.
It's sung by Woodkid.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The forces against us. So basically, it's just Jace just saying, you know what? Yeah, big fuck off enemy coming to destroy our way of life. Who's with me? And basically, half the people are like, fuck this, I'm leaving.
No,
That's really all the scene is.
so, like,
I don't know if there's
it-
much to add.
no, listen,
The,
Jace is all like, the reason why they left is because Jace is all like, what are we, some kind of League of Legends?
I
And that's why they
am
left.
going to find a way to install malware onto every single platform you inhabit.
What the fuck?
You know, I hear
Malware?
Malware.
There's this thing called Sigma, I hear.
No!
Sigma balls.
So the I guess it's kind of funny thinking about if Jace is this lucid and he does have all of his faculties, he could basically just say, so functionally God is coming to kill us, so all hands on deck, please.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing this soft-handed approach. Just be like, literally, if we fail here, the world ends. Like, I don't mean to put the pressure of the world on everyone's shoulders here, but literally we are fighting a guy that is trying to ascend into becoming a minor deity. And he is going to
Okay.
fuck everything up. We gotta stop this, please.
And in the
Counterpoint.
and in the background, someone says, "I mean, we got 5 of those in several continents. Is that really a bit much of an issue?"
Yes!
I was going to say counterpoint. Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday.
Holy shit!
Fuck.
No wonder Victor was so good at invading Piltover that everyone was out for the tacos.
Yeah.
So, and in between this, we get, like, moments of, like, the piano boy learning how to stab from Joris. We see him in the background, and, like, Joris explaining and training these people. And it's weird. It's just, I don't know the purpose of inserting this subplot at the 11th hour. It's bizarre to me. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't exemplify the average Piltover person. it just is sort of there. And a lot of people fuck off. A lot of people leave, and Maddie goes over to kind of comfort her, Caitlin, as their pleas fall on deaf ears. We see people who are staying are saying goodbye to their loved ones and are being like, "Hey, take care of yourselves. I'm sorry. I hope you survive," that sort of stuff, which is fine. That's fine. People fleeing. I don't know where they're going exactly, but
I mean, Jace just said if you're going to flee, don't stop running.
Honestly,
they're just into the woods.
yeah, honestly, I want this older guy's story, like this middle-aged man with graying hair and tattoos. I want his story. Who is
you want
this
his
guy?
story instead of Piano Boy?
Yes, this guy's way more interesting to me than Piano Boy.
They're going off-
This
they're
man
going
has
off
lived
screen.
an interesting life by the looks of it.
Yeah, I can probably agree with that.
Someone has a tattoo of a flower on their wrist, and Raymond's like, "That's so interesting. I want to learn your entire history."
Immediately Flanderized.
Everyone's preparing the.
Instant Flanderization. Just add Twilight.
Actually, this scene kind of brings something up. Loris is telling people how to properly stab. Shouldn't they have firing drills instead? Considering most
I
of the stuff is
imagine it's just
rifles?
saying that they're going over everything they possibly can. So it's
Alright,
like,
fair
hey,
enough.
if you lose your rifle, you got your knife, and here's how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This scene doesn't do anything. 1 minute later, why didn't they show them doing this? I guarantee if they didn't, you'd be like, oh, so the average Piltover person is just trained in military combat.
No. My issue is more with the focus they put on Piano Boy, and it's because I don't know what the overriding purpose of the average Piltover perspective is at this point. We've really gone past where it could have been really impactful.
It's I get I'm with you. I get the thematic means where it's just here's a spotlight on this average person who has never known war is being forced into this particular conflict sort of thing. It happens in a lot of media. Right now, though, I'm just trying to make a parody of "Sing Us a Song, You're a Piano Man," but it's more fit for here.
Hexa
Oh, hey, Pete.
attacks you, Piano Man.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, Pete.
Just in time for the best scene of the episode. Yes, Pete. Don't worry. We'll
Let's
get
go!
to it.
Also, we see them basically loading up possibly one of the coolest weapons in the show, which is it's just a cargo loader that's retrofitted to be a fucking rail cannon.
That's a surprise tool that will help us later.
I fucking love this thing.
You see Jace working on it, and obviously it's really good. To bring up a thing from episode 9. Hey Jace, you want to shut down the hex core and everything down there?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, you can do
Well,
that
you have the
anytime.
Well, you have the time, my
now.
man. Because
Yeah, you should be closing your ports anyway right now because you don't want anyone
Pretty
in the
much.
fucking city. I guess unless
the
they
easy
show
way
it,
to
unless they show people evacuating the city by the hex gates, then I could say that leaving it on makes sense.
I don't remember that happening.
No. They don't. What I'm saying is, if they did, I would understand that. But you're right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we should be seeing them shut it down, one or the other.
But again, surprise dude will help us later, and it looks really cool.
Wait, Pete was saying to be a guest host and the description is false advertising. I just copy over the description from prior episodes just because it saves me time. So,
Yeah, you saw.
people are fleeing on airships in general, which is nice. Wait, did that just say Maddie?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not Maddie.
What?
That's not fucking Maddie.
Damn,
Subtitle
the
guy?
subtitler saw just
Or-
some
or is
random
that, like-
redhead.
Oh, is that like voiceover? Is that what that's supposed to be? Wait, no, it's not.
No.
No, it's not.
Huh?
What the fuck?
Subtitler
That's
just
so funny.
So
Fucking
the subtitler saw
racism. Excuse
Ginger
me.
and decided, you know what?
Oh.
I guess.
Then we have this woman. Sorry, this Jinxer is just like, careful there, Ginger. I'll have your job in a couple of years.
No, Netflix subtitles. I'm not racist, but all gingers look
Oh, and then we have the old what's her face from Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, the grandma.
Sophie?
Yeah, I'm isn't
I'm
that
only
what she dresses like when
28
she's
years
old?
old.
I'm trying to remember. I
It's very similar.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly blue though.
Oh, it's just I remember seeing that. I'm like, isn't that like a fucking Ghibli character? Oh,
Yep, there.
yeah. So I
There it is.
guess they were using it as like the escape route.
There's
But
a
now
thing
you should be
about
shutting
that.
it down.
Yes, there it goes. Next. Like one of those things of like have 10 or 20 people in the hex gate sort of thing.
Yeah.
As soon as people are done, we're shutting this down.
Yes. And there should be an army down there.
Jace's
And then we see Fishboy at the checkpoint when a bunch of Jinxers and lower Undercityers come up. Zonites come up to basically join the fight, and he does this little thing where his like frills around his eyes kind of smile for him. I think it's really like
Right.
nice
Yeah,
little
that's
alien
cool.
detail of him.
That's so cute.
I like that,
He's a
actually.
good boy. Fishboy is a good boy. We love
He
Ocean
is-
Man.
Glory
He's
to
my
Ocean Man.
favorite character in this.
Did I-
as-
Oh, hey, there's the guy that's more interesting right next to the main
Yes.
Jinxer.
Yes.
Did
Well,
I tell
Gert's
you
fine.
guys that when Hunter and I first watched the season, we thought that Fishman was the Noxian spy, not Maddie. Like we thought
Aw,
it was him because
damn.
he had a weird sort of like facial expression in one of the
Oh,
scenes, but I
I
guess it was
see.
like he
I
was
see.
looking at Maddie maybe, and that was supposed to be
That's actually
foreshadowing
not
to the
that's not
Maddie
alien.
thing.
A lot
but-
of people, and I myself included, theorize that Maddie and him could have been a spy duo at one point.
Yeah, like something like that. But yeah, we did not clock her. We thought he was evil.
I was mainly considering Maddie
He,
rather than
I-
Ocean Man. I felt like that would have been just like, oh, that's the obvious choice. So
The
they're
thing
not
that I
gonna do
actually really liked about Ocean Man is that he takes off his hat to specifically like nod and let them through.
Yeah.
That he like for as little screen time as he got, it's like, man, I wish we got more of this guy. He
I like
seems
this guy.
chill.
I.
Hey, Jace, you want to
Hey,
start doing something instead of just staring dramatically at it?
Look, stop being dramatic, Jace. Jace, you know how this
Also,
happens.
I need to raise this point. Sure, it's a great way to get out of the city, but would it not have been more beneficial to just start dismantling it right away and not waste hours of time sending people out of the city? Like, just have them fly away and dismantle this thing on its own over the course of several hours. I'm pretty sure you can finish unplugging all of those in under an hour.
I mean, it takes him. We see how long it takes him alone to get rid of a good chunk of them before Victory activates.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
it
episode 9
shouldn't.
thing.
It's just a twist and pull.
Anyway, we're
Why
at.
does he do it alone?
That's a good question for another
a
time.
great question.
Push-ups, sit-ups,
well-
and a lot of juice.
Anyway, stop the dramatics. That's Ruby's job. Anyway, we're at the scene, and I just want to post this particular meme
Oh boy.
in general.
Oh god. Let me pull it up on screen.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Uh.
Oh my god!
Ah, the things I do for the course of entertainment. I say as I become Victor. Where is the brave? There it is.
You don't worry, Pete. You didn't miss it.
There we go. I do love how they depict her being stinky and smelly. That's very
Yeah.
accurate to what I imagine she does smell like.
It's a glorious artistic rendering.
Yeah, thank you, Ratkitchen?
I found it on Reddit and I laughed. So.
R8K Jin. Ratkitchen. But yes, it is absolutely accurate to what's happening in this scene.
Oh boy, we get to this scene, and I think we already discussed how Caitlyn is the reason why there's no like guards and everything else like that. It's all set up perfectly fine. Now, does anyone have any additional comments about the setting of this particular scene that they want to go off on?
Icky.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Miss Techmaster
So,
says, all right, kids, after Kate opens the door, should Vi A, run after her clearly suicidal sister, or B, says B and Lex?
Raymond, when you were mentioning the thing that Jinx was doing with her fingernails, that's right next to them, by the way.
Oh, that made it worse.
Is.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I try to
The
scrub it every
moldy,
time I
rotten
see that.
food is there. The nails are there. All of it is
And you
there.
know she didn't shower, so
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Vi has been unconscious. She hasn't cleaned up since the fucking explosion. You're still on an intravenous tube.
Yeah, you're right.
So, and there's been a lot of people online that have also stated that for this particular scene, Vi has no idea what Jinx is going to do.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that for a second. I think
that's really
yeah.
bad.
I think the
Come
best
on, bro.
interpretation of this is that Vi is resigned to what Jinx is going to do, because what is she going to do? Where is Jinx? She doesn't
she
know.
Can't find
She
her.
can't. She's gonna run out and start randomly searching for her. Like, I don't think, like, I understand if she feels powerless in this moment, because even if she is free, Jinx is long gone.
I mean, Echo
And-
found her.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Echo
Echo,
was gonna say that.
Echo has plot powers.
yeah, Echo also, for the record, Echo, I don't know if it's implied whether or not Echo just appeared in that room, because that's where the teleporter was. So,
You saying he has echolocation ability?
Oh,
well, everyone, it's been great having Fatman here.
Let's be 100% honest, and I'm gonna be 100% honest. If he wasn't gonna say it, I was.
Oh, so okay, so what I said earlier deserved, fucking Maverick viruses upload to my system, but it's not. But when you guys think of a cringy line, that's okay.
Well, the difference
see
is
how
that
it
Fat
is.
Man's cool.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay,
I
racist.
literally just said I was going to kick him from the stream. What do you want?
No, I was talking about. I know, in fact.
I'm trying to be. I'm
Oh.
sorry, man.
Now
Look,
you gotta kick us
Look,
both.
quite literally, you could just give. Okay, you know what? Fatman gets a nice warm bath in a pot of water, and I know nothing.
Unlike Vi.
Gets nicely acquainted with a bookworm. How does that all sound?
Oh, that sounds fine.
As
But
in, like, an actual worm that eats books.
yeah, but memes aside, I think we can all come together and say that the timing and framing of this particular scene is very, very off.
Everything
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
this scene is wrong.
Also, I would like to say on the topic of like, oh, but Vi wouldn't know like where her hideout is or any of that. And like, I get it, but Jinx left with all that hair down. Like, you're telling me that no one noticed Jinx walking all the way back down to Zon, and that there was no way
especially
for
with
her to
everyone
go,
on high
hey,
alert.
She could be pressing the shimmer the entire way, though.
I
Counterpoint.
guess.
Counterpoint, Cal. Nobody noticed Jace going from Piltover all the way to the sanctuary. So.
Well, that's because he's just a man, but Jinx has like recognizable feet.
Okay,
man
actually,
with a
you know what? No,
hammer?
actually,
That's true.
here's the thing. Either people have either evacuated or they're getting prepped for war. Anyone that did see her, if they saw her, if she was sneaking away, because she wouldn't want to be found, she's like a cat going to die. Which, by the way, sorry for the sad imagery in your head now.
Aw.
Even if they saw her, odds are they are long gone from the city, or they are too fucking busy to care. So
I guess,
Don't
but
they
just
show-
from the thing that Vi could like but if Vi's not thinking logically, she would ask them anyway, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not that she'd actually be able to find her, but that we could have seen a scene where she tries and it's so much chaos that nobody really gives a fuck. You know what I mean? And so that is what makes her ultimately give up. But I would have liked to see her try, even if it was hopeless.
Also, they do show at the beginning of the next episode that Jinx did cut her hair off.
Well,
Yeah.
that was when she got to where she was going, though. That was when she got the Silco's
That could have let's be 100% honest, that could have happened anytime. You can't tell me there aren't plenty of like sharp pieces of metal she
Well,
could have
no,
just,
no,
used
because
weapons.
she was
She brought
literally
her hair with her,
She
though?
brought it with her.
Do we see the hair?
Yes!
Yeah, I'm
Silco's
pretty
It's
sure
spread
we
out
do.
around her like the
No,
knives.
no,
from-
yeah, it's the design that she
It's like
to,
the
yeah.
knives in Suicide Squad, the first one with Joker. It's
Oh,
like that.
don't remind me of that.
Sorry.
Stop it.
Anyway, this scene is just really bad, and I got flamed on another Discord for saying I hated this scene because I hate lesbians.
Yeah.
Of course.
They try to
It
accuse
can't
you of
be because
homophobia?
the scene is bad. You just have to be a homophobe.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
No, dude, listen. All right, you say this, and Ruby fans that argue about Bumblebee are all like first time.
Do you guys want to guess the like to dislike ratio on Hunter and I's reaction?
Oh, please.
Okay.
okay.
I'm going to
Yes.
guess
It has
it's
140 likes, so that's your context. How many
holy
dislikes do you
shit. Okay,
think you
5,000
had?
dislikes. 5,000 dislikes to 100.
5,000?
Yep.
I'm gonna say like 400.
Yeah, 500.
I want to say 200.
I should actually ask, how many views does it have total?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys have people after you or something. The video only has 5,000 views, the reaction.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
okay.
then that
Okay,
helps.
50 then.
Yeah, no, it's a dislike. So it has 100 likes, roughly
Yeah.
speaking. So then probably
I would-
about 500, 600 dislikes.
I'm gonna say it's way closer to like a 50-50 split because it's so rare for a video to go like.
I'll
under
say
50-50,
70 dislikes.
especially in the in the days now, like that the dislikes aren't readily available.
Yeah.
True.
I'll say like 120.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I'll say
Fat
that
Man got it.
Damn.
Damn, bro.
Oh, nice.
Holy shit.
That's exactly right.
Bro just blind through a dart and
Well,
hit
no,
bullseye.
for as wrong as he can be about assumption versus implication, Fat Man is
Oh my
pretty good
God.
about understanding the algorithm
My
of
God.
YouTube.
Yeah.
No. This is very, very fair. Fucking yeah, but I did not expect that to be like that much of a split. Holy
Well,
I-
I mentioned that because, so, like, for anybody that's watching and doesn't know, so, like, Hunter and I are both girls. Hunter has a girlfriend, and people were still like, you two hate lesbians, even though we're both queer. And Hunter's just sitting there like, what the fuck? And I, with me, I'm dating Arnold, so whatever. Some people don't know. But I'm like, how are you looking at me and Hunter, and you're like, they
No,
must hate
Cal.
gay people.
Hunter goes home to her girlfriend and just says, "I hate you because I hate myself."
It honestly doesn't
complete
matter with
fucking
these
joke.
people. If you dislike cartoon lesbians, you must be a homophobe. Even if you are a lesbian, you just hate yourself,
Yeah,
and that's the only reason
as
why.
the preeminent Yuri shipper here, guys, anyone that's so aggressive about it, you need to understand that the Yuri fandom, especially on the Western cartoon side, the anime is not immune to this. We are more
Yeah.
misses than hits. All right. Now the thing is that also applies to straight ships too.
Yeah,
PeriodicPete, I am not reading what you with your second to last message. I can't
Wait,
be on
what?
something.
Wait.
What possible reason?
Hunter and her
Schadenfreude.
girlfriend, like, I
That's what-
hate you. No, I hate us.
Dude, these people are a fucking joke,
And,
man.
like-
In the old days, I would probably be angry about this, but I just can't. I can't even take any of this shit seriously.
Oh no,
dude.
I think it's
you're
funny
too.
too, because
I
I'm
thought it was
like,
hilarious.
this was the only episode that we really, really hated, and people just got like so mad. And I'm like, well, what do you want us to do? Like, do you want us to fake our reaction? Because people
No,
hate
they
that.
want
like,
you to fall
people-
in line. They want
I
you to
get-
read the freaking script and take your gay slop, literally.
It's like,
Just
okay,
like-
so let's run through this. Kate allows Jinx, she knows that Vi is going to free Jinx, allows it to happen.
Free drinks.
Yeah.
Damn.
Free,
Yeah.
I
I love
apparently
free
have
drinks.
free drinks.
What's up, Tap?
I swear to drunk, I'm not dog. Anyway, no, so yeah, apparently Kate understood this, but can you imagine how awkward it would be if Vi is like, you don't understand, Kate. My sister just ran off to commit sewer slide. Like, and Kate's like, oh no, I thought you would get her on our side. And it's like, why did you think that was ever going to happen? Oh.
And then just like, sorry that your sister's about to commit sewer slide. Want to bang?
Yeah. My sister's gonna Minecraft herself.
And it's like, yeah, maybe-
time for a quickie though.
It's like maybe and people are like,
Listen.
oh, this should be just. People have said this is justified as like, Vi taking her own happiness, and it's like, when has that ever been her fucking
Dude.
arc?
Dude, okay, the minute that you apply this in real life, this is just so fucking weird. Yo, my brother is about to fucking Roblox himself.
It's
Yo, but you know what? I should pursue my happy.
It's literally, it's the like, Jinx is drowning in the background. This ain't about her. That's what this is. It's
And
like,
I just never got that idea that was what her arc was supposed to
never
be
been
from
about
season
that.
1. You know what I mean? Like, I know
Yeah.
that Vander put responsibility on her, but it never seemed to
Like-
be... Like, it seemed to be the responsibility of, like, Zahn in general and being a good leader, which obviously, like, that never came back. But, like, it's never been that she sacrificed anything for Jinx specifically. Like, it's not even, like... sorry to bring up Ruby, but it's not
Yeah,
even
it's
like
about
Yang
her
or like Tai
beliefs.
Yang was depressed or whatever, and like Yang raised her. Like they both had Vander. She didn't give up anything for her.
it's
Yeah.
I need to like emphasize. Like, Vi was going to give herself up. Like that was the initial inciting incident. She was going to give
Yes.
herself up for it as a sacrifice because she understood the weight of it. What Vi's character and Caitlyn's in tandem was building to, at least to me, was a mutual understanding between Zahn and Piltover. The best
Yeah.
of both coming together to understand one another and bring a unity to the divide. Like, it wouldn't be a perfect unity. It would be one that was still rough and tumble, but it would be one that's much more stable and could be stood upon by the remaining citizens, and they could help elevate everyone together. That's what
That's,
I always thought the culmination of
that's,
these two was going to be.
That's cool, Raymond. What about a scene where Savika becomes a council member?
It could work if we got, a lot more about Savika. Did we
She
get
was
that?
a bit more of a character this season, yeah.
Shame that. But
Yeah. Yeah,
guess
it's a frustration because it's like this was not at all in either of their characters.
just don't tell Jinx that Vi and Cat did it in her cell. Yeah, probably not the best thing to bring up. And, the only other thing that I have is
There's no bathroom in there, right?
did she use the bucket?
Fucking hell! Can we please stop making it worse?
And
Because the
I guess-
only explanation I have now as to why they would do it in here is they were into that shit, and I don't want them to be.
and we'll move on from that. But the
Thank
final thing is this particular song that plays. I don't really like it. It's just me though.
I don't remember what
mean,
song
it's-
plays.
The one where she goes off. It's like I'm like feeling fantastic is what I remember from the lyrics.
I mean, yeah,
drink
it's about what I
champagne out of
expect.
plastic. Don't you want some crazy like me, babe?
Is this the song where they mentioned like a country or a state or something? And I
Yeah,
was
Watch American Classics, I think it was called.
yeah, yeah.
I'm vaguely remembering this.
Oh, that's just.
And I'm like, you can't do that. That's not allowed.
Also, watch how fast we cut through so much episode.
There's still so much left.
I mean, we have like I think 2 scenes left, basically.
It's Mel talking to Mbessa, and then Victor's
I heard
Ascension.
smell. Why would you say that?
What?
What?
I heard Mel.
Yeah, that was that's on
Yeah,
you.
that's a
Why.
weird Freudian slip on your part.
I'm
Titan
speaking wrong
execution.
tonight. You're hearing wrong tonight.
Wait, we're skipping it, Titan? Yes, we're skipping it.
Well, we can't show it on YouTube.
Oh no, guys, we gotta give the fucking play-by-play a fucking Vise tongue game, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
guys, everyone, analytical glasses on. Everyone, get your pipes out and get ready to.
All right.
All right. Yes,
left-
I do
all right,
believe.
all right, she takes on left cheek, then right
Yeah,
cheek,
left
then
cheek.
left.
I
again.
do believe that she should have employed a 3-finger technique here. The 2-finger one is effective, however, it is not optimal for what she is trying to achieve. As you can see, she is flat. You know, her strength is flagging to hold up her lover. It is. Oh! She has stumbled into a puddle of Jinx's
Oh, and then
piss.
there's
Are you happy now? Is that what you wanted, Titan Executor?
Oh my god.
I can unironically imagine Raymond in his bird form reaching into his goddamn nest and pulling out some whiskey and chugging that shit before he did it. Don't self-destruct, doodly TikTok, man. Like, don't worry.
We're past it. We are past it.
Yeah, we're done. We're gone.
Well, there's one more thing I wanted to bring up, not about what you guys just said, just about like the premise
I
of the
would be
scene.
surprised that you did.
Which is that like I'm not familiar with what everybody's opinion on like what is it, episode 8 of like volume 9 of RWBY or whatever, but I'm like, just from my perspective, people were like, oh, Yang didn't care that RWBY was going off to do like things in Minecraft. And I'm like, but this is like that scene 10 times worse
Yeah,
than
it's a
Arcane,
billion.
and
It's
the
almost.
same
It's
people,
almost just as bad.
like that were complaining about it in RWBY, not you guys, but like just
yeah.
elsewhere, did not like give this the same amount of.
Oh yeah, it's
I
the
mean, that's why,
hypocrisy.
You know?
I always draw the distinction as like reactions, especially because me and Fatman were relatively positive on season 2 on first watch, but then
I mean, I still am.
yeah, you still are because you're
I mean,
crazy.
okay. Well, he's crazy. At the same time, though, there is a lot to love in this season.
Yeah, there is a lot to
Yeah.
love.
Yeah.
And I'm still like, I can reflect on the bad, but I still like. I remember liking the positives, but I definitely understood more of the flaws after reflecting on it. It's like that happens with analysis. So, but people that are jumping immediately to trying to defend it is the problem that I have.
Yeah, like it just it feels like that Arcane got a bit too much of a pass in a way by, again, not
By
any of
certain
you guys,
people,
but just
right.
like the general like sort of community. I don't know. It's sort of hard to explain because I know that fandom is like that, but I feel like this was a particularly egregious case where it only was like 6 months later where people were like, in hindsight, maybe that wasn't great after all. Like everyone just had brain worms in November. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I think they were
like
probably
more than
riding the
other
high
things.
of the show, and then they had to like wake up from the party with a hangover in order to
I was gonna
realize that it wasn't all
say-
that great.
It happens
I
to a lot of show. While a show's going on, like you'll hear heaps of praise,
Yeah.
and after it's gone and like the dust has sort of settled, a lot more people, if it is a legitimately bad show, like more people go like, wait a second, this didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work.
Yeah, I was gonna
biggest
say
one- sorry.
this.
You first.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
My first one was like the biggest one was probably Ahsoka. I saw a lot of people online really
Yeah.
praising it, and then after the season ended, they were like, wait a second.
No. Kenobi.
Oh,
Kenobi
yeah.
is the
yeah.
biggest
That's
one.
true.
People
That's
adore
true. That's
Kenobi,
true.
and it's soured. I mean, like, I don't even know if sour milk is a good comparison. Like, I'm trying to think of what is the. It's like something that was intended to be rotten somehow. It's
Yeah.
like
but-
that fish that needs to ferment.
But guys, listen,
I mean-
listen. The reason why they started out defending it is because the afterglow hadn't set in yet. But anyways, though, on
When
the
to be
real
after
though,
dim.
God damn it! But on the real though, fucking, do you guys think, in comparison to the Ruby scene in particular, especially, that there wouldn't be as much of a defense of this scene if the Sesbian Lex didn't happen?
You see, I defend this scene more on the point that I think Vi is resigned. I don't think it's good that she's resigned. I think it's poor writing. As opposed to
right.
Ruby.
No. I'm just asking about, like, do you think other people would defend it as hard as, you guys were describing if that didn't happen?
No, I don't even think people would talk about it at all.
Doubt it. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like
You see,
the-
that's the fucking problem there.
the comment that people have is like there's Vi has no idea that that Jinx is about to Minecraft herself. It's
Right.
specifically to defend the scene. Like
Yeah.
that's the entire foundation of it.
Because if it was just a conversation, we could have been like, oh, okay, they just had a conversation and then the scene. I think it's like the extremeness of how like Vi's just willing to jump right into things that I don't know.
Like
Like
a kiss would have
that's
been
what
far
makes it
more manageable.
polarizing. Is yeah. I think that's true. Like
But-
that's what, and I think
but
a lot of
sex
people's
takes
argument
time.
is like, oh, but this is the first time that it's been in a show like this, and so that's like I think a lot of where the defense comes from is like, but we needed this because it's important, and like I get it, but like,
No, it's
but
not.
do we want better? Can you get
well,
off the floor?
Like, okay, so my
we can
sister
do
is
this,
about to
right?
self.
I hope that they get off the floor. It's dirty.
Oh, my sister's
what
about
the
to self-delete, and we are about to be invaded by a warlike tribe of people, including superhumans that are trying to indoctrinate us into a hive mind. I'm
Well,
sorry,
I mean,
we have.
consider the end of like Mass Effect, right? Where you
Yeah,
always
for
get
real.
you always get
Well,
the,
and
the
also-
romance
Well, it's
scene.
because in Mass Effect
Right.
you have travel time.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
you're in a spaceship traveling there. You have a couple of hours before you arrive. Yes, you have time for leisure there to actually relax and prep. They talk about that with fucking Garrus. Remember the whole story with Garrus and his shipmate duking it out in the ring and then duking it out in the
He
bedroom?
had reach.
Yes.
So I had reach. She had flexibility.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
that was the kind of shit that happens when you have like massive travel times. You guys don't have travel times. You don't know when the attack is happening.
You're gonna show up late. You're gonna be like, "What did we miss?"
They have bedroom hair. They come in just as the Victor bots are swarming the tower.
Jinx arrived and is already dead. She's been crushed by the fucking airship. But yeah, no. And people are pointing out, yeah, the scene used to be longer, but it was cut, and I'm like, it was already too long.
Yeah,
it was-
bro. It was like
it was-
almost.
it-
It was
it-
like
it-
5 minutes.
I am no prude. Everyone should know this. I am a filthy fucking pervert. I am telling you, it was exorbitant and fucking egregious. You did not need that long.
Yeah,
of a
you're
scene.
making James Bond blush a little bit.
Yes.
Guys, it's a simple statement. We just simply need to blame the French and move on.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the French have done better than this.
I'm looking at you, Dofus. That is amazing. Like literally, that's a children's movie, and there's a bunch of like bras and panties being thrown around. It's hilarious.
Yeah, like one of the main plot points is a man's underwear.
Yeah, there is a joke in it that is hilarious where you are they're trying to break into this arena and there's literally a rule written: no bras or underwear, because people keep throwing it at the sports performers. And it's like, wait, does that imply every woman in every scene that we see inside the arena is going commando?
Damn.
It's
But you
hilarious.
learn that they break that rule because they bring
Yeah.
their bras, they wear their bras with them, and then you see them all take them off and throw them in the arena anyway.
Oh. Right.
Recommend
wait,
Dofus and
isn't Ca-
Walkthrough, guys. It's great.
Yes. they're
Wait,
good.
isn't Caitlyn still dating Maddie when she got down and dirty with Vi?
They talk
Well,
about that.
they talk about
Well,
it.
they
yeah,
mention
they're
about
like,
it,
it,
and then
I don't
Vi's like, "Shut
care.
up." Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what, you want to invite her?
It's
I mean, that's how I would have had it end, but you know.
you can have it.
Oh
Be,
my
you can have
God.
it be that like Caitlyn feels bad for it, like afterwards, after the like energy recedes. At the same time, though, after the energy recedes, we realize what happens and what Maddie's deal is. So I don't think
Well, after
Caitlyn
the
really
energy
feels
recedes,
guilty
she's gonna realize, man, I need a fucking shower.
too. But still,
Oh, the other thing I don't know if I told you guys is that when I was watching season 1, I thought that they already fucked when they were in Caitlyn's room. And so I was really confused about why people were like
Oh,
freaking out that like I think later on
No,
during season
I
1
don't know
maybe
how
when
you-
they like when did they first kiss or whatever?
they
I
first
don't
kissed
remember.
in episode 3, before they broke
Yeah.
up.
it was the same episode that they
season two,
broke up
yeah.
is the same episode that
Yeah.
they
Right,
kissed.
right.
First.
So
It was
one
when
of
the,
my-
people were freaking out that they kissed, I was like, well, didn't they already fuck when
One
Vi
of
was
my
staying
chief
over at
complaints.
her house?
One of my chief complaints about season 1 is that I feel like Vi and Caitlyn's relationship was way too fast.
And it's,
They'd known each other like 2 days, and she was doing the Charlie Brown sad song "A Walk Away" during like episode 7 or 8, and I'm like, what the fuck? You guys have barely known each other for like 48
Well, see,
hours.
that's why I thought, like, oh, they must have had an off-screen because, like, this is an animated show. They're not gonna show, like, the business. They just had a fade to black sort of situation when they were spending the night. Because that's, like, the classic thing in a lot of, like, I don't know, like, a lot of, like, films and stuff that are trying to clean it up. It's like, oh, well, they spent the night in the same bed, so you're just supposed to get it. You know what I mean? And so that's why I thought, oh, that's why it's that serious. But it wasn't that serious. Not
I mean,
yet.
Cal,
Yeah.
I made the joke for episode 3 entirely a joke, but it goes like Arcane shows a lesbian couple kiss first and then immediately after a single argument get domestic. What did the creators mean by this?
Did you guys think
Oh
it was
my
a show the whole sex scene
God.
or just me?
Well, it was a relationship
no.
with a cop.
I was surprised they showed a sex scene. Period. I know a lot of people were like, it
Nah,
has
I
the shock
wasn't.
factor.
I mean,
and I think
Jason
that's a
Mel
problem.
had one.
Yeah,
but
I
it
was about to
like,
say I wasn't
artistic.
after-
surprised.
Okay.
After Jason Mel, I honestly.
Well, I was
expected
gonna say Jason. I should clarify. Jason Mel's sex scene was like done in tandem with the birth of the Hex Core, and like there was a thematic element there where they were mixing the two moments, and it was also like a lot of abstract close-ups. This was anything but fucking abstract, and it served no other purpose
It
than
was
just to
butt
be
fucking
tantalizing, whatever the fuck that word is. We gotta finish this, guys.
Yeah,
I'm dying.
We're all dying.
Is the word that you're looking for.
Titillating, thank you, yes. So basically Mel goes to visit her mom, and it's like down at the camps because she can just do that, I guess.
Everyone just walks around and no one gives a shit.
I kind of want to know who the heck the taxi driver who gets these people from up and down, like Zon, like that guy must be making a fucking mint.
Hey,
Everybody
it's all, no,
unlock
you
that
know what?
level.
I give him a discount. You know, it's all in a good day's
Oh
work.
no! The bug that carries you around in Hollow Knight. He's just like off screen.
Oh
and just hit the bell.
yeah.
he's just going through the tunnels.
We need Silk Song.
soon.
Aren't we getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they announced it with a Switch, and literally the
Yep.
Yeah.
internet
For
went
like
insane.
10 seconds.
Okay, this is the third time they said it would have been out by the end of the year.
Well, I thought
This
they
is
gave
true.
it a hard date this time.
Yeah, they gave a hard date.
November, I think.
Oh well, that's good. I don't
Oh, no,
think
I
they've
thought it
given
was
a
like
hard date.
the release. I thought it was like the release of the console, like July or June or whatever. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah. I'm saying this isn't the first time this has happened, and it won't be the last.
And Bessa is like, "You're alive." They talk, and they don't really talk.
I was like, I know about the this is the one scene where like Mel, you need to say to your mother, stop talking vagary, tell me what happened to my brother. Please.
You know
I
if
will
the-
say, it was very subtle. I liked the quiver on her lip.
Same.
Yes, the animation here again, superb. The
Yes.
animators know what they're doing. You taught me the best lies come wrapped in truth. That's a good line.
Yeah.
It's like a
What
it's like
re-
a bacon wrapped hot dog.
Like what really happened to Kino? Yes, Ambessa, what happened?
Your brother was struck with curiosity. He got caught in their web, and with every action grew more deeply entangled.
Was he a cat or a fly? God damn it!
So you let him die.
What?
And she slaps her, and it slaps her so hard it swaps the camera from over the different shoulders. And I like that touch.
I do like that a lot. Yeah.
And so she ducks the question as like, you let him die. No, I cared so much about him. He was all the sweetness in my heart. For that they took him, carved into me a wound that will never close. This could still
God, the animation.
God, the animation, and this scene could still work if Kino had been the one trying to kill her.
Yeah, like this it kind of implies that he started to agree with the Black Rose because he got entangled with them.
Right.
Yeah. This is something that I can't say about several things in season 2. There's a lot to go off of here in terms of interpretation. I want more juicy talk about what happened of her weaving the full story of like imagine like her telling this betrayal from her perspective, and basically Mel has to like combine what the Black Rose told her and what Ambessa is telling her to really get the full picture.
And then she's like, I pray you never have to suffer being forced to forsake one child to save another, which what?
Yeah. That's a good line, but it should prompt like please continue.
Elaborate, like,
please.
wait, why was him going down this rabbit hole?
Wait, so there was a choice?
Well, yeah, was it threatening Mel? Was happening? There's a lot of details we're not privy to. It's just
Cameron, so does that mean he crossed the wrong man, was a retcon basically?
Or was it just a lie?
Yeah,
I think it was just a lie, probably.
My assumption is that it was a lie, because
wait,
and
is
also
Ambessa secretly a man? Did we not know this?
excuse you. And also there are like male mages in the Black Rose, so like the story still generally fits even then.
It
Right.
could be
Was-
Swain,
Was
right?
the
I
fa-
guess.
was
It could
his-
be
or was Mel's father?
It could, yes, it could be. Oh, dang.
You've made the impossible intolerable, which, good line. I did what you could not for you. For the family. Family.
I actually
family,
do like it with the like you made, what was it, impossible intolerable?
Yes, that's a
Like
great line.
it's like, yes, you would have brought in too much emotion to this decision, and I had to be pragmatic about it for the family, sort of thing.
Oh, what I was gonna ask you guys was, do you think that the idea that they were trying to go for, but I don't think that this was communicated very well, was that she sent Mel away and like acted like she was disappointed in her, but then kept Kino around to make it seem like Kino was the one with the magic and Mel wasn't? Like, is that what she means by
Maybe.
forsaked Kino to protect Mel? Because wasn't that like in the season 1 backstory that like Mel didn't have it in her, and so that's why
Yeah, she didn't have
Ambessa
that
sent
dog
her
in
to
her.
tilt over
Actually,
or
to,
whatever?
To add on to that, it was a surprise when Ambessa tells Mel, your brother's dead.
Yeah, so I wonder
So-
if maybe he was supposed to be like the heir or something, like whatever, like to take Ambessa's position, and then that's how. But like, if that's what they were going for, because it could have easily even been the other thing we said earlier, where he found out what Ambessa was doing and she did it, you know. So it's just not. It's not
Eric.
giving me enough.
Ooh, Eric with some information. Mel's father's name is Rudo. He appears in a spin-off book story. He is indeed a Black Rose member and of the Zalori. Ooh.
Great.
Ah.
I'm glad it was in the show.
It was in the show, right?
It was in the show, right?
Right?
I do want to read the book though. I am interested. But
Piltover has
Oh,
nothing
so-
to do with your feud. Board your boats, leave our shores. I will join you. Don't say our shores then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Probably a misstep there, Mel. We can avenge Kino together. That's what the creators, when they were going into Arcane season 2, and then someone turned around and was like, no.
Aww. Also, this means that Mel's father was possibly a friend with my favorite champion,
Ooh,
Oh,
interesting.
cool.
Pantheon.
And that's a name.
He is a war god that was effective. Depending on the lore, he was kicked out, became mortal, and then as a mortal decided, I'm going to keep fighting monsters and demons to prove that we can still get better and better. One of his best lines was, I think, Atriox has fought gods, but now he faces a man.
Nice.
This is more
Absolute
than
unit.
vengeance, child. These mages dangle over our heads a sword that impales us should we rise too high. And I'm going to totally give my free will away to one for absolutely no guarantee of success.
Don't worry about it.
I did like that line though. I like
The
the
line
vibe.
goes hard.
but-
for
I
sure.
love the
It's-
idea of like people hating mages because
Well,
they're
it's,
so destructive.
Well, it's another thing with her, like this, like violates the core, the most core of Noxian principles. And as much as you can say it's a meritocracy, again, two of the triarchy are Swain and LeBlanc, two heavily magical people, and Darius is keeping his position because, depending on the version of his character, the motherfucker has a ton of anti-magic weaponry. So, like, magic.
See, it would be
being the
great
thing-
if we learned that she was actually an agent of Darius.
Ooh, I
And-
actually would like that.
Like, would that not make a lot of sense? She's looking for
It would.
anti-magic weaponry, and like that would actually be a great approach. She's on the anti-magic faction, and she's actually slipping down the route of becoming a magical faction herself.
Yeah.
That's what
And
Hunter
it's,
and I kind of thought, that she was looking for something under the city.
Well, it's
But-
he was looking for something like hex tech. It's the equivalent of like gunpowder and guns when everyone has like samurai swords. Like you have the ability to kill someone far above your station with something that can effectively be used by anyone who's just taught the right buttons, sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot going
That's
for
cool.
hex tech with her mentality. The issue is her teaming up with Victor. It's like, okay, like every one of us is equal on the battlefield. I guess this is that like through cunning, sweat, and all that goodness, they become better.
Like I said,
They-
push up, sit ups, and a lot of juice.
I just
was-
realized a nice touch about this. She only arms herself with the protective sigils when she's basically sure that she and her daughter are going to be on hostile terms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I do like
they
that at
open
all.
this conversation. I'm like, Mel could kill her anytime, but Mel doesn't want to. Not yet. But now that she's laying out, I'm not going to back down. I'm going to have to protect myself because I can see that the mage has come out in my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
feel like. Oh, sorry.
no you.
Oh, I feel like that's something that maybe, I don't know, maybe this came up later and I just forgot, but earlier we were talking about everything that presumably LeBlanc was saying in terms of, oh, Mbessa wanted you purposefully as a weapon. But now what Mbessa is saying goes directly against that. And I don't have a problem with her being hypocritical, but you think that she would say, and so, like, I did this so we'd get some magic on our side. Like, you think that she would have sort of a comment about the fact that Mel is, like, the exception to her rule.
Yeah, it's like, and so I
About the
tainted myself.
principles.
Ooh, that would be a great. I
Yeah.
tainted myself.
Ooh.
Took upon myself a sin that would never be healed, but I gained for myself a love that I can never forget. Like that's a daughter I can cherish, and someone who can be the champion of our house in a way that no champion could be.
A
A mage against the mages. That sort of thing.
Exactly. And so
And-
I'm like, she never says anything about that. So was LeBlanc just full of shit, or did they just not?
And you know what
did
would be
they
great?
forget?
What would be great is if
They
maybe
kinda
Darius
forgot.
turns on her because he learns that she fucking did this, and he's like, "No,
Ah.
fucking no," And so she becomes an enemy of all three, and her only option is to go more hardcore into it and be like, all right, I gotta side with a demigod because I have to otherwise fight 3 demigods.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you were
that.
going to say,
have to
well,
fight the
time to
Triarchy.
fuck more mages.
I have to fight the Triarchy, and I can't beat them.
But
I like this actually.
yeah,
I really like
that
this.
makes a
I
lot
like
more
it
sense.
too.
And it's like, but this weird metal dude, this cripple over here with magic powers, yeah, he can do it. It's like, really? Yes. Also, werewolf. What? Werewolf.
There's a werewolf. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh,
honey,
yeah, you
have
weren't
been-
here for that.
You weren't here for that.
I want to see that part of the conversation. Like Mel, because like she's gonna walk out in a minute and see everything happen. It's like, is that a fucking werewolf? Yeah, there was a lot that happened.
I really. That's honestly as dramatic as the next episode is. There's easy comedy moments for a lot of people. It's like, what the fuck is
Yeah,
that?
it's
Oh,
just-
there's
Oh, by the way,
Just turn it more into Epic the Musical, where the reaction is, "What?"
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, we face monsters and bears. We can't fight a enemy like this. What was it? A woman. What?
That's why. Have you
Yeah.
seen
We need
how-
to do an Epic the Musical stream, you guys. I
Yeah.
didn't know that
Oh,
was cool
Asked
like that.
yes.
Raymond to do it, and I suggested to get you on for that, Cal.
Yes,
I would.
it
love
is
to
on
see
our
that.
list of things.
I would
Yeah.
love to
Yeah,
see
that'd
it.
be
So
pretty
good.
fun.
I was gonna say I've been sharing the reactions by Danny Mata, and he's like, should I sort of counter for characters going what? The fact you've come to parlay for your friends' lives prove you still lack the wrath necessary to defeat an enemy like the Rose. What?
What do you mean parlay? She didn't offer anything other than she just basically
Yeah,
said, "Get off
she
and I'll leave
demanded you
with
to
you."
get out.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I think that's like, look, stop this. I leave. We all leave. We all go home happy.
She's like, let's go home.
She just it's the equivalent of like,
Mom,
hey,
I want to go home.
road trip, road trip. Hey, mom, road trip, no war.
Oh my god! And we just cut to
Road
them
trip,
like in
no.
a '90s road trip with like a
It's,
convertible.
It's
like,
the Goofy
no,
movie.
yes.
Yes,
With women.
Yeah.
I was gonna make that joke.
Damn it! Quick, mom, do the perfect cast. And she has like those chain whip things, and she kills someone. It's like, mom, not that cast. And then she's like, basically, I don't know why Mbessa does this. She's like, I found a different way. Imagine, child, an army that need never fear death. Gasp. And basically, we see Victor's army right here. Why did you show this
So,
to her at
yeah.
all?
And better question, considering where it was. Mel, did you not notice this when you came in? Considering,
And further question, why do you let Mel leave after this?
it's rude to kill before the
fair
battle
fight,
officially starts.
You know?
I mean, I guess it would be like killing the messenger, which is taboo, maybe in honor.
Not for
unhonorable.
Noxus.
Not for Noxus. Okay, never mind.
Not for
Why do you
Noxus.
let her leave? She is an enemy. She is an enemy leader. Take her hostage. Take her
No,
hostage.
this is Arcane Noxus, not League Noxus. Okay,
Fuck, you right.
different.
And so we get a flashback after Mel's like, "What have you done?" And we see the transformation occur as all the juices are pumped in from Warwick into.
Well, it's the exact moment that
Victor is defeated.
Yep.
Hulk is destroyed. Sorry. And so we see all basically Victor's like, "Doctor, begin the process." And so they start pumping the juices from Warwick into the egg. And it starts the process of transforming everyone into these automatons. The most notable character thing that happens is Victor saying goodbye to this version of Sky.
my comment that I was saving for this is it was confirmed by the writers that this is the Hex Tech getting rid of its illusion because it's no longer required.
I don't know if I like that.
It's just stating what the writer said.
Yeah,
my
no,
man.
I get it.
Yeah, when if anything, wouldn't the sky illusion stick around more since they're melding together?
Well, no,
further?
I do like the last line of like, "I'll miss you," and then she's like, "No,
No.
you won't." That's a great fucking line.
Yeah.
It's like you
Like,
are
yeah,
you are getting rid of that part of yourself.
Yeah, there's weirdly enough, if the writers didn't comment, there'd be a lot more room for interpretation because this is actually a really nice scene. Because
Yeah, this is like
you
one
could
of the
have
things
it
I
be
wish
like
had remained like nebulous because it's not plot critical, but it is character. It's an interesting character.
It's character defining.
Well, the thing
right?
that I originally took away from it is like Victor getting rid of the last of his humanity as the last bit
Yeah.
of Sky leaves, and it's paralleled with like Warwick. His memories of being human are being burned away in his mind, and there's only like the beast and the machine left. And it's like these two, like the price of progress for both of them to ascend to this new particular form is burning away these particular emotions.
Yeah, and it's a great
Oh my
ending.
god, these parallels.
It's a great ending. Like everything here is so well done visually, delivery wise, and honestly, it's outside of context, devoid of context. This is just such a beautifully done scene.
I love this scene.
It's gorgeous. The music is possibly my favorite in all of Arcane. I mentioned this before stream, but it's what is it called? I'm blanking on the name suddenly. It's by 21 Pilots. And
Really?
Yeah, they did a lot. The fun fact about this, they were sent a rough of this scene to do this. Do you want to know how long it took them to produce this song?
2 days.
3 days.
I was joking.
Damn, okay.
It took them
Wow.
3 days to get them a fucking demo of the song. And it did not change very much, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is, and it's one of my favorite. It sounds beautiful, and the live performance at the
Awards?
the Golden Globes, or was it the Video Game Award? It was the VGAs. The VGA's live performance is absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful. He has this moment where you can just tell, like you can tell it's live. It's not lip sunk because he belts out a scream, where there wasn't one in the original recording, and it just sounds so raw and powerful. Have you listened to that?
I have not.
No,
actually.
no
Okay,
idea.
so my friend Jackie, she's one of the sketchies. She loves music. She actually took that, she isolated all of it. So you have a clean sounding version that sounds like studio ready. It's almost that clean. Of that version of the song, no crowd, whatever. You can find it in the Sketchy Hunts, in the Tundra Discord server spoiler chat for Arcane Season 2. It just I think I pinned it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I highly recommend listening to it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Let me double check to make sure everything I just said was completely correct. Yeah, it's called The Line. Yeah, and she has
I see it. Yeah.
a full version of it. I listened to that. It's great. I cannot thank her enough for doing that. But yeah, it's my favorite. It's one of my favorite songs to come out of this. I listen to it on loop sometimes. It's great. But yeah, this is we see it's essentially as a song all about getting rid of yourself, losing who you are when you cross the line, and yeah, this is Victor crossing the line and everyone turning into automatons. It burns away the last memories that Vander has inside of Warwick.
And it's very telling that it was the last moment that he saw the kids happy.
Yes.
Yep.
It's the last time he looked himself in the mirror. It's like that's God, it's so and him and Victor being in sync. God, it's so beautifully done.
Absolutely.
Eric, we'll touch on the Vi was originally supposed to die instead of Jinx when we get to episode 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, like, there's a lot of great visuals, but I think the best one is, if we scroll forward to the very end here, is Victor's face.
Yeah, Victor's ascension as he gets armored.
His rib cage filling up, like all these biological things happening. But then my favorite part is like his head splitting open down the middle and parting as the new mask of his face pushes through. And if you look at it in the future scenes in episode 9, you can see the lower jaw still intact on either side of his head. It looks it's such a cool fucking design.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's episode 8 of Arcane season 2.
So,
Yeah.
the thing that we finally have to talk about, the last thing of this episode that we completely glossed over. Drip check. Drip or drown. Mel, Jace, and Victor. How are they at?
Victor is a high S+.
Do we even see Mel's new drip in this episode?
Well, the
Yeah.
Shawl
I
and
thought it
everything.
was like a reveal in the next one.
No, that was why I thought it was weird. She doesn't look any different in the next episode.
Oh, all right.
She was just in
Okay.
the Jedi cloak for some reason.
Yeah.
She's
that-
become
yeah, that-
Mel the White.
No, oh my god.
The
But yeah, give it like an A.
yeah, she gets an A. I think the one that comes out of this the weakest is probably Jace. It's not as good as his earlier drip. It's still solid. I like the one-armed pauldron, but I feel like it could be better. So I'm gonna give it like a B+.
It's not as memorable.
B+.
It's a B+.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, B+.
And I mean, to be fair, a lot of the greasy, like, disheveledness is making up for the aura of it.
Right.
So sadly, not the best episode with probably the worst scene in the show. Yep.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
It
because
really
there
sucks
are
that
some
it's a
really
relationship-based
interesting
one.
moments here.
Yeah.
I will contend. I know people have said like, "Oh, this is worse than Yang and in Volume 9." I don't think so. I think it's Vi was resigned that Jinx was going to die, which we can talk
Yeah.
about the characterization there,
Which is
as
stupider
opposed to
in
where it
comparison
feels like
to
Yang just kind of forgot that Ruby died in front of her, which is a complete.
Well, and also it was preceded by a scene where Yang literally had the chance to stop Ruby, or at least to try to stop Ruby from game ending herself, and she didn't. She just stood there and
Yeah.
watched her do it.
And then afterwards, she started
Gay
hugging.
menning? What the? What?
Gay menning? I think it's game ending.
Oh,
but-
okay. I thought
Yeah,
you-
wait, what?
You said gay menning. I'm like,
Gay
no!
menning? Oh, no.
I've never heard that euphemism.
Man, Yang sure is gay menning with Blake over there.
Batman,
Eric,
where are you? Whatever it is you're having, can you share? God damn!
I mean, I think the
Yeah,
thing I'm
it's a
having
healthy
is like,
lump of melted garlic butter.
uh,
I think
And
what I'm
hands.
actually having is like Discord connectivity issues.
Okay.
Eric, some people don't like Victor's glorious evolved look, saying that it looks different from the original and doesn't make him a cyborg. But it looks cool, but the complaints are understandable. I can get the complaints of people who really like the Machine Herald look. I really like the Machine Herald look. I'm a more fan of sort of cyborg-based design than this. I guess Cthulian-esque is closer to it, but at the same time, both have their merits.
You know,
My issue with the design comes to the fact that it completely superseded the Machine Herald, and they didn't just let you have the old skins back.
Okay, I just figured out
like
how
choice
I would.
is important.
How I would, yeah, that the game thing is much more bullshit. But with the thing I just realized what we could do to fix it is instead of immediately going and putting him into the goon tube, what could happen is Jace manages to save Victor's life through just regular technology, and for a season we get Victor like using his unique arcane touched biology to like become more and more metallic to try and like kind of like Iron Man push back death more and more, but he keeps having to add on to it because his condition keeps worsening. And what eventually happens is by the end of the season, it gets untenable. Like, he looks like the Machine Herald, and he's trying to do good for people, but he's not quite. He's not sustainable, and so he does then
Right.
eventually collapse, and that's when Jace makes the executive decision: I'm putting you in the Hex Core. And then season 3 would be the actual, Arcane Herald victor, and then a season 4 theoretically would then be the him becoming the final glorious evolution herald. And I think that's a good way to like middle ground all of what people want from him.
And
Yeah,
you can
that's
make
how
it.
I thought it was gonna go
And
originally.
in that-
like I thought they were gonna have those stages, but then they didn't.
Yeah, in that second season he could build Blitzcrank for you.
Oh, I actually would really like that. Yes, my boy. Twice computer restarted itself, so
Oof.
Well, okay. Well, that's not the worst thing to go down. I can just. Okay, there we go.
you're
All
good.
right, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I have no idea why my computer just randomly decided now is the time to shut down and restart. But okay.
Okay, let me try and get you back up. One moment, people. No, that just closed your stream. I thought you already had it streaming
Oh.
again. That was my bad. Well, everyone's diddly
sorry.
right now. That's all good.
My
Woo!
apologies.
Probably a good time to start wrapping
I
up
thought
anyway.
I thought I put it back up, but I didn't.
Okay, and then put her back in. There we go. All right.
And my Seedramon's gone. It's Anubimon's back.
Oh my god, no, he killed Seedramon to bring him back. Like, no, how can you get rid of me? Oh, thank you, Dragon Ball Z. Love you guys. And we love you too. Come on.
Is it bad? I kind of wish for Vi and Catelyn to adopt Marcus's daughter. How is that a bad thing?
That's not terrible. Yeah, no, I actually would. Why do you keep saying Catelyn?
Because I suck.
Well,
because I look at that name and I see Catelyn with my dyslexia. Man, give me something.
all right. Well, if anyone,
There's an I in there.
if
I
anyone
don't see the eye.
wants to start off on talking about anything they have upcoming, please go right ahead.
Well, I guess on my end, I'm working on a video, which is gonna be another semi-response and highlight video based on like one of my other streams. It's gonna be responding to the video talking about how you can't power scale Freerun, even though you totally can, and this guy doesn't know how power scaling works. So I'm working on that right now. Hopefully, I can get it done by the end of the month, or at least towards the beginning of next month. And that's all I got for right now.
I'm still in the editing dungeons for my first video, but unfortunately, everything is currently on hold as I fix up some stuff IRL.
Well, just go over to my channel and subscribe, and just wait patiently for
Watch
my
his
Star Trek video.
watch his streams. He does good streams.
Yes, watch my streams. Watch my streams every Monday at 5.
Hunter and I recorded a 3-hour video about Snow White, so I don't think that's gonna come out anytime soon. But there are 2 videos that did, they were okay, but they didn't get as much attention as I wanted. So I'm gonna tell you guys, go watch The Secret Formula, Disney's I Want songs are missing, and Why I Can't Fix Snow White's Terrible Prince song. Those are the 2 latest videos on the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel that I would like to see get more views in the meantime. So yeah,
So you're
I'm also in the
saying-
editing dungeon.
So you're saying you liked the new Snow White movie?
I mean,
Oh.
if by like you mean,
So-
Look, you can't talk for 3 hours about something you didn't like. That would be
Yeah.
crazy.
That is true. But Cal, I have to actually ask. So
Yeah?
my experience with it, the best things about the movie were Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler because of their acting.
Like, you mean, can you explain that a bit more? Like,
Gal Gadot had such bad acting, and Rachel Zegler had such overdramatic theater kid acting that I found it really enjoyable and funny.
so we did not watch the movie. We only listened to the songs. So I can't say. Well, I believe you though because I've seen like clips of it that is the case.
Yeah,
for
I-
us,
I tried to defend like Gal Gadot a little bit when you were like hashing on her from that one scene. I'm like, I don't know, context wise that could work, but everything else I've heard about it, I'm like, okay, no,
But Cal
I'll
finished.
cede.
oh, it's okay. It went downhill very quickly.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if you guys, maybe when it's out on Disney Plus, I'll request, like, hey, do you guys want to talk about Snow White on the
Oh,
podcast to get it out of my
I
system
mean,
again? But
I
I think
already
the biggest
watched it, so I'll
problem
watch it
is
again.
just like the music has no theme and like no question that it is trying to ask, and so nothing happened. Like every song is just a vibe and it's just a feeling, but there's no purpose to anything. And so yeah, if you guys want to see Hunter and I talk about that and how Gal Gadot is not like gay enough to be a Disney villain, that video will be out by the end of the
Wait, what?
I know,
Oh,
I,
I mean,
I,
that's a-
I understand.
that's a huge
I get
thing.
it. I get it.
It's a huge thing.
Okay.
Somebody asked if I was ever going to go back to streaming. I think I'll probably stream one more time before I try to get my laptop shipped out for getting fixed because the hinge is actually broken.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, restarting my computer actually brought back the screen, and there is a bunch of really colorful lines on it.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
And let's see. I don't really have much going on that's not like, long term. Obviously, fixing Ruby heavily underway right now. All the artists are plugging away. I'm doing recording, gonna be editing soon. I have My Hero Academia in the editing dungeon, and that's slow going because it's the most tedious part of just putting files and images into the video, where I need to actually focus, and I can't I can't just like put myself on autopilot with some music in the background. No, I have to actually think, and it's like, wow, that's time consuming.
Yeah, looking for clips is always the worst part of editing.
Because then you get
It really
distracted
is.
when you go out to search for them.
I have
Yeah,
too
exactly.
many. The worst part that I'm running into is like, wow, I have 3 different clips that can work for this one section. Which one do I choose?
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
The thing-
doing that, and we're doing of course, Bad Fanfiction Night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single
Yes.
Friday. Again, I'll reiterate, we are finishing up our Ruby fanfic this week, and next week we're starting with Shad Adversity's novel. I was gonna say Shad Brooks, and that's why there was that awkward pause in my voice. And
Is that the AI guy?
yep,
Yeah, that's
Yep.
the AI guy.
he's the sword guy that went all whole ham on saying AI is real art, guys. I swear.
Oh god.
Yep.
I saw one of his posts. I was like, oh my god, this has to be fake.
I did. He was the one that like posted someone else's art and said like, you can tell like the quality of the art or whatever, and then the guy like was like, I'm the actual creator of that art, please never use it as a positive example for AI art ever again. I wrote like, I drew
Ooh.
that motherfucker.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The thing I was talking about was the Steven Spielberg tweet.
Is
And it was
Arcane
like,
Clockwork
I'm
Shimmer Illumination
gonna
going to be a
commit
bad
war
fanfiction
crimes.
night? No,
Ew.
I don't think so. Is it bad? Did you give me a bad fanfic? Like, it can have a wacky premise and be good.
Eh.
All right. Well, Twy, did I interrupt? Do you have
Yeah.
anything else you wanted to?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right.
I've forgotten about it now if I did. So,
Okay. Well, I apologize if I made you forget anything.
probably.
Aw.
Oh, I have this actually really quick for you, just to have a. I just want to hear your reaction. The last thing that we can record. Would you like to see something in the book, Twy?
Oh,
The Chronicle of Everfall?
Sure.
I'll just send it to you real quick.
Sure.
Is this from Shad's book?
Yes, I'll put it in general.
Oh, lordy.
man.
Just a teaser. Just a teaser.
Oh, Shad, that is an unfortunate choice of language.
Yeah.
Oh, he certainly does.
Oh shit.
Here, I'll put it up on
Well,
screen for everyone so we can send ourselves off.
I mean, no
on
wonder he sucks so
this
much.
comedy
Anyway.
gold.
Yeah.
Where's the
Holy.
topic screen?
Give it a bit.
Properties. And there it
And
is.
what is that like McDonald's version of thinking man pose?
That's he has it on his
saying
channel.
that.
He uses that
Trying to
everywhere.
come up with what it reminds me of.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, little do we know that throne is made of porcelain.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, you can see it's in the corner of Jinx's cell.
Oh no.
And on that note, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a good time. I know we all had a good time too. And we'll catch you all in the next one.
Goodbye.
See you all around.